Within your dreams, there are many keys. One of them opens the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. We all have them, those little voices in our heads. You know the ones that I mean. They whisper to us, give us advice about what decision to make during a life-changing event. Sometimes the voices are represented as an angel on one shoulder and the other a devil.
You understand, Mr. Hoffman, that by law I have to disclose everything about the house.
It's just a house, nothing more than that.
Well, it is supposed to be haunted.
You don't really believe that, do you?
Our mystery drama, Hats Off to Henry, was based on a story by Crimson Mackenzie, and our stars include Mick Davis, Mark Wheeler, Robert Jackson, and Crimson Mackenzie. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Permit me to introduce to you Mr. Henry Harold Huffman, a nice agreeable chap who would do almost anything for anyone.
Yeah, that's me. Always around when someone needed something. Just a phone call away. Friends? Sure, plenty of them. Unless I needed something.
But you were a good friend.
Why don't you leave the poor sap alone?
Well, that was rather rude.
Well, at least he finally grew a
Who's
pair
telling
of...
this story? You two or me?
Oh, dear boy, don't let us interrupt you.
We can jump in anytime.
See what I mean? Constantly yapping all the time. Anyway, my so-called friends only called on me when they needed something. As usual, I never said no. But the trouble really started about a year ago, when I received a rather unusual inheritance.
According to your grandfather's will, the house is completely yours.
I can't believe it.
Now, it is out in the country and is in need of some repair. I checked the place out myself, and I believe that it is at least inhabitable.
That's how I came to live in Mayford, just a small little town where everything that a person could need is at least 10 miles away. Oh, there was a little money involved.
A little money?
He is right, Henry. It was a sizable amount.
Would you mind if I tell this in my own way? Thank you. Okay, so, yes, it was enough so that I could live on for quite some time. That is, until news of my good fortune became public.
Oh, just a little bit of oil will fix that.
When was the last time anyone lived here?
Oh, I believe that would have been sometime in the 1940s.
And it's been empty ever since?
It's not exactly empty. My firm took over about 5 years ago. We tried to sell it, but there were no offers. I mean, it's so far out of town, you know. We did manage to rent it to a few people.
So what happened to them?
Well, they only stayed just a few days before packing up and leaving.
Any particular reason?
Something about the place being haunted.
Haunted? By what?
Well, they never really said. You know how these old houses are. They creak and groan, and people immediately think, "Ooh, ghost!"
Very interesting. I've never lived with a ghost before. The first night in my new house was spent exploring. It was 3 stories tall, with bedrooms and bathrooms on the top 2 floors. Under the stairs, I found the door to the basement. Ugh, cobwebs. I hate spiders. Wonder if there's any light down here. Ah, here it is. What is this? What do you know about my grandfather?
Well, not a lot. Of course, that was way before my time.
But you must know something. Anything.
Only the stories that seem to always surround strange people.
You said strange. Why did you say that?
Well, you know, look. He spent his whole life here making, well, hats.
Hats?
From what my grandfather told me, he was the leading hat maker in the world. Specialty hats, only made to order and very expensive.
So that's what all of that stuff in the basement is.
As I said, the house stayed empty all these years. We didn't even know about you until last month.
How do you do? My name is Martin Stewart, and I represent the Heartland Security Company. May I come in?
Out here? In the middle of nowhere? How much danger could I be in?
Oh, you never know. With everything going on in the world today, I don't believe that anyone is really safe.
He's absolutely right.
Just another salesman. All they want is your money, Henry.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I was just saying that one cannot be too careful nowadays.
You really should consider what he has to say.
You should consider taking a knife and cutting out his vocal cords. He's giving me a headache.
Don't you hear that?
I'm sorry?
You mean you can't hear them?
Perhaps I should come back at a more convenient time.
Don't let him get away!
No, you should invite him inside. At least hear what he has to say.
Or at least choke him to death.
Will you shut up?
Yes, I think I will be going now.
You idiot! Get him!
No, you let him go.
Wait, Mr. Stewart.
It's okay, I'll come back. Whoa!
Oh my God.
Not the way I would have done it. Him falling down the stairs and breaking his neck. But it works.
You are impossible.
How many people are on that porch? 2 or 4? I'm sure that I heard 4, but of course, that isn't the problem. What is Henry going to do with a corpse lying at the bottom of the stairs? What would you do? I suggest you return for Act 2 shortly. I believe that we all have voices in our heads. That little devil that imagines us doing something truly evil. Usually, there is the opposite angel who governs our actions. At least, I hope so.
I didn't know what to do. There I was, standing on the porch, looking down at the man who slipped and broke his neck. Should I call the police?
Yes, that is exactly what you should do. Help the poor man.
Or you could always help him into the hole you could dig in the backyard.
And what about the car? How do you explain the car?
Yes, how do you explain the car?
It broke down, of course. The man used your phone, then started walking.
Henry? Call the police.
Cut him up and burn him in the furnace.
Will you shut up? I called the police, But when they got there, the body was... it was gone. Oh, the car was there, but the body had vanished. Or had it? My hand started shaking, and I was getting a headache. I looked around to see if perhaps the man was hiding, but I didn't see anyone. The car was towed away, and I never heard any more about it.
Perhaps you need a hobby.
Yeah, like murder. You're so good at it.
I was thinking of taking up where your grandfather left off and make yourself a hat.
Yeah, make a hat out of his skin. Ah, he has such soft skin.
But I don't know how to make a hat. I went down to the basement to see what I could find. There were chemicals, felt material, brims, cloth, sewing machines, a skull, and what? A human skull? I found it in an old hat box, bone white, with leathered skin attached. I wanted to throw up.
Hey, nice work.
Oh, that's disgusting. Wonder who it was.
Maybe I should call the police.
Again? Ooh, goody. Another victim.
Why must everything be gruesome for you?
It's the only way to live.
Good evening, sir. Do you believe in the second chance?
Oh, if you don't mind, miss.
I'm Evelyn, and I was hoping that you...
Evelyn, is it? Well, I have a splitting headache, and since it's Sunday, I plan on...
Oh, no, sir. It's Tuesday.
What?
Yes, sir, Tuesday. That's the day we all go out and spread the word of the second chance.
Perhaps you should listen to her.
Or gut her like a fish.
Exactly what are you selling?
No, I'm not selling anything. I want to show you how your life would be better with the second chance.
Is it some sort of religious thing?
We of the Church of the Second Chance believe it is
why don't you
more
just
than
push her
a
down the
religion.
stairs? It worked the last time.
He tripped! I had nothing to do with it!
I'm sorry, sir.
No, I apologize. I shouldn't have yelled. I've not been sleeping very well, and I've had this headache for... Are you sure that it's Tuesday?
Oh, quite sure, sir. It is Tuesday. Would you mind if I come in and we can discuss how your life could be so much better?
At least inside you could slit her throat.
Oh, no! That would stain the carpet. Maybe you could just strangle her.
More fun, but no blood.
That was kind of the point.
Hey, whose side are you on?
Oh, did I say that out loud?
And very articulate at that.
So what should I do?
Well, we have some seminars coming
Just
up.
kill her, Henry.
Yeah, kill her, Henry, kill her.
Now, of course, we cannot continue to operate unless we have some donations from...
Money.
I'm sorry?
You want money, right?
Oh, not right away. Perhaps a small donation would help.
Always want money.
Oh, it's only a small token amount.
Oh, just kill her, Henry.
Kill her! Murder her!
But how?
Oh, well, $100 is the usual
Kill
amount.
her. Strangle her.
No, use the knife!
But all that blood.
Who cares? Just do it!
Not on the Persian rug.
Yes! Make sure to donate your finances.
Good work, Henry.
Yeah, way to make that bitch pay.
Isaac Newton once said, "I can only calculate the motion of heavenly bodies, but not the madness of people." It seems that even the small voices have a touch of madness. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Long before Lewis Carroll wrote the immortal Alice in Wonderland, the term mad as a hatter was used. In Henry's case, it has become quite the proper phrase.
That's quite nice, Henry.
You really think so?
A very nice hat, I think.
I think so, too. For my first time.
Well, it's good to see you're still here.
Please, come in.
Well, you're not having any trouble with ghosts, are you?
Why don't you make a ghost out of him?
Not a bad idea.
Can I get you something to drink?
Oh, no, I just stopped by to see how you were getting on. And also to bring you some good news.
What sort of good news?
Well, believe it or not, someone has made an offer on the house. They think it would make a great bed and breakfast.
You are still trying to sell my house?
Oh, well, apparently the listing was never taken down.
The heck with the rug. Slit his throat.
My, haven't you got a little... Use the poker, Henry! Use the poker!
I happen to like it here. I've been working on a new project.
Oh, well, that's okay. I don't really need the commission.
Why don't you come downstairs and let me show you?
Well, I don't want to be a bother.
Yes! Take him downstairs.
Much easier to clean up.
Yes, I think you will be very interested.
It's so dark down here.
Let me get the light.
What a mess. Must be hard to... Oh, good Lord.
My grandfather was a wonderful hat maker.
But those aren't hats. Those are heads. Human heads.
I inherit this house, and you want to take it away from me. I inherit a fortune, and all those people came out to take it away.
Now look, Henry.
I won't be treated like a doormat anymore. And you won't take away my house.
Henry, put the axe down.
Kill him, Henry. Do it now!
Do it, Henry. Do it.
Not anymore.
Oh!
I saw them. I truly saw them. They haunted me day and night, telling me to do bad things. I don't remember killing anyone, but they were there. You do believe me, don't you?
Yes, Mr. Hoffman, I believe you.
Well, Doc?
Detective, did you find any remains of anyone?
Not a soul.
Tell me again what happened.
Mr. Hoffman came into the station and started raving about heads and voices and murder. We didn't know what to do, so we brought him here.
But you did investigate.
Of course. Didn't find anything.
What about the basement?
Just a bunch of fabric and chemicals.
Was there any mercury?
Yeah, lots of it.
And that would explain it.
I don't follow.
Mercury poisoning.
I thought you got that from eating fish.
In the 18th century, all the way up to 1941, hat makers used mercury on fabric. Exposure to mercury could drive you insane.
So, what you're saying is that Mr. Hoffman is mad as a hatter?
Fatally, Detective. I wouldn't be surprised if he lasted another week.
We did discover one thing, though.
What was that?
In the basement, there was a hidden door. When we opened it, we found the remains of 27 people and a notebook from what we gather was his grandfather. It turns out, Mr. Hoffman's grandfather really was a serial killer.
You have to believe me. I killed all of those people.
Of course you did, Henry.
And such a very good job.
But did I? Did I really?
Henry Harold Huffman, a rather unassuming little man who would do anything for anybody, who is now sitting in a room wondering when he will die. I'll be back shortly. Mercury is not only found in seafood, but plenty of other things that we all consume on a regular basis. According to the medical profession, small amounts will not hurt you. I sincerely hope that they are right. Our cast included Mick Davis, Crimson McKenzie, Robert Jackson, Mark Wheeler, Ryder Stone, Rue Snow, William Stafford, Raven Adams, and Will Dorman. The script was inspired and edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
What kind of place is this?
It's an art gallery, Mr. Vanetti. A simple but rather unique art gallery. Nothing more.
But these paintings, so grotesque. Demons, torture, blood in all of them. And the statues, hideous.
You should look beyond the horror and see the inner mind of the artist. That is what art is all about. Isn't it?
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit that like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
Within your dreams, there are many keys. One of them could open the doorway to nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. The philosopher Aristotle once said, "The aim of art is to not represent the outward appearance of things, but their inward significance."
What kind of place is this?
It's an art gallery, Mr. Vanetti. A simple but rather unique art gallery. Nothing more.
But these paintings, so grotesque. Demons, torture, blood in all of them. And the statues, hideous.
You should look beyond the horror and see the inner mind of the artist. That is what art is all about. Isn't it?
Our mystery drama, Closed Mondays, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Raven Adams, Crimson McKenzie, Jonathan Rosenall, and William Stafford. It is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Have you ever visited an art gallery? The paintings and sculptures of past masters and up-and-coming artists can be quite exhilarating. It gives you a chance to reflect on the beauty of the world through the eyes of another.
I think he ducked down the alley, boss.
Well, don't just stand there. Find him. He couldn't have gotten far.
I think I got him in the shoulder.
Then we need to make sure, don't we? Come on, go find him, and make damn sure he is dead.
It won't get me. I'm smarter. It won't get me here. In here. Stay in here. It won't find me in here. I can wait them out. It won't get me.
Excuse me?
Yeah? Who are you?
We are closed on Monday, sir. If you wish to come back tomorrow...
Shut up! Now who are you?
Sir, I can assure you that there is no need for a gun. All of our transactions are done by computer only. There is no money on the premises.
I don't care about your money.
Oh my, sir. It appears that you have had an accident.
I guess you could call it that.
I know I saw him come this way.
Then find him.
It appears that you are in need of some assistance, sir.
Yeah. Is it that obvious?
May I suggest that you step away from the door?
Yeah, good idea. And lock it.
Sometimes I forget to do just that.
So, what's your name?
Dahlia. Miss Dahlia Salvador.
Nice name. It suits you.
In what way?
Well, it's beautiful. Just like you. So, what is this place?
What does it look like?
Some kind of artsy museum?
An art gallery, yes.
Never did like these places. They always gave me the creeps.
Really? Why would a place that displays the beauty of the world give you the, creeps?
I don't know. I always felt that the people in the pictures were looking right at me. You know, like they were alive or something.
You should give it a chance, Augie.
Wait, hey, how did you know my name?
Oh, I know everything about you, August Vitelli.
Like what?
You have been very naughty, haven't you?
Then you should know that I'm not someone you should be messing with.
The great artist Picasso once commented, "The purpose of art is washing the dust off of our souls." It seems that August Vitelli has a lot of dirt on his. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. August Vitelli, on the run from two assassins, has found his way into a most unique gallery. His hostess seems to know quite a lot about him, and he wonders how.
Oh, I read the newspapers, see the news reports about your so-called exploits?
Then you should know that I'm not someone you should be messing with.
Believe me, Augie, I have no intention of messing with you. Perhaps you would like a tour of my establishment.
Sure, why not? Say, why are you here anyways? I thought you said you were closed on Mondays.
Close to the general public, yes. I choose to do my work when the gallery is quiet and peaceful.
And what sort of work do you do?
Besides being the owner and curator of this gallery, I am also an artist.
Oh, yeah? Any of your stuff hanging in here?
All of my stuff is here. Would you care to explore?
Okay, lead on.
Now this one may interest you, Augie. I acquired it about 6 months ago.
It's hideous.
What do you see, Augie?
It looks like some sort of a monster or demon about to devour someone.
Oh, Mr. Vitelli, you should look past the horror. See the beauty inside of the painting itself.
Beauty? In that? It's like something out of a nightmare.
Look closer, Augie. Look deep within the canvas.
Hey, what is that?
What do you see?
I didn't notice it until that man, the one that the monster is eating. It looks like...
Yes, Mr. Vitelli.
I swear it looks like Bruno.
Bruno?
Yeah, Bruno Corello. He had a contract on him about 6 months ago. Everybody thought that he'd been, well, you know. No one ever took the credit. Weird.
Follow me. Allow me to show you a few others, Mr. Vitelli.
Oh, now what sort of place is this?
I've told you. A simple art gallery.
There is nothing simple about this place. Every painting, every sculpture that you have, it's something grotesque.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, Augie. If you choose to see horror, then that is what you will see.
No, that's not what I mean. In every one of them, there is someone that I know or knew.
Simply models who have posed for the artist. That's all.
Yeah, but all of those people disappeared. Now how do you explain that?
Mr. Vitelli, I am only an artist who happens to own an art gallery. It is true that I deal in the more macabre aspect of the world.
No. There's something really screwy about this place.
You have quite the imagination. Perhaps you should be an artist. I was noticing your clothes, Mr. Vitelli.
What about my clothes?
It's a rather dapper suit. I especially love the violet handkerchief you have so neatly folded in your breast pocket.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, it is a rather soothing color, don't you think?
Hey, where are you going?
Continuing the tour, of course. I have many paintings and sculptures to show you.
I'm not interested in your paintings and sculptures. I think that I need to be leaving.
Of course, Mr. Vitelli. Anytime.
Well, there is a slight problem.
Yes, Augie, there is.
I think that you know just a little bit too much about me.
And you have a solution?
Yes, I believe I do. What's back there?
Oh, just my studio. Would you like to see it?
Private?
Very private.
Then it will be the perfect place to hide your body.
Augie points the gun at Dahlia and leads her towards the studio in the back of the gallery. Dahlia walks with confidence, as if she does not have a care in the world, which puzzles August Vitelli. Perhaps you can figure the puzzle out when I return with Act 3 shortly. Art, in itself, is an attempt to bring order out of chaos, according to songwriter Stephen Sondheim. It seems that chaos has entered the gallery of Dahlia Salvatore.
Now, say, what is this?
This is my studio, where I create the works that you have already seen.
You got nothing here. Only that black canvas in the middle of the room. No paints, no brushes, nothing.
I am an artist, Mr. Vitelli. I use whatever materials that I find to bring order to the chaos. That is what art is all about.
Look, lady, I don't care. In a second, I'm going to get out of here, and you... well, let's just say that your paintings will increase in value, since you'll be dead.
I really do like the color of your tie, Hoggy. I think it will go well in my next painting.
Oh, will you shut up?
Yes, I believe that I will put you in a tree, in the middle of a green field. The contrast of your tie will be wonderful.
Yeah, you asked for it.
Oh, yes, Mr. August Vitelli. A great contrast.
I shot you. I shot you. Why aren't you dead?
Yes, you will be a great addition to my gallery, Mr. Vitelli.
Hey, what's going on? I can't move.
Just stare into the canvas, Augie. Isn't it beautiful? You will be so lovely in the tree, the green field, the pop of that violet. Oh, yes! It will be over very soon.
No, the canvas, no. It's moving. It's coming towards me. What's happening? What is happening?
He had to have come in here, boss. It's the only place we haven't looked.
Now, why would he come in here?
Gentlemen, I'm sorry, but we are closed at the moment.
Oh, excuse us. We didn't know.
We will be open tomorrow if you would care to come by.
Actually, we were looking for a friend.
Yeah, a friend. We thought he might have come in here.
I can assure you that no one has came in here tonight.
Then you don't mind us looking around, do you?
Well, if you would help me hang this painting, I suppose I could give you a private tour.
Look, lady,
We would be glad to help you, Miss...
Salvatore. Dahlia Salvatore. And I would like to display this one right here by the door.
Of course, Miss Salvatore.
It's heavier than it looks.
Yes, right there. Thank you, Anthony.
Have we met before?
I don't think so.
Hey, boss, this painting.
What about it?
Well, look at it. See?
All I see is a big tree with a guy.
It's a guy hanging from a rope.
What? No. That's just sick.
That's not what I mean. Look at the guy.
What about him?
Don't you recognize the suit? That purple handkerchief?
Hey, you know what? You're right. Miss Salvatore, where did you get this painting?
I acquired it a few minutes ago. I call it Augustus. And I must say, it is so refreshing to see two men wearing ties. It's seldom seen today. Oh, I love the color. That crimson with the dark specks.
Hey, boss. Something isn't right here.
I wonder, would you two gentlemen help me in the back? I have two other paintings that I would like to hang tonight.
Dahlia smiles a devilish grin. She leads Mac and Tony through her gallery, her collection of odd paintings and sculptures, to the studio in the back. And I shall return shortly. If you happen to find yourself walking down a street and you see a gallery offering visitors a rare chance to view paintings and sculptures of a macabre nature, my advice would be to keep on walking, especially if it happens to be on a Monday. Our cast included Raven Adams, Crimson McKenzie, Jonathan Rosenall, and William Stafford. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Oh, Bobby, I miss you so much. I don't know how I'm going to go on.
I'm here, Marge.
Bobby? Is that really you?
Yes, my love. I'm really here.
What am I gonna do without you? I'm so lost.
I understand.
Tell me, are you happy where you are?
I really wish that you had not asked me that.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. Within your dreams, there are many keys. One of them could open the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. Make yourself comfortable for the moment. Tonight, we present you with a ghost story. You know the kind that I mean. A presence that makes itself known to the living, sometimes in a very malevolent way.
Oh, Bobby, I miss you so much. I don't know how I'm going to go on.
I'm here, Marge.
Bobby? Is that really you?
Yes, my love. I'm really here.
What am I gonna do without you? I'm so lost.
I understand.
Tell me, are you happy where you are?
I really wish that you had not asked me that.
Our mystery drama, When Ghosts Tell Tales, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Mick Davis, Annie Mick, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. I have never understood the fear of ghosts. I have always found it a rather fascinating subject. After all, what are ghosts, and what do they do? They haunt, right? And what does haunting mean? To visit, to become familiar with a place, to hang around. So ghosts merely hang around.
I'm so very sorry, Marge.
Thank you, Tom. I don't know how I could have gotten through this without you.
If there's anything that you need, just let me know.
I will. Thank you again.
I'll call you tomorrow. Try and get some rest.
Hello?
Marge, are you doing okay?
Oh, Angie. I just feel so damn lost.
Oh, honey, I know. It was all so terrible. The crash, the inquest, and they never found the body?
No! They said the fire was so intense that there wouldn't have been anything left, but I just can't believe that.
Bobby was a good man. As long as you remember him, he isn't really gone.
I just wish that he were here now.
Do you need anything?
No, not at the moment. Tom Akron just left.
Who?
Tom Akron, Bobby's attorney. Well, he's more of a friend than a lawyer.
I take it he's handling the estate.
Yes, Bobby was very thorough.
Well, that's good.
Angie, I need to let you go. I just need to be alone right now.
I understand, honey. If you need me, don't hesitate to call.
I will, and thank you. Why, Bobby? It's not fair. I need you so badly.
I'm here, Marge.
Bobby?
It's really me, darling.
Oh, Bobby, what am I gonna do? I don't think I can actually live without you.
I know, my love. That's why I'm here.
What do you mean?
I never expected to end up like this. We had all those plans, all of our dreams.
I know. Bobby, are you happy?
No, I'm not. I need you, Marge, just as much as you need me.
But what can I do?
There may be one way for us to be together.
If there is any way that we could, I'll do anything.
I was so hoping you would say that.
Marge, I know that it's been rough, but...
Tom, he was here. Right in this room.
It's not that I don't believe you.
Believe what you want. I know what I saw and heard.
Marge, I know that you miss him. The circumstances about his death are almost unbelievable, but Bobby is dead. And you have to accept that.
Tom, I know that he's dead, but the fact remains that he was here tonight.
Oh, okay. Did he say why he came back?
Yes, which is why I called you. Oh, Tom, he is so lonely over there. He's as lost as I am.
Marge, what did he say?
As our lawyer, I want you to do something for me.
Well, that depends on what it is.
I want you to give all of my money away. Specifically, a new charity. I have their information.
Are you serious?
Very. You see, I won't be needing any money. Not where I'm going.
But where is she going? A vacation? A new home? Or is there something far more sinister going on? Perhaps we shall find out when I return with Act 2. Compromise. It is something that we all do in any relationship. We compromise at work to get the job done. We compromise in the business world so that contracts can get signed. And in marriage, we compromise to keep the relationship intact.
I guess you were wondering why I called you down to my office.
It is unusual. I don't think that we've formally met. I only saw you at the memorial service for Bobby.
Did you know Bobby well?
No, only through Marge. I was supposed to be her bridesmaid at their wedding last year, but I was busy and couldn't make it.
It was a rather unusual romance, wouldn't you say?
How so?
Well, they only had known each other a couple of weeks before they got married.
I believe love has no time limit. Who's to say how long a courtship should last?
Still, it just seemed fast.
Why bring it up now?
Angie, how long have you known Marge?
Ever since college. Why do you ask?
Because right after the service, later that evening, she called me and had what I would consider a rather strange request.
What was the request?
She wanted me to donate all of her money to charity.
So what's wrong with that?
No, you don't understand. She doesn't want any money to even live on.
I'm sure that she knows what she's doing.
Yes, well, I'm beginning to wonder.
So why did you need me here?
Because after I did some research, I found out that the foundation Marge wants to bestow her wealth, you are the founder of.
Me? Are you serious?
Before I make any sort of changes to a client's will, especially if there is a large amount of money involved, I thoroughly investigate. Tell me, what exactly does the Morpheus Foundation do?
We're a society of individuals who want to help with the betterment of the human race. We donate our funds almost everywhere, from science research to helping war-torn countries.
Well, it looks good on paper anyway.
I resent that. We do great work.
Like I said, it looks good on paper.
I think that I'll be leaving now. I don't have to sit here and be insulted.
No, but you may have to answer some more questions in the very near future.
Bobby? Are you here?
Yes, my love. I'm here. Did you talk to Tom?
Yes, I did. He has all of the information that you gave me.
Good. Then everything is set. We will be together forever.
How should I,
We can talk about that tomorrow night. Right now, I have to go.
Bobby, please, do you really have to go?
Yes, I'm sorry. I will come back tomorrow night.
I just want to be with you so badly.
And you will be, darling. Very, very soon.
I hope this is over soon.
Don't worry. It will be.
Bobby! You scared the hell out of me. I thought you said it was dangerous to come here.
Have you seen Tom?
Yes, and I'm worried now.
There's nothing to worry about. I told you. I have this all planned out. By the time Tom figures it out, we shall be living abroad, making 20% interest.
No, I think Tom suspects something.
Don't worry. It's going to work out perfectly.
Oh, sure. Isn't that what every criminal thinks?
Just one more night. One more night for my ghost to appear to Marge. She's close. Very close.
How do you think she'll do it?
Pills, more than likely. She was always taking pills, and she has enough medicine to open her own drugstore.
What if someone finds out what we're doing?
Who's gonna find out? Tom? Believe me, he was never the sharpest tool in the shed.
Such a cliche, and very dangerous. Those are usually the people that you have to watch out for.
One more night. I will push her over the edge tomorrow night. In the meantime, why don't you get out of those itchy clothes?
Is that all you think about?
No, but I am tonight. Either that, or we have to wait a couple of weeks. Besides, I need to set up the projectors while Marge is away from the apartment.
Oh? I thought she wasn't leaving the apartment anymore.
Later tonight, she wants one final meal at our restaurant. If she only knew how much I hated that place.
Wow, how sweet of you.
Sure. Now get over here. Just have to place the projector in the right spot and...
I thought I might find you here.
Tom, what are you doing here?
The question is, what are you doing here? Alive.
Look, I can explain.
Maybe you can, Bobby. Maybe you can. But you are going to be explaining it to the police.
I'm afraid I can't let that happen. I've planned this too perfectly. How did you find out?
Well, first there was your appearance. Then Marge wanting to give all of her money away. The clincher was when I found out that you and Angie had known each other in college.
Guess I should have used another attorney.
I'm calling the police, Bobby.
No, Tom. I don't think so. You don't think I've known you have been in love with Marge?
At least I can take care of her after they convict you for fraud and murder.
Then I guess one more murder won't matter, will it?
What do you mean?
This. Problem solved.
When planning a crime, the criminal tries to cover all of the bases, making sure that absolutely nothing can go wrong. In the annals of crime, something always goes wrong. You don't go wrong and return with me for Act 3 shortly. Bobby is very much alive and has a plan to murder his, well, do we say wife or widow? How would you characterize her now?
How long do you think it'll take?
Not long at all.
I'm still worried about Tom.
Tom will no longer be a problem. I've taken care of everything.
And after tonight, we will be together forever.
Well, about that.
Bobby, what are you doing?
Forever is such a long time, Angie.
No! Bobby, put that gun down!
You played your part very well. I no longer need you.
But you said that you loved me.
Of course I did. I told Marge the same thing. After tonight, I'll find someone else to love.
Bobby, no!
Bobby? Are you here, Bobby?
I'm here, my love. Have you taken care of everything?
Everything. I'm ready to be with you. Forever.
And we will be. Have you decided how you will kill yourself?
That has also been taken care of.
Bobby.
What? Who is there?
It's me, Bobby. Your old pal, Tom.
No! You can't be! I killed you! This is some sort of trick!
Like the trick you pulled on Marge? Make her think you are dead. Have her kill herself. then miraculously you come back and claim her money?
Is this true, Bobby?
Don't listen to him, Marge. He's dead.
But aren't you dead?
Marge, listen to me.
No, Tom. The game is over, and you have lost.
No. Stay back.
The game is over,
Tom.
and
Don't
now
come near me.
you must pay the price.
Tom, are you still here?
Yes, Marge. I'm still here. I will always be with you.
I thought I would be with Bobby, but he never really loved me, did he?
I'm afraid not. But I do. And now, unfortunately, I'm dead.
But Tom, so am I.
You mean...
I took the overdose an hour ago. I've been dead for a while. See? My body lying on the bed.
Oh, my darling Marge.
It's okay, Tom. We will be together forever.
The misty figures of Tom and Marge embrace each other before dissolving into the ethereal world of spirits. I'll be back shortly. George Eliot once wrote, "Our dead are never dead to us until we have forgotten them." I like to think that no one really dies, that as long as they are remembered, they simply move on to the next great adventure. Our cast included Mick Davis, Crimson McKenzie, Annie Mick, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
No, I don't expect you to believe my story. I would be insane to expect that. Yet I still have my sanity. While there is still time, I feel that I need you to understand what has happened to me. It was just a series of household events that have tortured, have destroyed me, and put me in this position. Oh, perhaps someone less excitable, more logical than I could explain them, for I've not been able to. I can only tell you the facts. And that I have to do now, for tomorrow justice will be served, and I will be put to death.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. Within your dreams, there are many keys. One of them could open the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. Have you ever wondered about the small, seemingly inconsequential things that happen to you in your everyday life? While at the time they may seem unimportant, until they build up to a horrifying conclusion.
No, I don't expect you to believe my story. I would be insane to expect that, yet I still have my sanity. While there is still time, I feel that I need you to understand what has happened to me. It was just a series of household events that have tortured, have destroyed me, and put me in this position. Oh, perhaps someone less excitable, more logical than I could explain them, for I've not been able to. I can only tell you the facts, and that I have to do now, for tomorrow justice will be served, and I will be put to death.
Our mystery drama, The Black Cat, was adapted from the short story by Edgar Allan Poe and written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, William Stafford, and Jonathan Rossignol. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. I am sure that you have heard the old saying about cat people and dog people, or that a person does not own a cat, but that they own you. Animals can be a wonderful addition to any household, until things start to go awry.
No, there was nothing in my childhood that could have foretold of the events that I am about to relate to you. I was always a sweet and gentle child. I was kind to everyone and helped out when I could. Mostly, I liked animals, all kinds of animals. I married quite young and found that my wife also shared my interest. And very soon we had quite a collection. We had some birds and fish and a scruffy little dog and a cat, a beautiful cat. I'll never forget the day that my wife brought it home. Hello, my dear. Hello. Well, you're home early.
Oh, look what I just brought home, Charles.
Oh, look at it. A beauty, isn't it?
Oh my,
Yes,
it seems to have taken to you. But then all animals seem to.
Where did you find it?
Some mean old dogs were chasing it. Poor little thing. I managed to get him before the dogs did.
Oh, such a beauty. Here, are you hungry? Yeah, how about some milk? Yeah, there you go.
And such a small thing.
Well, he certainly is hungry. Yes, is that good? Hey, well, what's your name?
I don't suppose he has one. He's so young. I don't think that anyone owns him.
Well, then, we have to give him a name.
You mean we can keep him?
Keep him? What are you talking about? Of course we can keep him. He has no home. We can't turn him out into the streets, can we?
Oh, Charles, I was hoping that you would let him stay.
But he must have a name. Yes. Now let's see. Look how dark he is. As dark as the night sky. Oh, I know. He's as black as the devil. Let's call him Pluto. Yes, we will call you Pluto. Pluto grew up to be quite a remarkable cat. Of all the animals in our home, he was my favorite. A constant companion to me, even to the point of trying to follow me out into the street. But as the years went by, there was a change in me, a radical change that I am now ashamed to admit. Yes, I began to drink heavily, and my temper was shortened. As drinking became more and more necessary, I became more moody and irritable.
Charles? Charles, where are you going?
I don't have to tell you where I'm going.
Charles, please. Why do you have to go out every night to the bar?
Do you really want to know? Because it's the only way that I can get away from your nagging. Nag, 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 all day long. There. You see? You could learn something from Pluto. He had never asked me where I'm going. Do you, Pluto? Yes, you never ask. Come here.
Charles! Don't pick him up like that. You're hurting him.
I'm not hurting him. I'm not hurting you, am I, Pluto?
Charles, just be careful.
I'm just petting him the way he... Ow! Did you see that? Did you see? He bit me. He deliberately bit me. Oh, you beast, you monster. I'll get you. I'll teach you.
Charles, no. Don't.
Yes, I hate to admit it, but my anger with the poor beast overwhelmed me. I caught him and held him fast, and pulling out my knife, I proceeded to cut out one of his eyes. After I had slept off the night's drinking, reason had returned to me by the next morning. I experienced half horror and half remorse for the crime of which I had committed. But that did not stop the drinking. In the meantime, Pluto recovered from his injury. The socket was indeed a ghastly sight, but he appeared to be in no pain. He would run from me, and this filled my heart with grief and remorse. That soon led to irritation, and one night, in a drunken madness, I slipped a noose around the poor creature's neck and hung it in the tree in the garden. I knew that it had loved me for no reason. This seemed to infuriate me. In my drunken stupor, I went to bed fully dressed.
Charles!
Wow,
Charles! Wake up!
What's the matter? Let me sleep.
Charles! There's so much smoke!
What?
Something must be on fire!
Oh, good Lord, Lucy! It's our house! Our house is on fire! Come on, quickly! Quickly, darling, or we will be burned alive! Come, this way! No, breathe! Quickly, this way! I can get you through the flames! Here is the door! Come on!
Charles! Our house!
At least we are alive. I went by the ruins the next day and noticed a small crowd of people staring at something.
Will you look at that? A cat. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
But look, it looks as if it's hanging by its neck.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Don't you see it? That one wall. The only one left standing.
Like a cat.
It can't be.
Hanging by the neck.
No! You know who it is? I'll tell you who it is. It's Pluto! He's come back to haunt me! Leave me alone! Leave me! Leave me.
Well, get some water, somebody. This man has fainted.
It is said that our actions, no matter how small, may have consequences. Charles would say that the fire was the consequence of the murder of his cat. Why don't you hang around until I return with Act 2? In the time of the pharaohs, cats were highly regarded, almost godlike, to the point of even being mummified and entombed.
You must understand that I am only relaying the facts. A simple chain of ordinary events that led up to, well, what will happen to me tomorrow.
Don't you think that you've had enough?
Just give me another one.
Yes, sir. How are things since the fire?
Yes, the fire.
I understand that you lost everything.
Yes, everything. You should see the place I live in now. It's disgusting.
What about that cat you were always talking about?
Oh, yeah. Pluto. No, he's gone as well. You know, I really miss him sometimes. He was such a wonderful cat, and he loved me so much.
Well, if you're broken up about him, why don't you get another cat?
Why don't you get me another drink?
No, sir. It's almost time to close up.
I said give me another drink.
I'll have to go get another bottle.
Why don't I get another cat, he said. Well, why don't I get another cat? Well, there's nothing that says I can't get another one. Hey, where did you come from? I've been staring at that table for 5 minutes and didn't see you. Come here. Yes, pretty kitty. Yes, come here and sit on my lap. There's a good cat. You know, you look a lot like Pluto. Only you have a small ashen patch on your chest.
Here you are, sir.
Say, who owns this cat?
Cat? No, I didn't see it. Big one, too. I don't know who owns it. Matter of fact, I don't even know how it got in here.
Well, yes, but does anyone own it?
As far as I'm concerned, you own it. My wife hates cats.
Silly woman.
Well, if you want it, it's yours.
Yeah. Yes, I want it. Yes, I want it very much.
Charles, this is such a wonderful cat. Just since last week, it's made itself so much at home. You would have thought that it lived here always.
Yes, I've noticed that.
And it reminds me so much of Pluto.
Yes, but this one has a patch of white on its chest. Don't forget that.
Yes, dear, that's right. But I can't help wondering, whatever became of Pluto? He disappeared the day of the fire, and...
I know he disappeared. Well, maybe he knew that the house was going to burn down.
See how it loves you? It's rubbing up against your leg just the way Pluto did.
Pluto! Stop talking about Pluto!
Darling, I didn't mean anything.
No, I'm sorry. All this talk about how that cat resembles Pluto, it just makes me nervous. Actually, there's hardly any resemblance at all, except that they are both black, and this one has a white patch on its...
Oh, the poor thing.
Why, what is it?
It has a wound just under its eye.
Where? I don't see...
See? Under the fur. I never noticed it before.
Neither did I.
It looks almost like a knife wound that goes all around his eye. Almost the way Pluto...
No, go on, say it. Say it. Just the way Pluto did when I cut out his eye.
Oh no, Charles, that's not what I meant. Maybe it got into a fight with another cat. It's just curious that we never noticed it before.
Yes, you have no idea how curious it is. Now get that cat away from me.
Charles, you're frightening it.
Here.
You look crazed.
Get that
How can you be that way to a poor animal? Especially one that loves you so.
Now, I don't want to see it. Do you hear me? Get it out of here.
To hear you talk, anyone would think that you didn't even like the poor cat.
Like it? Like it? I can't stand the sight of it. I loathe it. I hate it. I tell you, I hate it. I hate it. And the more that I hated it, the more affectionate that it became toward me. It followed me everywhere that I went. Whenever I sat down, it would pounce and cover me with its caresses. If this were not enough, the white patch on its chest had begun to take shape. It was becoming very distinguishable as the unmistakable shape of a hangman's noose, that instrument of pain, torture, and death.
Charles, are you going out again tonight?
Yes, I'm going out, and I don't know when I'll be back.
Before you go, do you think that you could help me bring up some wood from the cellar?
Why do you need more wood?
The house is very cold, and you know that I've been sick. I can't carry the wood by myself. Please, Charles.
Oh, all right, come on. You could have asked me earlier.
Oh, Charles, look out!
Oh, you beast, you monster! You tried to kill me!
Oh, no, Charles, I'm sure that it didn't mean...
I'll fix you.
What are you doing with that stick?
I'll show you, you wretched little...
Please, don't!
Let go of my arm.
No, Charles, please, don't!
Let go of my
please,
arm.
Charles, don't do
Are
it!
you going to let go of my arm? Let go of my arm! I told you. I told you to let go.
There have been many reasons given for the act of murder, whether it be revenge, for love, or in this case, purely by accident. It is what happens after the crime has been committed that makes things more interesting. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. A series of incidents in the life of Charles has led up to the murder of his wife Lucy. Incidents, when taken apart, seem to be ordinary, but increasingly violent in nature.
Lucy lay at my feet where she had fallen. She never made a sound when the stick hit her. I saw her still face and opened eyes, and resigned myself to the task of concealing the corpse. I found some loose bricks in the masonry near the fireplace. When I had made a large enough hole, I put her body inside. Then, with the skill of a bricklayer, I walled her up. No one would ever know. Naturally, questions were asked about her. The police even came and searched the house twice, but found nothing. The most important thing was that the black cat was gone. For 3 days, never a mew heard. I slept peacefully, even with murder on my conscience. I slept so sound. Yes. Just a minute. I'm coming. Oh, Sergeant. To what do I owe the pleasure of your company again?
This is Officer Joe Andrews. He's helping me with the case. Sorry to bother you again, but there still has been no trace of your wife. Some of her friends have been down to the police station, and, well...
You want to search the house again, is that it?
If you don't mind.
I do mind. You've already searched it twice. She's not here. I would like to know where she is as well.
This will be the last time, I assure you.
Fine. Where do you want to start?
I guess the cellar is a good place to start. Come on, Joe. Well, there's nothing down here. Guess we can start upstairs.
You know, Sergeant, this is a very well-built house.
Yeah, it seems to be.
I don't think that there has been a better built house than this one. Well, you're not leaving, are you, gentlemen? Why, look at this wall. So finely crafted that it will probably last 100 years.
Hey, do you mind if we...
Well, here, let me show you. I can take this stick and beat on it all day long, and there will not be a...
What in the name of God was that?
I don't know. Maybe it was the wind.
That wasn't the wind. Whatever it was, it's behind that wall. Joe, take this crowbar. I want you to knock that wall down. Good Lord. That's what we've been looking for, all right. His wife's body. But what is that thing sitting on her head? Wait. It's a cat. How did that get in there?
I know how it got in there. Look, you see? It's been feeding off of her body. I must have walled it up with Lucy. I never even noticed. Look at its red eyes, its blood-stained mouth. Oh, you beast! You horrible monster! You are the devil! You made me a murderer! For 3 days you've been in there waiting and waiting to send me to the death chamber. I hope you're satisfied. I hope that you are satisfied.
Charles collapses to the floor as he is handcuffed. As he looks up at the black cat, he notices that it seems to smile at him. I'll return shortly. One of Edgar Allan Poe's darkest tales, The Black Cat, was first published in 1843 in the Saturday Evening Post. I find it interesting that Poe actually owned a black cat and was also known to imbibe, sometimes quite heavily. Our cast included Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, Mick Davis, Rue Snow, William Stafford, and Jonathan Rossignol. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Are you absolutely sure that you are home, Fred?
Oh, I swear. I haven't left the house. I promise.
Okay, so if you are home, what is that dark shape in the corner?
Dorothy, are you okay?
Fred, I think the Carsons have a very serious problem.
Doorway to Nightmare has been brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. Within your dreams, there are many keys. One of them could open the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. Algernon Blackwood once said that it is, alas, chiefly the evil emotions that are able to leave their photographs on surrounding scenes and objects.
Are you absolutely sure that you are home, Fred?
Oh, I swear. I haven't left the house. I promise.
Okay, so if you are home, what is that dark shape in the corner?
Dorothy, are you okay?
Fred, I think the Carsons have a very serious problem.
Our mystery drama, Haunting Meets the Carsons, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. Our cast includes William Stafford, Annie Mick, Dave Archipov, Mick Davis, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. If you are a regular listener to these plays, you will undoubtedly know about our resident ghost, Frederick Washington Davis. It has been quite an adventure for him and his hosts, Stan and Dorothy Peters. They have managed to get around most of the difficulties of having a permanent ghost in their home.
Maybe we can all eat in peace tonight.
Unless one of Millie's ghosts appears.
That's not funny, Dot.
Oh, Stan, it's okay. Fred swore he would stay at home while we had dinner with the Carsons.
He swore he would stay home while we took a vacation. Look how that turned out.
Now, Stan, it was his first time home alone, and he got a little scared. It wasn't his fault. Let's just try and enjoy ourselves tonight. Besides, being invited by the boss to dinner is quite an honor. I'm proud of you.
Well, it is Labor Day. I guess they decided to have a party.
So glad you could make it. Please come in.
Something smells good.
Oh, it's nothing special, just a pot roast.
Well, it still smells delicious.
Thank you.
Would you two like something to drink?
Thank you, Mr. Carson.
Now, Stan, I've told you before, it's just plain old Jack since you made partner.
Sorry, Jack. I'm still getting used to the idea.
Ooh, a very nice wine, Jack.
Jack prides himself on his wine, don't you, dear?
Glad you like it, Dorothy. Now, Stan, about that new contract.
Now, Jack, no shop talk tonight. Remember your promise?
Yes, I remember. You don't forget your promise.
Don't worry. No ghost tonight.
Amen to that. Oh, Millie, would you mind if I use your bathroom?
Of course, dear. It's just down the hall to the left.
I just need to wash up a bit. I'll be back in just a minute.
I'll freshen your drink.
Hey! What happened to the light? That's better. What is going on? Jack, I think you may have a problem with the light in your bathroom.
Oh, yes, I've been meaning to fix that.
Jack?
Not now, Millie.
What's going on, Dot?
I think we may have an extra guest.
You don't mean...
Will you excuse me? I need to make a phone call.
Nothing serious, I hope.
Oh, no, just want to something I forgot to do before coming here. I'll be right back.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? I think I pressed the right...
Fred, it's me.
Oh, hi, Mrs. Peters. I wasn't sure if I was working this thing right.
Never mind that. Are you at home?
I don't understand the question.
It's a very simple yes or no question. Are you home?
Well, that depends on what you mean by home.
Are you at our house or not?
Oh, you mean home. Oh, sure, I'm here.
Are you positive?
Of course I'm positive. I may be a ghost, but I know where I am at.
Then show me.
I don't understand the question.
It's not a question. Show me that you are home.
But how do I...
Just hit the button that has the little camera on it.
But you told me...
I know what I told you. Look, Fred, I know that you're not used to a cell phone.
And you told me never to answer it unless it was you or Stan.
Yes, you did a good job. Now I'm telling you to forget all of that. Just hit the video button.
Where is it?
It's the bottom one. On the left side, right at the bottom. It looks like a tiny camera.
Is this it?
No, not that one. The other one. That's the music player.
Wow! Oh, this thing plays music too!
Fred, will you focus? Now press the video button.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, is this it?
Yes, yes.
How did you get in that tiny little box? Are you okay?
I'm fine, Fred. We'll talk about it later. So you can see me okay?
Yes, yeah, I can see you. Wow, this is awesome.
Yes, very awesome.
So, how is dinner?
We haven't eaten yet.
Is Millie still seeing ghosts?
Fred, I need you to...
I know she sort of saw me last Christmas, but...
Fred, will you shut up?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Peters.
It's okay. I'm sorry for saying shut up. What I want you to do is turn the phone around and show me exactly where you are in the house.
You mean like this?
Yes! Good job. Okay, just go a little slower.
Well, I'm just in the kitchen.
I see that. And you swear that you have not been out of the house.
Dorothy, what's going on over there?
Oh, I'm beginning to think that Millie isn't crazy after all.
We ask only to be reassured about the noises in the cellar and the window that should not have been opened, wrote T.S. Eliot. But what of the other manifestations that occur? The sudden cold, the moaning, and in Dorothy's case, a light that goes on and off. We shall find out in Act 2. Dorothy and Stan Peters have been invited to his employer's home for a dinner party. Dorothy has had an unpleasant encounter and is now on the phone with her resident ghost, Fred.
Everything all right?
Oh, yes, Millie. Everything is fine.
Are you sure?
No. Yes, Stan. Now that dinner does smell wonderful.
Let's go to the dining room.
That was delicious, Mrs. Carson.
Thank you, Stan.
A little more wine, Dorothy?
Oh, I think that would be lovely.
What was that?
Jack, it's starting again.
Millie, I warned you.
How long has that been going on?
A long time now.
Dot, what's that over there in the corner?
It's just Millie and her overactive imagination again.
Does that sound like my imagination?
I'm sorry, honey.
It's okay.
I just thought it was too many 3-martini lunches and nightcaps.
If you saw and heard that all the time, you would be drinking as well.
Agreed. But how long has this been going on, Millie?
Since last year.
So, Dot, you really think there is a ghost? Or is it a mutual friend?
No, it's not Fred.
Who's Fred?
Just a friend? Sort of?
I mean, is this the first time that you have heard and seen it, Jack?
Well, there have been times when I've heard some strange sounds. I just thought it was the house settling.
But this is the first time that we have actually seen something. Oh, Jack, what are we going to do?
I think I may know someone who just might be able to help.
So she really is seeing something.
Yes, she said this was the first time, but I don't think so.
Did you see it?
Oh, yeah.
What did it look like?
Scary, Fred. Very scary. Like a dark mass with these small beady eyes that were glowing red.
Yeah, that's not good.
So what do you suggest?
Moving. as far away as possible.
Come on, Fred.
Well, then what do you suggest?
Can you come over here and do, well, I don't know, something?
If it's what I think it is, then nothing I do will scare it off.
Can't you at least try?
Okay, hang on.
Fred? Are you still there? Fred!
Yes?
Jeez, Fred! Will you stop doing that? Or at least tell me when you're going to? I'm already scared to death over here.
Oh, sorry, Dot.
Okay, let's go in and let you formally meet the Carsons.
Dorothy, are you sure that this
Is a good idea? Of course not, but it's the only one I have.
So who is this, Dorothy?
Well, that is kind of hard to explain.
Why does he look so...
Jack, Millie, meet Frederick Washington Davis, our resident ghost.
I knew it! I knew they had a ghost, Jack.
Okay, I said I was sorry.
It was quite a Christmas party last year.
It was you.
And you are a most remarkable dancer.
Why, thank you, Fred.
Dot? Is that it?
Just do your magic.
Okay. Here goes nothing. Are you prepared to meet your fate? Beware.
Is that the best you can do?
Oh, well, I wasn't really trying, but...
Give it another go.
Are you prepared to meet...
No. Methinks that you could do better, Varlot.
Wait a minute. What did you just call him?
I think he said varlet.
I know who that is.
A friend of yours?
Much more than a mere friend. I have finally been able to break the veil, and now, my dearest Millie, I have come for you.
Does Millie know the spirit? Stan, Dot, and Fred look at her, a myriad of questions running through their minds. Perhaps the answers will present themselves in Act 3. There have been many sightings and reports of ghosts, both good and bad. But as Mark Twain once said, everyone is a moon and has a dark side, which they never show to anybody.
Millie, is there something you'd like to share with the rest of the class?
Dorian? Dorian Michaels?
The one and only. Ah, my sweet Millicent, how I long to hear my name emit from your lips.
Who is Dorian Michaels?
We went to college together.
Such happy times.
Exactly what happy time?
This was long before I met you, Jack.
We had such plans, Millicent.
You had plans, Dorian. I told you that I didn't want anything to do with you.
I knew that you were only joking.
I don't think she was joking.
Quiet, Fred.
Get it through your thick, whatever you call that, skullish blob, that I never wanted you.
I waited at the little restaurant for you for over 3 hours.
I told you I wasn't coming.
You didn't lie, but now everything can be the way it was.
I think I may have something to say in that.
You dare defy me?
Jack, I don't really think we should make it angry.
No, Stan, that's exactly what we should do.
I don't understand.
Come on, you big blowhard. You're just a puff of useless smoke.
Thank you, Fred. Really helpful.
Fred, what are you doing?
It's okay, Dorothy. The angrier he gets, the more energy he uses.
Oh, I get it. You're just an ugly blob that wishes he were human so he can have his precious Millie back. Boo-hoo.
My China!
That's it. I've had enough. Will you shut up?
How dare you?
Oh, I not only dare, I'm telling you. Millie is my wife. Now leave, or so help me, you will never know what rest in peace means.
Millicent, do you really feel that way as well?
I told you back in college, Dorian.
But where am I supposed to go?
Well, I may have a solution to that.
So who is, or rather was, Dorian Michaels?
We were in the same class together in college. He was always chasing me around the campus. I told him I wasn't interested, but he wouldn't take no for an answer.
What happened to him?
Remember a couple of years ago, Jack? At the class reunion, I found out Dorian was killed in an airplane crash shortly after graduation.
Oh, how horrible.
Well, that would explain the formless shadow. He didn't have a body to form in, so all he could manage was a shadow.
Well, he's gone now, isn't he, Fred?
Yep, he's gone.
And we didn't even have to call control this time, thank goodness.
I want to thank you, Fred, for your help. And you didn't need to hide from us.
Kind of hard to explain a ghost in the house.
By the way, Fred, where did you send Dorian?
Oh, someplace to keep someone company.
Fred, you didn't.
It serves her right.
Where did he go?
I believe to the house where Fred's wife is, right, Fred?
You got it. I think they will make a wonderful couple.
Isn't he in for a big surprise?
Only if Dorian does as she says.
Of course, now that the Carsons have met Fred, Jack is more apt to believe Millie whenever she says that she has seen a ghost. Well, most of the time. I'll be back shortly with a final word. There are all kinds of ghost stories, from the terrifying to the comedic. As Samuel Beckett once said, "We're all born straddling the grave." Our cast included William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, Annie Mick, Dave Arkhipov, Nick Davis, and Winslow Swan. The story was written by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Mr. Shepard, you have 30 days to vacate the property.
But I've been here for over 60 years. My father was here before me. I learned the craft of making toys from him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shepard. There's absolutely nothing I can do.
Where am I to go? What about the toys? What about the children?
It's not my concern. The city council decided that this property will be demolished in 30 days, whether you are in it or not.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit that like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
Within your dreams, there are many keys. One of them could open the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Through the Doorway to Nightmare. The baseball player Chili Davis once said, "Growing old is mandatory. Growing up is optional." I like that quote, for I have seen too many people who have forgotten the wonderful world of imagination. Playing and losing yourself in a fantasy world has become almost taboo in today's world.
Mr. Shepard, you have 30 days to vacate the property.
But I've been here for over 60 years. My father was here before me. I learned the craft of making toys from him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shepard. There's absolutely nothing I can do.
Where am I to go? What about the toys? What about the children?
It's not my concern. The city council decided that this property will be demolished in 30 days, whether you are in it or not.
Our mystery drama, The Toymaker, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Dave Archipov, Jonathan Rosignol, William Stafford, Nick Davis, and Annie Mick. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Do you remember going to a department store? You would wait patiently while your parents shopped for, well, whatever it is that grown-ups need or want. Eventually, you would find yourself surrounded by toys. Ah, the wonderful world of toys. Now, if you will join me and just look across the square of this small town, you will see a rather old man. His name is Joshua Shepard, and he is a toy maker. Oh, he is a little slower now. His eyes do not work as well as they did. His muscles ache a little more, yet he still makes toys by hand with an attention to detail. Currently, he is opening the toy store that his father built up many years ago.
Another day, another smile. Hello, my children. Did you have a good evening? Ah, Mr. Jingles, I must take you to the back and repair that small tear in your costume. I'm so sorry that the children are a little rough with you. Now, don't you worry. You'll be as good as new. Perhaps today will be the day that you find a nice new home. And you, little Sally, my finest doll. You're looking very pretty today. Oh, all of you are such treasures.
Mr. Shepard, are you here?
Officer Pierce, so good to see you.
So, how's the world of toys?
Always the same. Happy.
I just stopped by to pick up the ones for the children's home.
I have them right here. It does my heart good to know that these toys will be going to a good home.
You've been doing this a long time, haven't you?
All my life. My father taught me. Oh, he was a good man.
Well, I'm sure the kids will love these.
And how is Mrs. Pierce?
Very well. The baby's only waking us up every 2 hours now.
When you are ready to buy your son his first wooden soldier, I hope that you will come here.
Where else will I go?
Oh my, looks like it's going to be a busy day.
Are you Joshua Shepherd?
Yes, sir. What sort of toy are you looking for? Something for your own child? Or perhaps a niece or nephew?
I'm not here to purchase a toy.
Oh, well, then, yes, I am Joshua Shepherd.
I'm from the Board of Commissioners. This is for you.
Officer Pierce, would you mind? My glasses are in the back.
Sure. Now, wait a minute. This is an eviction notice.
Eviction? What do you mean?
It means that you have to vacate the premises within 30 days.
I don't understand.
According to this entire block of buildings are being demolished. Why would the board want to take out this block?
They're breaking ground on a new courthouse.
What's wrong with the old courthouse?
The board felt that it was becoming obsolete.
How can a building only 7 years old be obsolete?
Please, excuse me, but is there something I can do? Someone I can talk to?
If there were any objections, they should have been made at the monthly board meeting.
Who goes to those things?
Nevertheless, if there was a problem,
what am I going to do?
You have 30 days to decide that.
Yes, sir. What can I do? Oh, Mr. Joshua.
I'm sorry, dear lady. Do I know you?
It's Nancy. Nancy Lawrence. Well, Nancy Wilkins now. My dad used to bring me to your shop every Saturday.
Oh, yes. Little Nancy. Now, let me see. You received as your first toy now, don't tell me. Oh, yes. Marvelous Mavis.
That's right. I can't believe you remember that.
I always know where my children go. Tell me, do you still have her?
No, my daughter took her when she turned 5. She loves her.
That is wonderful. So why haven't I seen you at the shop?
Well, you know, between the job and trying to raise 2 boys and a girl, things get a little tight.
I completely understand. Business has not been so good lately, but I am always hopeful.
Now, what can the clerk of court do for our resident Toymaker?
Oh, yes. I almost forgot. I received this today. Is there anything that I can do?
Oh my. I am so sorry, Mr. Joshua. They voted on this last week. There really isn't anything I can do. You might want to consult an attorney.
I do not have the money for such things. Well, I suppose that I will just...
Mr. Joshua? Are you okay? Do I need to call a doctor?
No, my dear. I'll be fine. Tell me, I don't really know these sort of things. Who is on the Board of Commissioners?
Now that I can help you with. Here.
Thank you.
Oh, and I will bring the kids to the shop this Saturday. I promise.
I look forward to it. Now, let's see. Yes, Mr. Jingles, you have a wonderful new suit. You understand that this is necessary. We must save the store. Now, let me just check the detonator. Yes. All the wires are hooked correctly. By this time tomorrow, Mr. Alfred Jackson, the head of the Board of Commissioners, will no longer be a problem.
Joshua places the doll into a box, checking the address. He walks down to 8th Street and leaves the package on the doorstep of Mr. Alfred Jackson. He then casually strolls back to his shop. We will casually stroll into Act 2 shortly. Joshua Shepard is a local businessman with a rather unique trade. He makes toys for children. He has been doing this since he was a child himself. Now he is looking at eviction from the building that has been his shop for over 50 years.
Mr. Joshua, it's Nancy.
Oh, Nancy. I was in the workshop. What can I do for you?
After you stopped in yesterday, I just had to come and see you. Oh my, the place hasn't changed a bit. Oh, there's Sally.
You remember? Yes, poor Sally. She's still here. I've not been able to find a home for her.
Would you perhaps be willing to let me take her home?
If you are willing to take care of her, she's yours.
How much?
For you, my best customer for so many years, take her. At least I will know that she has a good home before I...
Oh, that reminds me. Did you hear what happened to Mr. Jackson?
Who is this Mr. Jackson?
Oh, he's on the board of commissioners. Anyway, he died last night.
Oh my, how?
Someone delivered a bomb. They say it killed him instantly.
That is a shame. So what happens to the building?
Well, I don't know. As far as the order, it's still valid.
Oh, that is distressing. Perfect, Jack. Perfect. You will do nicely. A few cranks of your key and Miss Marcia Jackson will cease to exist. My friend, Officer Pierce, how are you today?
Not so good, Joshua. Not good at all.
Oh, what is the matter?
Well, we've had 2 deaths in the last 2 days. You know our force. I walk a beat, but I'm also a detective.
What happened?
Martha Jackson was killed last night. Another bomb. Second one in 2 days.
That's terrible.
Yeah. So, listen. Did either of the victims ever come into your place?
Officer, why would people like that come into my humble establishment?
Oh, no reason. So you didn't know either one of them?
Affairs of state are not my concern. Presently my concern is what to do with all my lovely children.
I understand. Just want you to know that Frank Milken is being guarded.
Who is that?
The last of the commissioners.
Is our little toy maker also a killer? I can understand his reasoning, but to go to such extreme measures? Perhaps we will find out more when I return with Act 3. Sweet childish days that were as long as 20 days are now. So said William Wordsworth. And when that magical time of childhood goes away, what are we then left with?
Oh, my children, we have been through so much together, and here we are, the last day. They are going to build the courthouse whether I'm here or not. Hello? Who's there? Mr. Jingles, where did you come from? You must have been blown clear of the explosion. Yes, that's it. Oh, and look at you. Well, I can fix you right up a few stitches, and you'll be as good as new.
Joshua, you in here?
I'll be right there. Now, Mr. Jingles, you be good and sit right here next to the detonator.
Thought I might stop by and give you a hand.
Oh, I appreciate that. I'm just worried about my children.
You know, that was not the only reason that I came here.
And what might the other reason be?
This is Mr. Milken.
That's Frank Milken, Mr. Shepard.
He's from the Board of Commissioners.
I just need you to sign these papers and then...
I know, and then Officer Pierce, you must take me away from my children.
Why, Joshua? Why did you kill those people? I was the investigating detective. I found parts of the toys that you used to place the explosive. I just want to know why you did it.
I thought that perhaps they would not evict me. I was wrong. 2 people died and I still have to get out.
But why toys?
My toys? Why, they are my children. I created them with my own 2 hands. I poured my blood, sweat, and tears into them. From my own 2 hands, I gave them the breath of life. They're alive to me. They're alive to other children. I suppose that you're going to arrest me.
I'm afraid I have to.
And about time, I say. This toy shop, it went out with buggy whips and radio tubes. Who would want anything like this anyway? I say good riddance.
No! You will not talk about my children that way.
You see, officer? Crazy as a bedbug. Arrest him.
I'm sorry, Officer Pierce. You've been a good and kind friend to this old man. I cannot allow you to do that.
Make it easy on yourself. I promise. I'll do everything that I can. I'll even hire a lawyer for you.
I have committed murder. I have admitted it freely to an officer of the law. There's only one thing left to do.
Hey, what is that?
That is a detonator. I spent all night last night wiring all of my children together. There's enough explosives all around this shop to level the building.
Come on, Joshua. You don't really want to do this.
I knew you were crazy, but that's just insane.
Please, Officer Pierce, take care of my children.
I promise. Now let's go.
Very well. Goodbye. I will miss each and every... Mr. Jingles, no, don't...
Nancy, are you still awake?
I'm sorry, Allan. I just couldn't sleep. What with the toy shop blowing up and poor Joshua inside?
No, now don't forget that police officer, Pierce, and Frank Milken. You know, they were in there as well.
I know. I just wish that there was something I could have done to help Mr. Joshua.
Nancy, he killed 2 people. Well, 4 if you include who he took with them. Now just try to forget it. I'm going to get something from the kitchen. Do you want anything?
No, I just want to sit here for a little while. I'll be up in a few minutes.
Okay. But don't stay up all night. Try to get some rest.
Poor Joshua. What was that? Martha? Is that you? I thought you were in bed, honey. You can play with your toys tomorrow. Now go to bed. What is that? Mr. Jingles? How did you... Is it really you?
Nancy stares at the doll, wondering how it managed to survive the explosion. She picks it up and cradles it in her arms, singing a soft lullaby. I will have a final word when I return shortly. The author Sarah Addison Allen asked, "Don't you wish that you could take a single childhood memory and blow it up into a bubble and live inside it forever?" Ah, the imagination of a child. For some reason, it tends to get lost as we grow older. Yours won't get lost, because all you have to do is join me right here through the doorway to nightmare. Our cast included Dave Arkhipov, Jonathan Rosignol, William Stafford, Annie Mick, Nick Davis. The script was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
But it has to be there.
James, I know that you want to believe there really is an Atlantis, but no one has ever been able to find it. It's only a myth.
I'm telling you, Ernest, I have found it. I'm so sure that I've already put together an expedition.
But you've never dived in your life.
But you have. That's why I need you.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, it's Crimson. If you enjoy these plays, please hit that like button. That way we know. Don't forget to subscribe and share it with all your friends.
Within your dreams, there are many keys. One of them could open the doorway to nightmare, 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 nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Through the Doorway to Nightmare. How does the poem go? Water, water everywhere, and not a drop to drink. In Samuel Taylor Coleridge's poem, The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, water is around us, but is often not clean or safe.
But it has to be there.
James, I know that you want to believe there really is an Atlantis, but no one has ever been able to find it. It's only a myth.
I'm telling you, Ernest, I have found it. I'm so sure that I've already put together an expedition.
But you've never dived in your life.
But you have. That's why I need you.
Our mystery drama, Water, Water Everywhere, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Dave Arkhipov, Raven Adams, Crimson McKenzie, Will Dorman, and William Stafford. It is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The lost city of Atlantis, a place that no one in our time has ever seen. Oh, it has been written about in song, in books, and in movies, and it has not stopped James Reynolds from devoting his life to finding it.
Ah, James, so good to see you.
It has been a long time, Ernest. Glad you could come.
Well, You sounded so urgent on the telephone.
That's because it is urgent.
I'm all ears, James.
You know the research that I've been working on, right?
Oh, now, wait a minute. You called me all the way up here to talk about Atlantis. Come on, James. It's only a myth.
And I have found it.
How? You never leave this place. At least as far as I know. How could you have possibly found the lost city of Atlantis?
You're right, Ernest. I have devoted the last 20 years of my life to finding it. I've collected every scrap I could on the subject. And now, I really think that I've found it.
James, this obsession of yours.
Yes! An obsession! Imagine it, Ernest. The secrets that are held there. The things we could discover for all mankind.
Whoa, wait a second, buddy. What do you mean by we?
I've already put together an expedition. I need an experienced diver. Naturally, you were the first person that I thought of.
Naturally. So, tell me, how many people are on this expedition to the land of Oz?
Just you and me. I'm not trusting my find to anyone.
But what exactly have you found?
This.
It's just an old book.
Acquired at an estate sale by my agent. A first edition printing of the Rime of the Ancient Mariner.
How appropriate.
It was what I found inside the pages that interested me. Do you see?
Looks like a map of the ocean, but I don't recognize it.
I didn't either at first. But then, with a little research and fact-checking, I was able to discover the location.
And you believe it to be the lost city. James, there must be hundreds of maps like that sold to tourists every year.
So, you're not interested?
Well, I didn't say that.
Then you will come.
Only to be there for you when your discovery turns out to be nothing.
Here we are. Drop the anchor.
We must be miles away from any shoreline.
At least we have calm seas. Want to get suited up?
Yeah. Now, look, James, I can only stay down there for about 20 minutes.
Just long enough to take some pictures. I'll be on the comlink with you.
Yeah. What would I do without your voice in my head? Visibility is great. I'm taking a few pics of the sea life down here for the university.
Just don't mess around. You've only got about 10 minutes left.
Oh, don't worry. I'm keeping an eye on it.
Tyler, what do you see?
There seems to be some sort of tower formation just ahead.
Get pictures!
I am. Jeez. It goes down into a crevice.
Can you get down there?
Not with this equipment. We will need deep diving suits.
Damn it. Okay, come on back up and let's see those pictures.
On my way. Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
It's some sort of a light? It's coming from the tower.
Tyler, get out of there!
What is that? No. It can't be. It can't. No.
Ernest, you okay, buddy?
Oh, I'm okay, James. But how did I get on the boat?
It sounded like you were choking, and then your radio went dead. I was just getting ready to dive in when you came up.
No, that's not what happened. There was something down there. Something down there that grabbed me.
Octopus? Shark?
No, nothing like any sea creature that I'm familiar with. It was metallic, with arms grabbing at me.
Out of all the places that humans have explored, the sea still holds many secrets yet to be discovered. But the question remains, were they meant to be found? We'll find out shortly with Act 2. Someone once said that the sound and smell of the sea cleanses the soul. It is what lies underneath the ocean waves that can be terrifying.
Are you sure this thing is going to work?
Of course not. It was made by the Army Corps of Engineers.
Just exactly what is this thing?
A deep sea diver, without someone inside. Basically a remote-controlled submarine. The cameras are equipped with infrared film, as well as a spectroscope.
How far down will it go?
Well, it's been tested, but not put to the limit.
But what if that crevice is too deep?
Then I guess we'll find out.
Is that the tower you saw?
That's it.
Oh, I've never seen any markings like that.
Going around it, I'm not sure what that light was, and I hope I don't see it again.
If this is the Lost City, perhaps it was some sort of defense mechanism.
The sub is right at the edge. I'm turning on the lights and heading down.
Just take it slow. We need to get as many pictures as possible.
Camera's on automatic. We're taking pictures every 5 seconds.
Look at that!
Yeah, I see it. I don't believe it.
The lost city of Atlantis! Look at these pictures!
I see them. I never would have believed it.
Oh, I believe it. That entire structure is solid gold, according to all of our instruments.
Just a small chunk of it would pay for the equipment and manpower to get the rest of it.
Is it possible for the sub to retrieve some now?
Oh, I think so. Let me maneuver it around. It's beautiful.
It's almost 3 pounds of pure gold.
In today's market, that's close to, $70,000? A couple of more dives, we could both be millionaires.
Is it very hard to operate that sub?
Have you ever played a video game? There's really nothing to it. My 8-year-old nephew piloted the thing last summer.
So anyone could do it?
Yeah, I suppose so.
That's all I wanted to know.
James, what are you doing? Put the gun down. I'll be missed. They will ask questions.
Very tragically, you drowned while making a dive. Of course, your body will never be found.
James, don't. Please don't. You won't get away with it. I'll find you.
I only believed in Atlantis, not in ghosts. At least you had the decency to be standing by the railing. Saved me the trouble of throwing you overboard and mopping up all your blood.
So you really found it?
Yes, Gail. I really found it.
What was it like?
Wonderful. Everything that I could have dreamed of and more.
Imagine! The lost city of Atlantis. Are you going back?
Unfortunately, no, I will never go back.
But why not? Seems to me you would want to explore the entire city.
My best friend, Ernest Tyler, a very experienced diver, lost his life there.
How dreadful.
Yes, it was a terrible accident. So I vowed never to return.
Is that why you live here? In the desert, I mean.
Yes, it is. Even the sound of the ocean fills me with sadness. I found this place 6 months ago.
It's a wonderful house, James.
I'm very glad that you like it.
What is it?
Don't you hear that?
Hear what?
That water dripping somewhere in the house.
I don't hear anything. Now come on. You promised me a fabulous dinner tonight. What a great meal. I've never had lobster before.
Yes, it was quite nice. The wine could have been a little better.
Oh, stop. I'm gonna fix us some coffee. And then we can discuss what to do with the rest of our evening.
Gail, did you leave the water running somewhere?
I don't hear anything.
It sounds like it's coming from the bathroom. I'll have a look. You go ahead and make coffee. I was sure that I heard water running in here.
I warned you, James. I told you that I would find you.
Ernest? Is that really you?
Yes. You moved away from the ocean. There is water everywhere.
The author Sylvia Earle once wrote, "With every drop of water you drink, every breath you take, you are connected to the sea, no matter where on earth you live." I'll be back shortly with our final act. Many people have been pulled by the sea and its wonders, both above and below. James Reynolds now has a fear of it.
My God, James, you look awful.
Don't you hear it?
Hear what?
The constant dripping of water.
But I've checked the entire house. There is no water running. And just look at you. When was the last time you had a bath?
I can't go near the shower. I don't dare try to take a bath.
Here, drink this. It will help.
A glass of water? Are you insane?
No, James. But I think that you must be.
Don't you understand?
No, I don't. Just tell me, darling.
It's Ernest. He's come back to...
Are you talking about Ernest Tyler? The diver who drowned?
Yes, yes.
Tell me the truth, James. Did he really drown?
He's in the water, which means he's everywhere. No matter where I go.
James, you're frightening me.
No matter where I live, he can find me. There, do you hear it?
James, I don't hear anything.
I warned you, James. And now, it is time for you to join me. Deep below the ocean.
Tyler, what are you talking about?
That light that I saw, it wasn't a defense. It was them. They saved me once. They took me in. Now, they want you.
Tyler, no!
They want you.
James, you're not well. Let me take you.
No, Tyler, get away. Get away from...
James!
What kind of a case did you bring me?
James Reynolds, some kind of researcher. Moved here about 6 months ago. His girlfriend said that he just dropped dead, right in front of her.
How curious. Where was the body found?
In the living room. Why do you ask?
Are you sure that he wasn't in a pool? Or perhaps the bathtub?
According to the girlfriend, he was in the living room. There was no sign that he was moved.
Then we have a bit of a mystery on our hands.
What do you mean?
The body that is lying on the slab in there drowned. His lungs were full of salt water, and I will swear that he's been underwater for at least 6 months.
Officially, the death of James Reynolds was listed as heart failure due to shock. The unofficial version that the doctor swore by was drowning. I leave it up to you to decide which is more plausible. Think about it until I return shortly. For whatever we lose, like a you or a me, it is always ourself we find in the sea. A quote by E. Cummings, and I think appropriate to our story. The oceans hold many tales that perhaps one day will be told. In the meantime, let the sea hold its secrets for a little while longer. Our cast included Dave Arkhipov, Raven Adams, Crimson McKenzie, Will Norman, and William Stafford. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
And how are we feeling tonight, Mr. Carpenter?
What am I doing here?
Oh, you're going to be fine. I just have to take a little blood.
Was I in an accident?
Now, don't you worry. Everything is going to be fine. You will be out of here in no time.
But where am I?
Why, the hospital, of course.
But why am I in the hospital?
Now, don't you fret over it. I'm sure that you will be, well, taken care of.
Doorway to Nightmare was brought to you in part by Swanage Press.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit that like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
Within your dreams, there are many keys. One of them could open the doorway to nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. Having to spend some time in a hospital can be the most stressful time of anyone's life. For most people, the hospital is the last place that they would want to be. Whether it be through an emergency room or as an outpatient procedure, the antiseptic smell, the parade of nurses and doctors can all be rather overwhelming.
And how are we feeling tonight, Mr. Carpenter?
What am I doing here?
Oh, you're going to be fine. I just have to take a little blood.
Was I in an accident?
Now, don't you worry. Everything is going to be fine. You will be out of here in no time.
But where am I?
Why, the hospital, of course.
But why am I in the hospital?
Now, don't you fret over it. I'm sure that you will be, well taken care of.
Our mystery drama, The Hospital, was suggested from a story by Crimson Mackenzie and adapted especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Crimson Mackenzie and Winslow Swan. Our stars include Jonathan Rosignol, Annie Mick, and Will Dorman. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. It takes quite a dedicated individual to willingly become a part of the healthcare profession. Whether it be a doctor or a nurse, the years of education and training are not for most people. Finding yourself among these professionals in an isolated building can be quite comforting to someone who is in need of their services.
My name is Adam Carpenter. Until some time ago, I was a photographer for the Herald. I don't remember much. The last thing that I recall is being sent on an assignment by my editor. It was pretty simple. Get some pictures of the nightlife of the city. You know, bars, nightclubs, that sort of thing. The last thing I remember, I was being put into an ambulance. I was barely alive when I was admitted to the hospital.
Nurse, what's his blood type?
AB negative.
Are you sure?
The lab ran it twice. So what do you think, Dr. Karen?
We haven't had an AB negative patient in, well, it's been a long time.
Do you think we can?
I'll handle the paperwork. Put him in Ward 7.
It was the last thing that I remember. I watched the overhead lights pass by as I was wheeled into a room. I remember it being dark outside when the nurse came into the room for the first time.
Good morning, Mr. Carpenter. I brought you breakfast. You know, we must keep up our strength. There.
What time is it?
Oh, goodness. I must have left my watch at home. Now, you make sure that you eat. The stronger you get, the better it'll be.
And that's how it was. Or rather, that is how it is. I'm not sure how long I've been here. I've looked at myself and found no casts, bandages, or splints. There's only the IV needle in my arm. I stare at the drip as the fluid is delivered to my system. My eyes feel so heavy. So heavy.
Time for your pill, Mr. Carpenter.
Nurse,
Beckett. But then I've told you that a dozen times.
I'm sorry. I just can't seem to remember anything.
Don't you worry about it. From what I understand, you were pretty banged up when they brought you in here.
Can you tell me when they brought me here?
Oh, well, I was on vacation, so I really don't know. I could check for you.
Yes. And possibly find out what my prognosis is.
Certainly. But right now, let's take this pill so that I can go and check on my other patients.
Another pill? I do remember that. Always at the same time, every day. But I can't tell if it is day or night. The curtains over the windows are always closed. Not a single ray of light comes through. I take a pill, lay back, and watch the fluid from the IV bag drip. My eyes feel heavy, and I drift off to sleep.
Just here to get a little blood, Mr. Carpenter. Now this won't hurt a bit. You know that you have a very rare type of blood, and we can't afford to waste one drop.
Blood? Always taking blood. I'm so weak. Can't get my eyes open. Why do they always want my blood?
All healthcare workers take an oath to heal the sick and to aid humanity. But when you are in a hospital, recovering from an accident, putting all trust in them, it can be hard when you can't remember anything. One begins to imagine all kinds of things, ghastly, inhuman things. I'll be back with that too, shortly. Adam Carpenter has found himself in the hospital after what he assumes has been a rather nasty accident. He is not sure how long he has been under sedation, or even how long he has been in the hospital.
Another day? Or is it?
Good morning, Mr. Carpenter.
Perhaps night? I'm not sure anymore. I've noticed for the first time there's no clock, no phone. I have no way of communicating with anyone, except the nurse.
How are we feeling today? Time to take your pill.
Pills. Always pills. Every day at the same time. Television is always on the same channel. Unsolved Mysteries comes on, and I know it's time for another pill.
We need some more blood, Mr. Carpenter.
Always taking my blood. Not just a sample, but a pint at a time, seems like.
Oh, Mr. Carpenter. It may seem like a lot, but it's really not, sweetie. You have a very special blood type, one of the most rare. And we don't want to waste a single drop.
Pills, blood, sleep. When will this nightmare end?
Hey, buddy. Hey, wake up. Come on, man, wake up.
What? Where am I?
You're in the hospital. Where do you think?
Who are you?
Who, me? Oh, I'm just a day orderly. You were talking in your sleep. I just thought you might be having a nightmare, so I went ahead and woke you up, even though we have been told not to disturb the patients.
It was a nightmare? Wait a minute. Did you say that you were the day orderly?
Yeah, my name's Blake.
I'm Adam. Adam Carpenter.
Yeah, I know. I've seen your chart.
Doesn't the doctor ever come around?
Well, sure he does, all the time.
I've just never seen him. Look, Blake, I'm a photographer for the Herald. Think you could get me out of this bed and to a phone?
Look, Mr. Carpenter, I'm not even supposed to be talking to you. I got a really good thing going here, and I don't want to mess it up.
Listen, I'll pay you. Anything you want.
Look, you seem like a nice guy. Okay, I know why you're here.
What do you mean?
Well, you're in Ward 7, and that ain't good.
Why?
Yeah, look, I've already said too much. You go on back to sleep. The nurse will bring you breakfast up here in a little while.
Blake, please. What's going on?
Mr. Carpenter, you got a family?
No. I'm a confirmed bachelor.
Yeah, well, you should really get a family. You see, that way you're not alone.
What does that have to do with me being here?
You were in some kind of accident, right?
Yeah, so?
And you got a special blood type, right?
I suppose so.
Believe me, a single person here in the hospital with your blood type, you are a perfect candidate.
Candidate for what?
Ward 7.
Good morning, Mr. Carpenter. Now here's your breakfast.
Nurse,
Beckett. Nurse Beckett.
That's right. When do you think that the doctor will be seeing me?
The doctor? Oh, I'm sure he'll be in sometime today to see you. I wouldn't worry too much about it. You just eat and get healthy. After all, you don't want to stay in the hospital forever, do you?
3 meals, pill, more blood. It seems like it takes 8 hours for me to get food. I'm starting to count down when Unsolved Mysteries comes on. That way I know how many times I'm being fed. It only comes on once a day, and yet I'm only being fed once or twice before it comes on again. There goes the IV. Drip, drip.
Hey, Mr.
drip.
Carpenter. Mr. Carpenter, wake up.
Blake?
Yeah, it's me. Look, you seem like a pretty decent guy, so I think it's time you know where you really are.
Where are we?
Well, this is Ward 7. About 15 patients here, including you. Down at the end of the hall there, that's the lab.
Where is everyone?
Well, there isn't anyone else. Only me. During the daytime, anyway. Look, if you want to know what's really going on, don't take the pill when the nurse gives it to you. And whatever you do, be careful.
Time to take your pill.
I was pretty good at sleight of hand when I was younger. The nurse didn't see me hide the pill in my hand as I acted like I took it. I waited for what seemed to be forever, perhaps an hour, before I managed to get out of bed. My legs didn't want to work at first. I felt a wave of nausea sweep over my body. I stood still, letting the feeling pass before I opened the door slightly, making sure that the hallway was clear. I was just about to step out when I heard voices.
Nurse Beckett, how is Mr. Carpenter doing?
Oh, just fine. We're getting a pint a day.
Excellent. Everyone pleased?
It's going to be $15K a pint right now to our dedicated patrons.
Once we are done, that price will surely go up.
Have you tried it?
Of course. Best there is. However, I'm not sure how long we will be able to keep him. You can only have so much of a good thing.
Oh, and he was such a nice young man. How much longer do you think we have to wait before we,
Just a tad longer. Then we will sell him to the others.
I want to be sick. What the hell? What the hell are they doing to me? I wait for the doctor and nurse to leave before venturing out. I remember that Blake had showed me the lab. I worked my way down, praying that no one will suddenly see a patient out of his room. I watch as a young man takes a sample of blood and places it under a microscope, making some notes. And then, oh God, I watch him as he picks up the pint bag of blood and pour some into his mouth before sealing it up.
Adam grips his stomach, willing the contents not to come up. He makes his way back to his room and collapses onto the bed. The word that brings up horror and terror swims into his mind, and he wonders if perhaps he is slowly going insane. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly. Vampire. While the word is normally associated with a rather famous count dreamed up by Bram Stoker, a hospital, I would think, would be the last place on Earth where you might find such creatures. For Adam Carpenter, it is the spiral that is sending him downwards to madness.
Time for breakfast. Now make sure that you eat everything.
What time is it?
It's time for breakfast, Mr. Carpenter. It is also time for me to check on the other patients. Enjoy.
I watch her leave. I look down at the food and I have no appetite for anything. Seeing that lab tech begin to sip the blood out of the IV bag has possibly put me off eating again. I wait for Blake to return.
Hey, Mr. Carpenter!
Are you one of them?
So, you know.
What the hell are they?
Just what you think they are.
But that's impossible. This is the 21st century.
What, you don't think that they can exist in this century? I got news for you. They're eternal. They are all over the place. You know, they have learned how to adapt.
Blake, you gotta get me out of here.
Yeah, I know. I'm working on it.
You know? Then you aren't one of them?
And like I told you before, I'm just the day orderly. Nothing special about me.
Blake, I overheard the doctor say that I only have a couple of more days before someone else gets me. What did he mean?
Oh, man. Yeah, it means that I gotta get you out of here. Tonight. Okay. Now, look, you lay on this gurney and play like a stiff. I'm just hoping that no one has come in yet.
Why are you strapping me in?
Don't worry, it's just so you don't accidentally drop an arm or something. Look, don't you understand, Mr. Carpenter? If they find you gone, we're both in trouble.
Blake, lose one today?
Huh? Oh, hi, Nurse Beckett. Yeah, but not from this wing.
Then why are you wheeling it up here?
Well, it was still in pretty good shape, and I thought that the others...
Oh, you and those others. I don't want to hear about it. Just get that thing out of here.
Man, I thought we had it. Are we safe?
Yeah, Mr. Carpenter. We're safe. Well, at least I am.
Undo these straps and let me get out of here.
No, I don't think that's such a good idea.
What are you talking about? Blake, let me up now.
No. I don't think so.
Oh, God. You are one of them.
Me? No, man. I ain't no bloodsucker. Oh, they think that they're the best of the best. Us? We should be lucky to get whatever they throw to us.
What are you talking about?
Well, you see, Mr. Carpenter, they keep the rarest blood types, such as your AB negative,
to supply them and others their little delicacies, like a fine wine. When they found out about yours, geez, they must have been doing cartwheels and high fives.
But you said you weren't one of them.
Hey, I'm not. No, you see, those bloodsuckers would have eventually drained you dry. Then they would have sent for me. But with your rare blood type, even I am looking forward to how the meat will taste.
Blake, what are you talking about?
Well, that's why I get their scraps. Even cannibals like something rare every now and then.
Adam Carpenter, photographer for the Herald newspaper, struggles against the restraints. Blake looks down at him, licking his lips. I'll return shortly. While our story may seem a little on the extreme side, it in no way reflects the efforts of our healthcare professionals to provide the care that patients need. But it might make you think a little if you ever have to go to the hospital. Don't forget your watch, and always, always be able to see out the window. Our cast included Jonathan Rosignol, Annie Mick, Will Dorman, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
What are you doing here, Ma?
I just happened to be in the neighborhood.
You said you were going to go shopping. Does this look like Saks Fifth Avenue to you?
No, it looks like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit that like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
Within your dreams, there are many keys. One of them could open the doorway to nightmare, 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 nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. Comedian Gilda Radner once said that motherhood is the biggest gamble in all the world, an act of infinite optimism. Moms all over the world have such high hopes for their offspring. They are always there for them and are willing to do anything to protect them.
What are you doing here, Ma?
I just happened to be in the neighborhood.
You said you were going to go shopping. Does this look like Saks Fifth Avenue to you?
No, it looks like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Our mystery drama, A Good Boy, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Mick Davis, Rue Snow, Crimson McKenzie, and William Stafford. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Mothers. Even the word elicits memories of childhood. For some, they can be happy. For others, bittersweet. And then there are the few that remember nightmares.
Yes, Mother, I'm fine. How are you? Yes, the weather is fine. How's the weather there? Hello, Mother.
And how did you know it was me?
It's the 21st century, Ma. Haven't you ever heard a caller ID?
Oh, well. How are you, dear?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing marvelous. How's the weather there?
The weather is fine here. How about there?
We had a little bit of rain yesterday, but it's cleared up now.
That's good to hear. So why did you call?
Does a mother need a reason to call her son?
No, I'm sorry.
Apology accepted. The reason that I called was that I'm coming to town to do a little bit of shopping.
No, Mother, I don't need your help.
Who said anything about helping? I didn't say that. I thought that perhaps I could stop in and have a cup of coffee with you. Is that so terrible?
Hi there.
Well, hello yourself.
So what's your name?
Sunny. Sunny Melbourne.
Sunny?
What's so funny?
Well, you gotta admit, it sounds more like a nickname or a weather broadcast. It's sunny in Melbourne today.
My parents were not very imaginative when it came to giving me a name.
I'm Debbie. Starling. My friends call me Star.
Am I considered a friend?
Buy me a drink?
Hey, bartender.
Margarita.
You heard the lady.
So what do you do, Sonny?
You mean for a living?
Of course.
I own a radio network, and I'm an author.
Have I read any of your books?
I don't know. Do you read?
Do I read? Of course I read.
Do you read Stephen Ryan?
You mean the horror writer? That's you?
One and the same.
Oh, wow. I'm actually having a drink with Stephen Ryan? I can't believe it.
Well, believe it. It's really me.
So, how do you come up with those weird, twisted ideas?
Is that the first thing you want to know?
Well, yeah, sure.
Okay. Most of them come from bad dreams. Others are researched. I spend a lot of time looking at true crime shows and scouring the internet for strange stories.
And then you just write them down? That's incredible.
Would you like a personal autographed copy of one of my books?
Really? Are you kidding?
I live nearby. Why don't you come with me to my apartment and I'll get you one?
Wow! This place is huge!
It suits my purpose. So what's your favorite Stephen Ryan novel?
Oh, that's a hard one. You have so many. Although some aren't as good as others.
Really? Like, which ones?
Well, Monster on Maple Street, for one.
And what's wrong with Monsters on Maple Street?
Oh, come on. You have to admit it wasn't your best work. I mean, it was like you were forced to write it.
It took me 8 months to write that novel.
Oh, you have got to be kidding. It read like an old TV movie.
Stop it.
Yeah, like you saw some old movie and just copied it to paper.
I said stop it.
Is that how you get all of your ideas? Just from old movies that no one ever watches anymore and you just steal it?
Shut up!
And it wasn't even scary.
I said to shut up!
No! Please! Stop it! No!
Are you scared now, Debbie? Are you scared now?
You look scared now. Scared and dead. Who is it?
Sonny, it's your mother.
Mothers are a very special breed of human being. They seem to instinctively know when their child is in trouble, and somehow always have a solution. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. According to Robert Browning, all love begins and ends with motherhood. But how far would a mother go to protect her child?
Well, aren't you going to invite me in?
Mother, what are you doing here?
I was in the neighborhood and...
I thought you were going shopping. This is not Saks Fifth Avenue.
Why don't you invite me inside and we can have a cup of coffee and get caught up with each other?
Mother, we have discussed this before. Boundaries, remember? Boundaries!
I haven't seen you in almost 3 weeks. You look like you've lost weight. Are you eating?
I haven't lost weight. Now, please, Mother, I'm very busy right now.
Too busy for your mother. No, I won't take no for an answer. You are going to let me in right this minute.
Fine. You want to come in? Then be my guest. Now are you happy?
Well, who is she?
Some girl I met at the bar. Who cares?
I care. All right. So is she somebody who may be missed?
I don't know.
Well, is she somebody from the neighborhood?
I don't know.
Then what do you know?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know!
All right. You don't know who she is, or where she comes from, or if she has a family that might look for her.
Mother, will you lay off?
Now, how can I do that? Now, you need me.
No, I don't. Can't you get it through that thick skull of yours that I don't need you?
You don't have to be so rude. Now, how am I supposed to get rid of the body? This isn't one of your so-called books.
I can manage, Mother.
Oh, you mean like the other times?
Please, Mother.
What about last month and that girl from the theater? You certainly managed that well enough.
Now, this one wasn't my fault.
Oh, no. What about Boston, Atlanta, the 3 girls in California? And who came in, helped you? Mother. That's who. And what about the times before that? And the time before that? How many times have I told you do not kill anyone in your own home?
She made me mad.
And how did she do that?
She laughed at me, and she made fun of my work.
Your work? How can you possibly call those horrid little books work?
They give me a living, don't they?
I'm telling you, Sonny, this is absolutely the last time. Do you understand? I cannot keep bailing you out of these... That's it, period.
What am I gonna do, Mother? They'll find me this time.
No one is going to find you.
They'll put me away.
No one is going to find you or what you have been doing. Oh, no. Hush, my baby boy. Wasn't I there for you when you killed your father?
Yes, you were.
And when you killed that girl from Boston? Did the police ever find out about you?
No.
So you see, mothers do look out for their children no matter what.
Yes, you do. You've always been good to me.
And that's why it pains me to do what I have to do.
What do you mean?
Sonny, I have already contacted the police.
You what?
I am tired of cleaning up after you.
What have you done, Mother?
I did the only thing that I could do. The only sensible thing that I could do.
Louisa May Alcott once said that mothers can forgive anything, that even though the whole world should turn from you, they will never let you go. You don't let go until I return with Act 3. Mothers, they are the ones that nurture the children. When someone gets into trouble, it is usually the mother that is called upon to help out.
What have you done? What have you done?
I did the only thing that I could do. The only sensible thing that I could do. You have a problem. A very serious problem that I should have addressed long ago.
When, Ma? When should you have addressed my problem? When I cut Dad's head off? When I stabbed that girl 37 times for my birthday? When I cut the heart out of...
Enough! I cannot do this anymore. You are my only son, and I will help you with an attorney.
Please, Ma! Please! You can't let them take me away. It was all her fault anyway. She laughed at me.
I know, son. I know. There, my baby boy. It will be all right. Mama will keep you safe.
You won't let them take me, will you?
I won't let them take you. Now hush. Remember the stories I used to tell you when you were little?
You mean the ones about Gacy and Manson?
Yes, yeah.
What about them?
Why do you think I told you those stories?
You said it was to help me.
Not just to help you, sweetheart. I told you those stories so that you would learn from their mistakes.
I tried, Ma. I tried real hard to learn.
Unfortunately, you didn't learn. You have killed a great number of people, but this one you killed in your own home.
I'm sorry, Ma. I'm sorry.
I know you are.
Are they coming?
Yes, son. They are coming.
Please don't let them take me, Ma. Please.
I won't, son. I won't. Is this the knife you used?
The one in the sink? Why?
We wouldn't want some detective finding it, now would we?
No, I guess not. But what about the...
They will never take you away. Would never let that happen. I am so sorry, son. Just a minute. Yes?
Sorry to disturb you, ma'am, but we've had a report of a gas main leak. We're asking everyone to evacuate the area.
I will leave immediately. Thank you for letting me know.
Is there anyone else in here?
No, no one.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. There is not another living soul in here.
W.R. Wallace said that the hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. For Patricia, a sacrifice had to be made to keep the world in order. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Ask yourself, what would you do to protect your child? Could they tell you anything, even if it was something bad? Would you listen? Would you help? Our cast included Mick Davis, Rue Snow, Crimson McKenzie, and William Stafford. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
She was my life, my one shining star. We were inseparable.
Mr. Ravenscroft, I'm here to bring closure to your grief. Your wife has been gone for 20 years, and I understand that you need to move on.
No, Miss Crowley. You do not understand. You were here to bring Amber back.
Of course, her spirit. She is restless and needs to know that you are going to be okay.
Not her spirit, Miss Crowley. Amber, soul, and body.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Within your dreams, there are many keys. One of them could open the doorway to nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. I'm gone now, but I'm still very near. Death cannot separate us. Each time you feel a gentle breeze, it is my hand caressing your face, wrote the poet Mary M. Green. The dark shadow of death has touched all of us at some point. It is how we handle that darkness that makes us who we are.
She was my life, my one shining star. We were inseparable.
Mr. Ravenscroft, I'm here to bring closure to your grief. Your wife has been gone for 20 years, and I understand that you need to move on.
No, Miss Crowley. You do not understand. You were here to bring Amber back.
Of course, her spirit. She is restless and needs to know that you are going to be okay.
Not her spirit, Miss Crowley. Amber, soul, and body.
Our mystery drama, Amber's Meat Suit, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Mick Davis, Crimson McKenzie, and Jonathan Rosignol. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. They say that there are only two guarantees in life, death and taxes. And while there are those who manage to avoid the latter, no one has ever avoided that dark angel.
Mr. Ravenscroft?
You must be Leah Crawley.
Yes, you called for my services.
Please, come in.
Thank you. You have quite an impressive home, Mr. Ravenscroft.
Please, call me Ken. Yes, most impressive, imposing, and
empty.
I am so sorry for your loss.
Thank you, Miss Crawley. Amber was my life. She was everything that I ever needed.
How long has it been since her passing?
This Friday, it will have been exactly 20 years.
20 years? You have been grieving all this time? You poor man.
No, Miss Crawley, not grieving. I've been preparing.
I don't understand, Mr. Ravens. I mean, Ken. Preparing for what?
For Amber's return, of course.
Her return? Oh, yes. Her spirit coming to you from beyond.
No, Miss Crawley. I've been preparing for the last 20 years for the return of my wife, Amber.
But that is not what happens, Ken.
This Friday night at 11:13, the very minute that she passed away, she will return.
Where are we going?
To her final resting place. Temporarily.
Oh my God. You have buried her on the property?
Of course not. Her beauty could never be buried in the cold, ugly ground. I had this mausoleum built special for Amber. Her body has been perfectly preserved.
So, what would you like for me to do?
Miss Crawley, I've checked into your work. You are the most honest, sincere medium that I have ever come across.
How many spiritualists have you consulted?
Several, Miss Crawley. I'm sure that you will find the majority of spiritualists, as you call them, are nothing more than magicians with a fancy bag of tricks. You, on the other hand, are not.
I like to think of myself as a conduit to the spirit world.
Now, don't be modest. I've read the accounts of your extraordinary abilities.
So, why did you seek me out?
Because, Miss Crawley, you are real. You do not seek publicity. You work out of your home. You do not advertise. People come to you as I'm coming to you now.
I appreciate that. Why don't we go back into the house and perhaps, just perhaps, I will be able to communicate with your wife.
Yes, that is exactly what I want you to do.
Spirits, we call upon you to reach out to us. Gather your forces together. We are here to contact Amber Ravenscroft. Seek her. Bring her to us. Why have you disturbed my slumber? We are seeking the spirit of Amber Ravenscroft. Her husband needs desperately to speak with her. The veil cannot be broken. She is at peace and wishes him a good life. My time is short and I must leave. We thank you for the message of hope and peace. Love and light be with you.
Very impressive, Miss Crawley. How much was that brief encounter?
Oh, I never ask for money, Mr. Ravenscroft. If you feel the need to donate, I will...
Of course. Will this be enough for your time?
Oh, Mr. Ravenscroft, this is more than enough. Thank you.
So you will be here Friday night?
Well, I'm not sure.
It will be well worth your time.
Please, Ken. I'd rather not discuss any...
Half my fortune.
I beg your pardon?
Half of everything that I have, if you will just come back Friday night and bring Amber to me.
Death leaves a heartache no one can heal. Love leaves a memory that no one can steal. And while they say that love can conquer all, it has yet to conquer the cold grave. I'll return shortly with Act 2. There have been many people who claim to be in touch with the spirit world. Some of them famous, others working out of small homes or apartments. It is a subject that many have an opinion about, but very few have had an actual encounter with.
So, how did it go? Another one of your $50 guppies?
No way, George. This is a big one. A great big fat whale.
Really? So how much is this whale gonna spout out?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
So what happened?
Oh, you know, the usual. I went into my trance and found out through my spirit guide that Mr. Ravenscroft is wanting to get in touch with his wife from the great beyond. It's been 20 years since she died, and now he's been having trouble sleeping thinking about her.
Aha! So all that information I got from the local pharmacist paid off.
What information was that?
You know damn well what information. How Ravencroft was trying to get sleeping pills without a prescription.
That would have been very, very useful to me. Why didn't you tell me that?
I did tell you that.
No, you always think that you told me things. I have to go through heaven and hell with my spirit guide to find things out.
Spirit guide my ass. It's me. It's always me.
Regardless, Mr. Ravenscroft has convinced himself that I will be able to bring his poor departed wife back this Friday. And he is willing to pay handsomely.
Well, come on. How much?
Half of his entire estate.
Half? Of everything?
That's right.
Dollars?
Yes, George. Good old-fashioned cash.
Now, wait a minute. Did you say this Friday?
Yes, this Friday. Is that going to be a problem?
2 days to prepare. I suppose I could move the projectors into the front room and...
Oh, no, George. This time it won't be at my place. He wants the seance to be at his home.
For Christ's sake, his place? There's no way I can have everything wired for sound and picture at his place. Not in 2 days.
For half an estate worth millions? I'm sure that your skills are up for the challenge.
Ah, Leah, to what do I owe the honor of your visit?
I wanted to come by to prepare for tomorrow night.
By all means, please, come in.
You see, Ken, the area in which I am to contact the other world must be cleansed of all negative energy. It does take some time to make sure the room is clear.
I understand. Well, here's the living room. Will this be sufficient for your needs?
This is perfect. Now, I've brought some white sage and a few other incense. You do not object to me burning these, do you?
That is fine. Do you need anything else from me?
Oh, no. Tomorrow night I will cleanse you as well as myself from any negative energy. That way it will be easier to contact the spirit world.
And I shall leave you to it. Unfortunately, I have to make a few preparations of my own, which means a trip to the city. Will you be all right on your own?
Oh, yes. This does require a bit of time and patience.
My trip should not take more than a couple of hours. Please, just lock the door on your way out. And thank you again.
Is he gone?
Yes, George. He's gone. I can only assume by your presence that you were able to break in through the kitchen door.
Yeah. Piece of cake, babe. Now, show me, where will you be sitting?
I believe on the sofa is the most advantageous place.
Perfect. I think I can set the projector right on the mantel just above the fireplace there.
And the speakers?
I think one right by the chair where he's gonna sit should do it.
Now don't screw this up. We are talking about retirement money.
This is buy an island type of money.
What was that?
Must be a window open somewhere.
Now don't overdo this. We don't need fans blowing spiritual winds on this one.
Just the projector and the speakers. I don't dare put much more up than that. Remember, we gotta get this stuff out of here before he finds them.
By then, we shall be far, far away.
Hey, did you hear that?
You didn't leave a tape playing somewhere, did you?
There has never been any scientific evidence that someone can contact a spirit from the other side, but there have been many who claim that they can do it. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly. When the escape artist Harry Houdini passed away, he made a promise to his wife. If he could find a way, he would return to her. Every Halloween night, for over 60 years, a seance was held. Houdini never appeared. Out of all of the shackles and chains that he had escaped from, death was the one that he could not master.
Mr. Ravenscroft, Ken, clear your mind. Let go of all the cares in the world. Concentrate on your wife, Amber. Think of her face, her voice, her gestures. Put all of your thoughts directly into her.
Yes, Amber, I'm here. I'm waiting for you.
We are gathered in this magic circle to contact the spirit of Amber Ravenscroft. Yes, the spirits are converging. We seek the one who was called in life, Amber Ravenscroft. Come forth. Yes, come forth and bring peace to Kenneth Ravenscroft. Yes, Amber, come into our circle.
Exactly what are you doing, Miss Crowley?
Please, Ken, do not disturb the circle. Amber is close.
And I thought you were genuine.
Mr. Ravenscroft, what are you doing?
Where is it? I know it's here. Aha! How do you explain this?
Please, Mr. Ravenscroft.
A small speaker. Really? Was that the best you could do? And I see over here, up on the mantel, a projector. Is this how I was supposed to see my Amber?
I don't know what you are talking about. I do know that you have broken the circle and the spirits.
You can come out now. The game is over.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, please, Miss Crowley. You have a partner. Come on out. The con is over.
Look, a spirit comes to guide us. What message from Amber have you brought us?
Oh, knock it off, Leah. He knows.
Ooh, you idiot!
Do not be angry at your spirit guide. I was so hoping that you would be the one. But alas, it's not to be.
Sir, We are very sorry for your loss, but hey, come on. 20 years?
You still do not understand, do you, young man? Amber is coming back.
Yeah, sure she is. I'm sure that you believe that, or at least you want to believe it.
I think someone is at the door.
You both are such fools, meddling about in a world you have no business in.
George? I think we need to be going.
Going? Oh, my dear, you must stay and meet Amber.
But isn't your wife dead?
For 20 years. You see, it's almost 11:13. Why, Miss Crawley, do you think that I picked you? You were open and honest about your so-called abilities. If you had been genuine, then Amber would have been able to return to me.
Leah, what is he talking about?
I'm not sure.
Each year, on the anniversary of her death, I try to find a subject, a female subject who will be suitable for her. For 20 years I have searched. You were supposed to be the one.
Do you mean you actually believe that your wife was coming back and taking over Leah's body?
It would have worked.
But that's crazy. Come on, George, let's get out of here.
I'm afraid it's too late for that. You see, Amber is coming, and now she is hungry.
Oh, Jesus. Leah, look out!
What the hell is that?
It is exactly 11:13. Ah, Amber, so good to see you. I hope that your meal is satisfactory. You even have a second course. Perhaps next year, my dear Amber, we will find someone who will suit you.
Kenneth Ravenscroft shakes his head sadly. He knows that another year will pass by before he can try to bring Amber back from her grave. You make it back here for a final word. There have been many examples given of people who contacted the spirit world. There are equally as many con artists who use the knowledge that they discover against their marks. And still, I wonder if not only would it be possible to bring a spirit back from the dead, but the body itself. Something to ponder as you lay in your bed tonight. Our cast included Mick Davis, Crimson McKenzie, and Jonathan Rosignol. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Uncle, please! I have to have that money!
Perhaps if you didn't gamble, you would have the money.
These people are dangerous. Do you know what they could do?
I would really like to help you, Danielle. I really would.
You have a treasure around here. Although looking at the way you live, you wouldn't know it.
There is no treasure, Danny.
So why don't I believe you?
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your
terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit that like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
Within your dreams, there are many keys. One of them could open the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. Are you a collector? I find the world of collectibles fascinating. There are those who collect stamps, comic books, coins, and even toys. Some people will spend millions of dollars on their collections, while others, it is simply a hobby.
Uncle, please! I have to have that money!
Perhaps if you didn't gamble, you would have the money.
These people are dangerous. Do you know what they could do?
I would really like to help you, Danielle. I really would.
You have a treasure around here. Although looking at the way you live, you wouldn't know it.
There is no treasure, Danny.
So why don't I believe you?
Our mystery drama, One Man's Treasure, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Crimson McKenzie, Mick Davis, Raven Adams, and Jonathan Rosignol. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Danielle Woodring, a young woman whose life has spiraled out of control. After her parents died, she was raised by her Uncle Boris. While he tried to give her a good life, the money that she inherited only promoted her need for that demon that seems to plague so many. Gambling.
How much is she in for?
At least $100,000.
You know, Blake, she's a good kid.
You know my policy, Artemis.
Yeah, I know.
We let one deadbeat get away with it, everyone's gonna think we're pushovers.
She said that she has a proposition.
You mean she's here?
Yeah.
Hey, if she wants to do a movie or go out on the street, I'm all for it. As long as I get my money, I don't care.
All right, I'll show her in.
Mr. Blake?
Sit down, Danielle.
Danny, if you don't mind.
Whatever you say. Now, Danny, Artemis tells me that you have a proposition to pay back your loan.
I have an uncle, my Uncle Boris. He's got money. I'm going up north to see him, and I'm sure that he will help me.
Why am I under the impression that there's a butt coming?
It is gonna take a few days.
I see.
A week at the most, I promise.
I think we both know about your promises.
Please, Mr. Blake, I can get the money. I just need a little more time.
Artemis, what are you doing?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Blake.
You and those antiques.
It's just a hobby.
Some hobby. You couldn't afford to get any anyway.
I just like to read about it.
Try a book. A real book. With words and no pictures?
I'm sorry.
Sorry. You're always sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Enough already. Now, Danny, how sure are you of this, Uncle Boris?
I'm positive. He loves me.
I sure hope so. For your sake. I'll give you 1 week.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blake.
Don't thank me yet, darling. 1 week. After that, your time is up. Capiche?
Danielle?
Hi, Uncle.
What brings you way out here?
I thought it was time for a visit.
Come in. It has been too long.
How have you been?
Oh, you know, the same old aches, the same old pains. Every year they get a little worse, but I'm still kicking.
Does Miss Blanchard still come out?
Of course. I can't believe that she will still come out 3 times a week, even after I'm gone.
Oh, Uncle, you always knew how to make me laugh.
You have a beautiful smile, Danielle. You should always wear it. Come, in here.
Can I pour you a drink?
If you don't mind.
Usual?
Is there any other?
There you go.
Thank you, my dear. Oh, just right. Now, sit down and tell me everything that you know.
That should only take a minute.
Oh, Danielle, how is work?
Work is, work.
The top photographer on the magazine, and you say work is work? What exciting places have you been?
I don't work for the magazine anymore.
Danielle, what happened?
Oh, a stupid argument with a publisher that didn't know how to keep his hands to himself.
Tell me you gave him a swift kick right in his...
He won't be singing bass for a while.
That's my girl. So, what are you doing with yourself?
Just some freelance work. I sold a layout to Wonder magazine last month.
Well, you look happy.
I am.
What about... Oh, what was his name?
Don't even mention him.
Out of the picture?
Out of the world as far as I'm concerned.
I am sorry, Danielle.
Now, why is it that you are the only person that I will allow get away with calling me Danielle?
Because you love me. And I love you. Which is why I have waited so long to ask the question.
What question is that, Uncle?
What really brought you all the way out here?
Danielle takes a long drink, her nerves suddenly tensing up. She is thinking about how to approach her uncle so that she can save her own life. I'll return shortly with Act 2. Danielle Woodring has made a trek to the country to visit her Uncle Boris. She has only 1 week to pay back a rather dubious character named Blake $100,000. Boris has now confronted Danielle to find out why she has chosen to visit him.
Uncle, what makes you think I want to ask you anything?
Child, I know you too well. Ever since I answered the door, I knew that there was something troubling you.
I could never hide anything from you, could I?
Now why would you try? You know that when your parents died, I promised to take care of you. I've never forgotten that promise.
And you do want to help me, right?
In any way I can.
Okay, I might need some money.
Of course. Is that the only problem? How much do you need?
Uncle Boris, I would need a lot.
Anything for you, Danielle.
100,000?
$100,000? Danielle, why so much?
Oh, Uncle, I'm not doing well at all. I lost my job, my fiance, my apartment.
What happened?
I don't know what happened.
You can fool some people with that talk, Danielle Woodring, but not your Uncle Boris.
I don't understand.
It's the problem again, isn't it?
Yes.
Gambling. I have told you and told you.
And what about you?
What about me?
You and all of this junk. How much have you spent?
That has nothing to do with... You have a problem, and now you want me to pay for it.
I just need a little. Just a little of my inheritance.
That money is safe, and it will remain that way.
I need it. You don't know these people. They're dangerous.
Then you should call the police. Let them protect you.
God. You don't understand.
Danielle, I do understand. You don't understand. I have no fortune.
What?
I'm not sitting on a mountain of wealth.
But you told me.
I told you that I was comfortable, and I am.
Look, old man. I need that money.
Danielle, please listen to me.
You have it. You know you do. I need it.
Please, Danielle,
Uncle?
Danielle, please, my medicine. I need...
What medicine?
On the desk. Over there. Please, Danielle.
All the way across the room.
Please, Danielle.
Silly place for something that can help you, isn't it?
Danielle, please.
Is it this? Oh, it's very hard to open.
Please.
Oh,
Danielle.
there we go.
Please.
Oopsie.
Please.
Silly me.
Danielle, please.
Why don't you just come over here and help me? I'm doing my best, Uncle. Just like you said that you would help me. I'm doing my best to help you. Like you were supposed to help me.
Danny, please.
Oh, Danny, is it? You could have just got it yourself.
Danielle.
Now, I can look for your hidden treasure. Huh? Uncle?
Things have certainly taken a turn for the worse. Danielle looks at the body of her uncle lying dead on the floor. She begins to think of places not to hide the body, but to look for a treasure. We shall look into Act 3 shortly. Danielle Woodring sits in the library shortly after the body of her uncle has been taken away. The police are satisfied that Boris has indeed died of natural causes.
All right. Uncle Boris, where is it? You never leave the house. I remember, as a child, you always had money, but you never left the house. So where is it? Where in this godforsaken house In the middle of nowhere did you hide all that money? It has to be here. Somewhere! Where have you hidden it? It has to be here. Somewhere. Damn it, Uncle! Where is it? They're gonna kill me! Don't you understand? I have to have that money today! Not tomorrow. Today! Where is it, you miserable old bastard?
Danielle.
Who's there? Uncle Boris? Uncle Boris, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
It's all right, child. I understand.
Please, Uncle, please, just tell me where you hid your fortune.
It is why I have returned from the grave. I am giving up my mortal rest to help you. In the basement, behind the far stone wall, press on the fourth brick down. Inside you'll find all of my treasures.
Thank you, Uncle Boris, thank you. I'm so sorry.
It's all right, my sweet Danielle. Now that I am gone, I have seen all that there is to be. You will get everything you deserve.
What is this? What is this?
Looks like a room full of junk.
Blake!
Yes, Mr. Blake. Well, I'm here. Exactly 1 week later. Do you have my money?
It has to be here somewhere.
All I see is a whole lot of junk. Look, an old oil lamp. Bunch of dusty books. Hey, you found the mother lode. A little red wagon. You know, I used to have one of these when I was a kid. Now, where's my money?
I just need a little more time.
I'm sorry, Danny. I'm afraid your time is up. Artemis?
Artemis, please.
It's just business, Danny.
No!
Let's get out of here.
Hey, Mr. Blake.
Come on, I need a shower.
Oh, wait a second. Look at this.
Artemis, I'm tired. I am very, very tired. You know how I get when I get tired.
Will you just look at this for a second, please?
What? Did you find the Holy Grail?
I think I did.
Congratulations. You found an old dusty book.
Not just a book. This is a first edition Edgar Allan Poe.
A book is a book, so what of it?
No, I was just reading about this. Blake, one of these just sold at auction for over $600,000.
Well, isn't that a shame? What do you know? I guess Danny could have paid me back after all. And then some. Let's go.
Neither a borrower or lender be, according to Ben Franklin. And when and if you borrow, you should always read the fine print. I understand that the interest rate can be quite high. I'll be back shortly. And how does that old adage go? One man's trash is another man's treasure. What some may perceive as junk may well be worth a lot more. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Mick Davis, Raven Adams, and Jonathan Rosignol. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Dot, this is costing us a fortune.
I know, Stan. I know.
Dorothy, there's a small problem in the backyard.
Nothing about this is small. What is it?
Well, it seems the werewolves were not too keen on the ground round.
They had better be thankful they got that. I mean, who do they think they are?
Something has got to be done about this. And I mean now.
Oh, Control swore that the head office was working on the problem.
They need to work faster. I don't know how much more of this I can take.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you by Swanage Press.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit that like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
Within your dreams, there are many keys. One of them could open the doorway to nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. It seems that in every generation there is a homeless problem. Oh, there have been temporary solutions, but the plight of the disenfranchised seems to go on and on.
Dot, this is costing us a fortune.
I know, Stan. I know.
Dorothy, there's a small problem in the backyard.
Nothing about this is small. What is it?
Well, it seems the werewolves were not too keen on the ground round.
They had better be thankful they got that. I mean, who do they think they are?
Something has got to be done about this. And I mean now.
Oh, Control swore that the head office was working on the problem.
They need to work faster. I don't know how much more of this I can take.
Our mystery drama, Hauntings Haunted Takeover, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. Our stars include Crimson McKenzie, William Stafford, Mark Wheeler, Dave Arkhipov, Annie Mick, and Winslow Swan. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Our story begins on a quiet evening at the home of Stan and Dorothy Peters and their resident ghost, Fred. It's a tranquil moment in the house, and it has been quite some time since anything of a ghostly nature has happened.
That was a wonderful movie, Stan.
You are most welcome, my beautiful angel.
Well, wait, what happened to Fred?
I think he dropped off about 20 minutes into the movie.
I guess he doesn't like romantic comedies.
Well, he can't expect us to watch horror movies all the time, can he?
No, I guess not. I can't believe nothing has happened for some time now.
Don't even say that.
What?
You might speak something into existence. Besides, I rather enjoyed the quiet.
Well, even Fred hasn't been practicing his tricks lately.
Suits me just fine.
But it's so close to Halloween. I want him to be ready. I have so many plans this year.
I'm sure he'll be ready. He hasn't let you down yet, has he?
No, I guess not. And this year is going to be the best ever.
I thought last year was.
There is always room for improvement. Now, who could that be this time of night?
I knew it. I knew the quiet wouldn't last.
Oh, Stan, don't be like that. Maybe it's the neighbor needing something.
Nosy Nellie?
That is not very nice.
Neither is she. Maybe if we were very quiet, they'll go away.
Let me just answer the door. I'm sure it's nothing.
Mrs. Peters. All right, single file. Right through there into the kitchen. Don't crowd.
Control? What's going on?
Oh, I do apologize, but we are having a bit of a crisis. Yes, right on through. Now, don't push. There is plenty of room.
Plenty of room for what?
Well, we are having to relocate.
Relocate? What do you mean exactly?
What is going on?
I'm trying to find out now.
I promise that it won't be for very long.
Fred? Wake up!
Yeah, I'm here, Josie. Control?
Fred, what do you know about this?
I don't know anything.
Please, if you will all calm down, I will explain everything.
You have got to be kidding.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Peters. Really, I am. Unfortunately, the rules state...
Don't you dare. I have had it with these so-called rules. Do you just make them up as you go along?
So what you're saying is that we now have to host how many?
Ghosts or something else?
What do you mean, something else?
Well, I took a quick head count. There are 17 ghosts, 3 banshees, 2 vampires.
Did you just say vampires?
6 werewolves.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
This is not funny, Stanley Peters. I didn't have any special drinks tonight. This is serious.
Control, what happened?
It seems that there is a housing shortage, and we are faced with a homeless problem, especially among werewolves.
Can't they just live in the woods? I mean, they are part animal after all.
Dorothy, they don't like the word animal.
Oh, really? What would they rather be called?
Transformed Americans.
You have got to be kidding.
Think you're taking political correctness a little too far.
So what are we supposed to do?
We are working on the problem now. It shouldn't take too long.
Oh, no. No. It took Fred almost 150 years to get transferred here. You guys are worse than the government.
I understand your misgivings. I can assure you that I will work very hard on finding a place for every creature here. In the meantime...
Yes?
Do the best you can.
I don't care if you can't stomach it. Be happy I'm feeding you at all.
You okay?
No, Stan, I'm not okay. Between feeding the animals out back and trying to keep the vampires off my neck, I'm definitely not okay.
Well, I've talked with the vampires, and they promise to behave while they are here.
They had better. I've already carved out wooden stakes, and I'm not afraid to use
They
them.
did want me to thank you for not hanging up any crucifixes.
I'm not getting any sleep. between the banshee screaming all night and the ghost playing with the lights and the werewolves howling every time I mention the word animal, I'm going out of my mind.
Not to mention what it's doing to our bank account. Do you have any idea how much 60 pounds of ground round cost? And that's just a week.
Stan, I'm sure that the head office will reimburse you.
They had better.
Hello?
Dorothy, can you talk?
Yes, Millie, I'm okay. Is there anything wrong?
Well, I guess you could say that.
What's going on?
It's a little hard to explain. About an hour ago, a rather short little troll came to the door and ushered in, well, I'm not sure how to explain it.
Fred, show yourself right now!
The ghoul swore that he would never spy on you in the shower again.
I beg your pardon?
Not now! Not now! I can't do it! Just explain to me why Control was over at the Carsons!
Oh, no.
I didn't know who else to call, Dorothy. I'm really scared.
How many do you have?
At last count, there were 8 ghosts, 13 banshees, 3 vampires, and some sort of blob that I have no idea what it is.
At least you don't have any werewolves.
Werewolves?
Just hang tight. Stan and I will be over as quick as we can.
Ghosts? I could deal with a few ghosts flittering about, but vampires and werewolves? Whatever is happening in the underworld is beginning to take its toll on Stan and Dorothy. I'll return in a moment with Act 2. At one time, the Peters found out that Fred, when asked, had to host any ethereal creature that came along. Dorothy never expected to have an entire house full of manifestations, let alone have them invade the home of Jack and Millie Carson.
So happy that you were able to come so quickly, Dorothy.
Never mind the amenities, Millie. Please, Stan, Dorothy, tell us what the hell is going on?
Maybe I should let Fred explain it.
Hiya, Jack, Millie. How are things going with you two?
How do you think? I've got ghosts coming out of my ears.
Well, there really isn't anything that I can do about it.
But you ran off that other ghost.
Oh, but that was different. And since you had one ghost, well, your house now falls under the rules and regulations of the head office.
What head office?
Calm down, Jack.
Let me mix you a drink. I think you're going to need it.
Just tell us what happened.
According to Control.
Was that who that little troll was?
Yes. Unfortunately, he's in charge of spirit placement.
Lovely.
It seems that there has been some sort of housing shortage, and our homes have been designated as temporary living quarters, or rather, unliving quarters.
Will you knock it off? I swear if that thing does that one more time.
It does take a little getting used to.
How long do we have to put up with this?
Control did say that they were working on it.
Which means it could take forever. Oh! This is... What the hell is that?
That is that blob I was telling you about.
What is it doing?
It just slides along the walls. It's making a mess of the wallpaper.
That does it. We're going to a hotel. Stan, if you and Dorothy want a room, I'll be happy to get you one.
A lovely thought, but I do have werewolves to attend to.
You must be joking.
Better they have ground round than start munching on us.
There has got to be something that we can do.
Well, unless you have an empty house stashed away somewhere, there really isn't anything that we can do.
Wait a minute. Fred, would any house do?
Jack, you're not thinking...
You bet I am.
You mean you actually have an empty house somewhere?
You call this a house?
No, Stan. I call it a castle.
Jack always called me his queen and said that I deserved a castle.
So, as a wedding gift, I had a castle built out here.
It's beautiful. How many rooms?
I think somewhere around 50, but I've never really been sure.
It's perfect.
Yes, but do you think the head office will approve?
Only one way to find out. Jack, are you sure that you don't mind all of those things living here?
We only used it one summer, a long time ago.
And that was over 10 years ago. I mean, it was nice at the time, but the cleaning...
Oh, I can imagine.
If the head office is willing to buy it, I'm willing to sell.
Wait, don't sell it.
Dot, I don't like that look in your eye.
What look, Stan?
That look tells me you have an idea brewing.
Well, of course I have an idea, Stan. And I promise you won't regret it.
Famous last words.
Want to let me in on it?
Yes. Dorothy, what are you thinking?
Jack, how would you like to own a real haunted mansion?
That is the craziest idea that I have ever heard of.
But you have to admit, it would solve the housing problem.
I'm just not sure that I could get it past the committee.
You listen to me, Control. I've come up with a perfectly great place for everything you brought to us and the Carsons. There's enough room for a whole lot more. If you don't like that, then...
It isn't that, Mrs. Peters. I was talking about the price. What does Mr. Carson want for this property?
Oh, that. Well, we discussed it, and he said that he would lease it to you for a mere $500 a week.
$500 a week? That's absurd.
It is good for 100 years. That's the only lease he is willing to sign.
Why do I feel that there is a catch in this?
Of course there is.
I wonder what plan Dorothy has cooked up now. You can rest assured that what lies ahead will be mutually beneficial to everyone. It would be mutually beneficial if you will return with me for Act 3. There is a rather famous song that goes something like this. When the moon climbs high o'er the dead oak trees, spooks are awake for the midnight spree.
Dorothy, are you sure this is going to work?
Trust me, Jack. Now, Fred, has Control gathered everyone at the castle?
Oh, yeah, everyone is there. And a whole bunch of new ones.
As long as everything is out of our house.
I checked our house and nothing is there now.
Great. Now, Jack, did you manage to get all of the advertising in place?
Full-page ads in the newspaper, radio, TV, and I even managed to get 3 billboards up on the highway.
Fantastic!
How are you going to manage all of those creatures?
Watch and learn. All right. Quiet down. Have a little quiet in here. Shut up! Everyone, assemble. Werewolves, vampires, ghosties, banshees. Now hush. This is a very large house.
Castle.
Yes, Fred, it is a castle, and there are plenty of rooms for all of you. You are all the official residents of the haunted castle. It's exciting, isn't it? We have a path marked off for the guests, so your private areas will not be disturbed. However, we do have a few ground rules. First, werewolves. Now quieten down. Nico, no biting. You heard me. You can growl and transform and bark all you want to, but no attacking the guests. You want your treats, don't you? You understand me? Yeah, no snarls. We have plenty of silver bullets. Okay, good job. Good job, guys. Okay, vampires. No biting either. Understand? We can't have guests coming in here human and walking out as well, you know. And don't think for 1 minute we don't have wooden stakes handy. Oh, yes. Winston, get out of line and we will use them. Ghosts, banshees, and others. As you can see, the house...
Castle.
Right, Fred. Castle. It is in a little disarray to suit you guys, but please refrain from throwing things around. Move them, make them float, but don't throw anything at our guests. They're paying for you to live here. If they don't live, they don't pay. Now, this is opening night. Let's make it a good one.
Dot, cars are starting to come up the drive.
Fantastic! Okay, everyone, places. Don't forget what I said. Winston? Okay. Fred is in charge.
Me?
Yes, you, Fred.
But what am I supposed to do?
Just make sure that everyone does what they're supposed to do. The spookiest, the better.
But...
You can do it, Fred. I have faith in you.
This is insane, Dorothy. Awesome job.
I have to admit, it really was a great idea.
Did you let the parking attendants and ticket takers know what's going on?
Of course. Everything is running smoothly.
What about the disclaimer? Did you make sure that before anyone comes inside, they have signed it?
Oh, yes. Everyone thought it was a great gimmick.
What disclaimer?
Oh, just a little insurance policy I had printed up.
Well, come on. What did it say?
That we are not responsible for any accidents, including vampire bites, werewolf attacks, possessions, or dying of fright while on the premises of Grimwald Castle.
And that is legal?
According to control, it is.
At least everything is out of our homes. And I want to present you with this, Dorothy.
What is this?
Half the rent, and half of tonight's proceeds, of course.
Oh my... Jack! That's not really necessary.
Not having to listen to banshees screaming in the dead of night? Believe me, it's worth it.
And the phone calls. There are so many people who want to visit the castle. We could keep it open all year round.
Well, you'll have to find another managing ghost.
I'm sure that won't be a problem.
Would you believe that a studio in Hollywood called me?
Now, what could they have wanted?
They wanted to know how we did the special effects in the castle.
Wait until you see what I've cooked up for our house Halloween night.
Perhaps you yourself have visited Grimwald Castle? From what I have heard, it is the most fun that you will ever have being scared. As far as I know, no one has ever been attacked, or bitten, or died of fright. At least, I hope not. I'll return shortly. Like Dorothy Peters, my favorite time of year is Halloween. I invite all types of manifestations for a horror movie marathon. Of course, the neighbors don't complain about the howling, screams, and moans. I do live next to a graveyard, so my neighbors are relatively quiet. Our cast included William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, Mark Wheeler, Dave Arkhipov, Annie Mick, and Winslow Swan. The story was written by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And from all of us here, behind the doorway to Nightmare, living, dead, and undead, happy Halloween. Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit that like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
Within your dreams, there are many keys. One of them could open the doorway to nightmare, 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 nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Through the Doorway to Nightmare. Throughout the history of our species, war has been an integral part. Countries have gone to war with each other for various reasons. Crowds have cheered their young as they prepare to be killed in battle. Protests have been held to try and stop the madness, and yet, on our tiny planet, war still exists.
What happened, Derek?
I'm not sure, Andrea.
The lightning? It looked like it was fighting with itself.
Oh, God, I think I may know what happened. And I'm scared.
Scared? Of what?
What will happen next?
Our mystery drama, The Beginning of the End, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, Will Dorman, and Dave Arkhipov. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The wise warrior avoids the battle. A quote from Sun Tzu, author of The Art of War. And yet, with each passing generation, the battles continue.
Eric, where are we going?
It's a surprise, Andrea. Come on, try to keep up.
I'm trying. Just slow down a little.
Oh, okay. We're here. See?
Here? But I thought...
Oh, I know, we can't afford it. But this is our anniversary, and it is time that I did something very special for you.
Oh, Eric, I love you so much.
Oh, I love you too. Now come on, we have a reservation in about 20 minutes.
The glass elevator? No.
Only the best for you.
Good afternoon, folks. Welcome to Wilkins Tower. This is the express to floor 125.
But I thought the restaurant was on 130.
Oh, yes, ma'am, but the elevator only goes to 125. You have to walk up the rest of the way.
Oh, I think our old brittle bones can manage 5 floors.
Are you sure, Eric? My rheumatism's been acting up lately.
How long does this trip take?
Only a couple of minutes. Hey, did you hear the news? They're talking about a big push at the front lines.
Please, could we not talk about that?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I understand. My wife doesn't like talking about it either. She says that if the idiots running things would just...
If you don't mind, it is our anniversary.
Oh, well, happy anniversary. Which one is it?
It's our 5th.
Congratulations. My wife and I just celebrated our 13th. So I guess that makes us very lucky.
Do you have any children?
Ma'am, I've got 6 of them.
Andrea, it's okay.
Have you and your wife ever been to the restaurant?
Only once. Our first anniversary. Of course it has gotten more expensive now. I suggest the surf and turf.
Maybe we could split the plate between...
Oh, no. Split a plate? No, I won't hear of it. You get whatever you want.
Stairs are just to the right. Enjoy your meal and the view.
Well, are you ready?
Eric, about what he was talking about. You know, the war?
Now, I thought that we had agreed we were going to be staying away from that subject. This is our night.
I know. But if I don't talk about it, I'll go crazy. Your job.
All right. Before we go upstairs, we'll talk about it. Look, I can't control what the government decides to do with what I give them.
But don't you think that you're just promoting more violence?
I'm a scientist, Andrea. I always have been. You knew what I did when you agreed to marry me 5 years ago.
We weren't at war then.
Yes, but we are now. Look, for years, the hope was that whatever weapon was developed, it would be so devastating, so terrifying, that it would never be used.
But what if someone decided to use it? What then? I mean, do you simply throw your hands up and say, it wasn't my fault? I just invented the thing.
Oh, don't you think I don't agonize over that every day? Look, if it were up to me, I would work my own farm, raise cattle, grow vegetables and grain. I'm not thinking about the horror that we are facing now. And those fools who think that you can actually win a war. Well, they don't realize that they win a destroyed countryside, a disenfranchised population who hates you, and the complete disrespect from all the other countries. No, there is no winning a war.
I understand, my love. So, let's go up and have a lovely dinner and not think about it anymore. Wow, this is really nice. You can see the entire city from up here.
No, the food isn't bad either. Hey, how was your steak?
Delicious. Thank you.
Well, I have one more surprise for you.
Oh, now you are just spoiling me.
Now, it does require another flight of stairs, though. Do you think that your rheumatism can handle that?
Oh, I think I might be able to manage. Where to?
One floor above us is an observation booth. It's usually closed off to the public, but with my job, I get access to it.
This is spectacular. It's like we're on top of the world.
Look, see? Over there. That's the park near our apartment.
Oh, wow. I wonder if old man Chalmers is taking his walk right now.
Oh, and look, over there, the university.
Wait, what's that?
What?
Over there. Don't you see it?
What are you looking at?
Those clouds. Just right at the state building.
I don't see any... Oh, wait. Well, that's funny.
Is it just me, or are they getting darker and darker?
There must be a storm coming.
Are we safe up here if there's a storm?
Oh, I'm sure that we are.
Look, Eric. Look. It's getting closer.
Oh, wow, look at that lightning.
It's coming closer. Let's go.
These clouds are getting darker. And lightning, it's more intense now.
No. Look at that. The whole storm is just under us.
Get down! On the floor, just below the windows.
Look at the lightning. Eric, what is happening?
Just stay down.
What is going on? Eric, are you okay?
I'm fine. Are you okay?
I'm okay. What happened?
I'm not sure. Come on, let's get back down to the restaurant.
Eric and Andrea make their way to the staircase to return to their meal. Eric is worried now about what has just happened, but he is also afraid of it. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Ponder and deliberate before you make a move, advises Sun Tzu. However, how many times has war been declared out of a hasty decision? And how many have perished because of it?
Where is everyone?
I don't know.
Do you think that the building was evacuated because of the storm?
Oh, no, I'm sure someone would have come for us.
But you said it wasn't open to the public anymore. What if they forgot we were up there?
Well, that is possible. Come on, get your things and let's just get out of here. Where the hell is that elevator?
I'm sure it will be here shortly.
I don't even know why they had an operator running the thing.
Perhaps for the novelty of it.
Well, even without an operator, the elevator should have been here by now.
Eric, what do you really think that storm was?
Oh, it was just a freakish storm, that's all.
But you didn't see the lightning.
What about it?
It didn't look like regular lightning. At least, not any that I've ever seen.
What did it look like to you?
It was as if the clouds were battling each other.
Oh, come on, Andrea. Clouds don't have battles.
But the lightning, it wasn't just flashing around. It was like it was targeting something.
Oh, where is that damn elevator?
Maybe we should just take the stairs.
125 floors?
At least it's all downhill.
Do you think you could manage it?
With my rheumatism, I think so. What else is in this building?
Yeah, offices mostly.
Maybe we should just go to the next floor and see if anyone is there.
Floor number 85. Ladies' fashion. Men's suits. Want to check this one?
Andrew, we have checked every floor since 125. There isn't anyone in here.
Maybe there is on this one. And maybe the phone works.
But I've tried every time. There's no phone, no radios playing, no television station. Nothing.
We could at least try. That's the only thing we have left. Besides, if we don't try, you'll think to yourself later, perhaps we should have.
You're right. I guess if we don't look, we will never know, and that will keep me up at night. The lobby. Not a soul here.
I still think that when the storm hit, they evacuated the building. Perhaps there is a shelter nearby, or the parking decks below.
Yeah, maybe. So what do you want to do?
I don't know. Let's just go home.
Okay, home it is. After you, my dear lady.
No one on the street? Look! The cars are just sitting there. In the middle of the street.
As if they were all abandoned.
Eric, do you hear that?
I only hear the wind blowing.
That's what I mean. Only the wind. Remember when we got here? We could hear the cars, construction work, people all over the place. Now, nothing but the wind.
If there was an evacuation, it wasn't just the building.
But how could they have moved so many people so fast? Remember that storm they thought was going to hit the city a few years ago?
Oh, yeah, I remember. They told everyone to get out. Oh, what a nightmare that was. Roads were jammed, looters destroyed half the city.
That's what I mean. Even if ordered to evacuate, there would still be someone who's sticking around. No matter what is coming, there would be people.
So what's your point?
Where are they, Eric?
Who?
The ones that don't leave. The ones that wreck every building, stealing everything that they can. Where are they? How far have we walked?
A couple of miles, I guess. We're almost to the outskirts of the city.
And still haven't seen a soul? Something else I've noticed.
What is that?
Have you seen or heard a bird?
Come to think of it, no, I haven't.
Or a dog? A cat? Or even a stupid gnat or fly or cricket?
What do you think it means?
No, Eric. What do you think it means?
I think that those blasted fools finally did it.
Eric, what are you talking about?
The final solution. I think that they actually used it.
As the day begins to fade away, Eric and Andrea continue to walk along the highway, the buildings growing more distant behind them. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly. At the end of World War I, in November of 1918, the British Prime Minister, David Lloyd George, said that he hoped that on that fateful morning came to an end of all wars.
Can we rest here for a bit?
Sure. Look at the city.
Not a light on.
Yeah, since there isn't anyone to turn them on.
What was the name of that song?
Oh, what song?
In the restaurant. The one that was playing when we came down from the observation room.
I don't remember. Why?
No reason. Eric, what was the final solution?
I've been thinking about it for a long time. It was one of the projects that they had me working on.
But what was it?
It was a weapon. Last week we thought that we had finished it. We told them it could never be tested because of what might happen.
Do you think that they may have tested it tonight?
Just look around, Andrea. Listen. Not one sign of life. No insects, no birds, no animals, no people.
So that would be a yes. But, I mean, there has to be other survivors, right? I mean, we are here.
Yeah, that's what I've been racking my brains about all this time. I mean, why us? Why did we survive?
Oh my. Do you think it's because we were above the clouds? I mean, could that have been the reason?
I don't know.
What did the weapon do?
It used the weather, specifically a storm, and pretty much created missiles out of the lightning. You were right. The lightning was targeting.
Targeting what? Do you think the entire city was a testing ground? Or just here? This place?
Well, that was the reason we told them never to test it. It couldn't be controlled. You couldn't just press a button, a bomb goes off, and that's that. This storm could travel all over the world, wiping out everything and everyone.
But that's horrible!
So horrible. So terrible that we, as scientists, thought that no one would be crazy enough to try to use it.
And you think this is what actually happened?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Eric, what are we going to do now?
If this thing did destroy all life on our planet, and it is just you and me, I don't know what to do.
I mean, since I cannot have any children, we won't be able to repopulate our world. When we die, it will be the end of our race and our species.
Oh, honey, it's okay. At least we have each other, however long that may be. Andrea? Do you see what I see? Well, I've been staring up at the night sky, and there was a star, or at least I thought it was a star, but look, right there.
Yeah, it's probably one of our stupid satellites.
No, it's moving, like closer. Look, it's getting bigger.
Eric, I'm scared.
It's a spaceship.
Oh my god, I'm scared. I'm scared. Hold me.
It's landing.
Greetings. We thought there wasn't anyone left.
What? Who are you?
We were scheduled to be on your planet within 3 days. We actually arrived earlier than planned. Before we arrived, we took note of the atrocities, not expecting any survivors.
We can't be the only people that you've seen.
Unfortunately, yes. We scanned the entire planet. We watched the weapon as it traveled across your world. I blame myself for not making contact sooner than we did. Perhaps we could have helped prevent the weapon from being used.
You scanned our entire planet and found no one else alive?
Except you two. And the radiation level is rising. In another month, this planet will no longer be able to support any kind of life. Damn shame, too. Such a nice little world you had.
So, what happens to us?
Well, you can stay here, although I don't recommend it. Or you can come with us. Our planets that we've colonized over the last few years have ample room. By the way, you don't happen to know anything about farming, do you?
Well, unfortunately, I was...
Farmer! Yes, one of the best in this country.
Andrea, what are you doing?
Well now, that's wonderful. We sure could use more like you.
You did say you could be a farmer, right?
We should be going now. I've been informed that the storm from the weapon is coming back this way.
We're ready when you are. Oh, by the way, where are you from?
Oh, I do apologize. I'm Commander Fielding of the U.S. Space Federation. Our home base is a small planet called Earth.
Albert Einstein once said, "Nothing will end war unless the people themselves refuse to go to war." And perhaps one day, it will happen. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Our story tonight reminds me of a quote made by H.G. Wells. "If we don't end war, war will end us." Something to think about, if not for yourself, for future generations. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Will Dorman, and Dave Arkhipov. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Tonight, we present a rather unique play, yet you may find some of the situations as close to you as your own blood. We are about to take a moment in time across this country of ours in a play titled with one simple word: nightmares.
What the hell are you talking about?
I warned you repeatedly. This house is a residence of pure hatred and evil.
Now, listen, old man. I want to know where the rest of my crew is, and I want to know now.
You will see them shortly, I promise. For now, you should be more worried about yourself.
Really? And why is that?
Because of what is coming up behind you.
Our mystery drama, Nightmares, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Raven Adams, Mick Davis, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. We invite you now to sit back, relax, and be comfortable, if you can. Over the course of our play tonight, we are going to be taking you across this nation of ours to 3 different locations. Each scene, however, takes place at the exact same time. Night.
The house is huge. I swear that every hallway that I've been down, I'm getting closer to the front door, and yet I seem to be further than I was before. I feel some sort of presence. Janet, Amanda, and Carl are somewhere, and I haven't been able to find them or the old man, Mr. Chamberlain, since about an hour ago. I'm getting the feeling that something bad has happened.
Why would you say that, young man?
Oh, Mr. Chamberlain. I've been looking for the way out of this maze you call a house.
You are right where you need to be, Mr. Reynolds. Yes, right where you need to be.
Have you seen the others?
Others? Oh, you mean the ones who came here with you. Yes, I've seen them.
Well, I think that I have enough for the podcast. If you could just lead me to the front door.
You know, Mr. Reynolds, I did try and warn you away from this house. What exactly did you hope to accomplish by coming here?
Well, ratings have been falling off recently. We found an article about this place and thought that it would make a good show if we came and spent the night here.
And even after I warned you away, you still insisted on coming.
Oh, come on. I mean, you live here all the time and you're still breathing.
I've learned how to live with the evil that is present here.
Yeah, you mentioned that before. What sort of evil?
Why should I explain it again? You didn't listen the first time.
Okay, and so I'm listening now.
It will do you no good.
Look, Mr. Chamberlain, this is what we do. We've been to many haunted places and did a sort of cleansing on them. It makes for a great show, and I've got thousands, if not millions, of people who expect this sort of thing.
Evil cannot be cleansed, Mr. Reynolds. You might be able to put it to rest for a brief period of time, but you can never simply get rid of it.
What was that?
Evil simply transforms itself. It goes on, and each generation confronts a new evil. It could be in the form of a person, or even a place.
Don't you hear that?
Of course, evil is never confined to one person. It can invade structures and permeate throughout the land. It invites people in only to devour them with its cold, icy heart.
What is making that sound?
I would advise you not to turn around. Simply keep walking.
Where are the others that I came with?
We are very close to them, I assure you. But please, don't turn around.
What is making that sound?
It is part of the evil that is within the walls of this house. I told you, I warned you to stay away. Now I'm warning you not to turn around.
Oh, dear God. What is that awful smell?
It has been here since the beginning of time itself. It has found a home and it intends to keep it. Please, Mr. Reynolds, don't turn around. Keep walking.
I can't stand that smell. Oh, look, just tell me where my friends are and let us get out of here.
Your friends? Why, Mr. Reynolds, they are just up ahead. Don't you see them?
Oh my God. They've been... Oh no. They've been skinned alive? Their flesh hanging off of their bodies in strips. What have you done?
Me? Oh no, not me. The evil within the house, Mr. Reynolds. You see, they did not heed my warning. Like them, I am warning you. Don't turn around.
The night moves like a thief throughout the land. It shifts, it mutates, it hides the secret of life below the surface. The night is a thief. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. And the night moves on, slowly chasing away the light and covering the land with hidden dangers that menace and wait for unsuspecting victims.
I do hope that you find the accommodations quite comfortable. I worked so hard to make the place as inviting as I could. It really is such a chore to keep things neat and tidy. I like everything to be neat and tidy. They say, well, whoever they are, that cleanliness is next to godliness. I never fully understood that phrase. I mean, cleanliness begins with the letter C, and godliness begins with a G. And there's 3 letters in between that, don't you see? So how can cleanliness be next to godliness? Oh, I know what you're going to say, that I'm speaking on more literal terms. Still, I never understood how being clean made you closer to God. I mean, just look at how well I've made this place for you. I must have scrubbed the walls and floors 3 times before I felt that it was suitable for a guest. And you are my guest. You should be honored that I've allowed you to join me tonight. Are you honored? Why, just look at how clean those chains are. I spent days, do you hear me? Days polishing, oiling, and making sure that there was not a speck of rust on them. You really should appreciate my hard work. Now just stop all of that. Do you hear me? Stop it. That's better. Why were you making enough noise to wake the dead? And how does one go about waking the dead? Now I ask you, with all of that noise that you were making, do you think that those bodies in the corner were suddenly gonna get up and say, "Will you please quieten down? We're trying to stay dead." Now, don't do that. I cannot stand to see a grown man cry. Oh, I suppose it does show a softer side of a man when they are faced with something in their life that is just too overwhelming. They say, whoever they are, that crying is healthy. The tears clean out the eyes and the soul. So yes, go ahead. You have yourself a good cry. I'm sure that you will feel much better. Of course, I know what you want to ask me. That is, if I took off the gag and let you ask me. They all wanted to know. I've grown quite weary of being asked. But I suppose that is something that everyone whom I have come in contact with wants to know. I would expect no less with you. Why? That is the question, isn't it? I can see it in your tear-stained eyes. Why would a beautiful young woman go to a bar, lure a man to her car, inject him with a drug to make him go to sleep, then shackle him up here at my dining room table? They all wanted to know why, and the answer is much more simple than you might think. It is the fact that I am disgusted with the misogynistic world that we live in. I mean, we have all heard of Jack the Ripper, Charles Manson, Ted Bundy. Little have heard of Samuel Little. But who knows how many other men have ripped and murdered their way throughout this patriarchal history. But what about the women? Do you ever hear about them? No, never. And believe me, there have been quite a number of them. Look at Elizabeth Bathory. You see, your eyebrows went up because you have never heard of her. She drained the blood of virgins and not only drank it, but bathed in it to retain her beauty. Now, I don't really count Lizzie Borden. She was, after all, acquitted. Then there was Marianne Cotton. You see? Never heard of her either. She murdered 21 people in England in the 1800s with arsenic, claiming their life insurance way before Jack the Ripper. Oh, I see. You want someone a little more recent. Well, how about Eileen Warnos? Killed 7 men and claimed that they had raped her. She was executed in 2002. They had their way with her, so she had her way with them. But does anyone really remember her? So, I'm here to rectify that situation and prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that not only can women be serial killers, but are more proficient at it. Besides, I like to eat the hearts of men.
And the night moves on, making its way across the land, keeping the secrets that hide within the darkness, hiding the dreams of the sleeping masses that turn to nightmares. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The night keeps the memories of history. The good ones and the bad are kept written down in the pages of the darkness. The night is a memory book.
Sure is a quiet night.
It's peaceful, sitting on the porch. Such a soft breeze, too, like an angel's kiss.
Oh, that's my Holly, the poet.
Oh, stop it, Doug.
Yeah, just think. Here we are sitting on 80 acres of land, away from the city, the noise. It only took us 15 years to pay it off.
Quite an accomplishment, Doug. I was so glad when we got the mortgage papers in the mail yesterday.
With paid in full stamped in that beautiful red ink right across the top.
This sure was a load off of my mind. Nice to be able to own our own land. Holly? You okay?
I'm all right.
You just got quiet all of a sudden. Something wrong?
You said our land. But what happens after we are gone?
Holly, I thought we weren't going to bring that up.
But why? Why shouldn't I bring it up? Why shouldn't I be able to talk about it?
Honey, I'm sorry, but I have no answers.
Why, Doug? Why was our son there? Why did he have to be there?
Holly, you knew that he wanted to be a firefighter. It was all he ever talked about growing up.
But it's not fair. He was helping. Why did they have to set that bomb off after everyone went inside?
I have no answer. It was just a terrorist attack.
Oh, don't give me that. A bunch of fanatics who take a religion and use it to kill innocent people is not terrorism. They couldn't even find his body.
I know.
And why shouldn't I talk about our son? Our son. Other mothers have a grave to go to cry over, to remember.
Our boy died a hero. He managed to get 18 people out of that building before the bomb went off. 7 of them were children.
I know all of that, Doug, but why couldn't they at least find him? And they simply covered the whole area up and put up a memorial. That's not right, and it's just not fair.
It's something that we just have to face, my love. Our son is buried among strangers.
No, Doug. When you're dead, there are no strangers.
And the night moves on, traveling across the land, hearing the secrets and keeping the memories that hide in the darkness. I'll be back shortly with a final word. The night moves onward to give way to yet another day, only to return again. And when it comes, ask yourself, what are you doing tonight? Our cast included Mick Davis, Raven Adams, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. The play was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Don't you find it strange?
No, Carol, I don't.
So how do you explain what is going on next door?
Nothing is going on.
You don't find it strange that we never see him during the day? That we don't know anything about him?
Why should we? We haven't even met him yet. And haven't you ever heard of a third shift? Some people do work at night, you know.
Yes, but they have to go shopping and to the bank, don't they? He never goes out when the sun is up.
So what? That makes him a vampire?
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Do you know your neighbor? The ones who live next door? Are you friends? Do you perhaps meet with them on occasion? Have you ever invited them over to your own place? Do you really know your neighbor?
Don't you find it strange?
No, Carol, I don't.
So how do you explain what is going on next door?
Nothing is going on.
You don't find it strange that we never see him during the day? That we don't know anything about him?
Why should we? We haven't even met him yet. And haven't you ever heard of a third shift? Some people do work at night, you know.
Yes, but they have to go shopping and to the bank, don't they? He never goes out when the sun is up.
So what? That makes him a vampire?
Our mystery drama, The Next Door Neighbor, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Jonathan Rossignol, Annie Mick, Rue Snow, and Robert Jackson. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The poet W.H. Auden once wrote, "Evil is unspectacular and always human, and shares our bed and eats at our table."
So what did you say?
I told him that if he wanted me to continue working that case, I would need at least 3 more detectives.
So what did he say?
He would take it upstairs and see what he could do.
Which is practically admitting that he isn't going to do anything. Oh, Ted, you should be sitting in that office instead of him.
Carol, we've talked about this before. I don't want that job. I'm very happy investigating and not doing the political thing.
I think that you would do very well meeting the mayor every week.
Oh, sure. I didn't even vote for him.
Wonder what that could be.
What is it?
It's a moving van.
At this time of night?
It's pulling into the Miller's place. They must have finally found a buyer.
I don't know how. After all that work that Red Miller did, there were still leaks in the roof.
Not to mention that mold in the basement. Funny time to be moving in.
I will agree with you on that one. Maybe whoever it is could only move at this time.
I wonder who it is.
Now, Carol, don't start playing detective. That's my job, remember?
And I wouldn't dream of taking your place. I could at least be a good neighbor and bake them something. Remember when we moved in?
How could I forget? We didn't know anyone here for almost 3 weeks. The only reason we met the Millers was because of their dog.
I still miss that little moo cow.
She certainly took to you. She always tried to bite me.
No, she was just playing.
Yeah. Playing with the chunk of skin she took out of my hand.
Will you stop? You didn't even need a Band-Aid.
It still hurt. Anyway, maybe you could at least introduce yourself in the morning.
If they are moving in this late, they probably sleep in. I'll wait until the afternoon. Besides, I'm having lunch with Natalie.
Oh, God. Not Natalie.
Now, Ted, she is my best friend.
Well, don't tell her we have new neighbors. She will swear that they are dangerous and that I should be investigating them.
I think that Ted should investigate them.
Natalie, we haven't even met them yet.
Someone moves into a house in the middle of the night. Oh, no, that's not suspicious at all, is it?
As Ted always tells me, you have to have evidence before you can investigate.
Okay, don't take my advice. I will just drop by and find you and Ted lying in your blood one day, and then you will believe me.
Natalie, stop being so melodramatic.
I'm just saying that you should be careful. Don't trust anyone nowadays.
That's what is wrong with the world, Nat. Maybe if we were a little more friendly to each other, we would all be better off.
Yes, and I'm sure Brenda thought the same thing.
Who's Brenda?
Oh, you know Brenda. Brenda Collins. She was that pretty young hairdresser.
What do you mean, was?
Don't you ever watch the news?
I try to avoid it as much as possible.
Oh, you really don't know then? Well, you should really get out more, Carol. It seems that she was found in the park the other night, stone cold dead.
Oh my God, what happened?
Police think it was some sort of cult thing. They don't give details, but you know me, I have my sources.
Well, come on, give.
Her body was completely drained of blood.
So she was stabbed to death?
No, that's the weird part. She had 2 small puncture wounds in her throat. Not a drop of blood anywhere near her body, as if it was siphoned.
I am sure that a particular word is now floating around at the front of your mind. I'm equally sure that you even have a suspect in mind. And I'm positive that you will join me for Act 2 shortly. It has been almost a week since the new neighbor moved in next door to Carol and Ted. Ted is arriving home after a particularly stressful day.
Carol, I'm home.
Hi, my wonderful man.
Uh-oh. I know that look.
Whatever do you mean?
Which restaurant are we going to tonight?
No restaurant tonight, I promise. I ran out and grabbed a pizza.
Oh, well, that's okay.
I even poured you a drink. Here you go.
So, you went out after dark?
Sure. What's wrong with that?
Carol, I don't want you to leave the house after dark anymore. At least for the time being.
Why? What's going on?
We found another body in the park today.
Oh, Ted, that park is miles away.
No, Grant Park. Only a couple of blocks from here.
Oh my God, is it another female?
Yes, and not a drop of blood left in her.
I thought the department was keeping that quiet.
Not after today. News crews were there before we were. Of course, we gave them the usual no comment.
Well, with you on the case, whoever is doing this doesn't stand a chance.
Thanks for the vote of confidence. Enough morbid stuff. Have you met with the new neighbors yet?
No, and it's really weird.
What is?
I've been over there almost every day this week and no one has been home.
Maybe they work at night.
I thought about that, but you would think that they would have to go shopping or something during the day.
Why do I think Natalie has been talking to you again?
She did bring up some interesting points.
Look, let me do my job, and quit discussing police business with your friend.
This is ridiculous. There has to be somebody home. Door's not locked? Weird. Hello? Anyone here? Hello? Look, I'm Carol Price from next door. I made a casserole for you. Hello? Hello? Look, I'll put it on the counter in the kitchen. Hello? Anyone here? This is strange. Not a bit of furniture in the whole place. I'm putting it on the counter. If you don't mind, could I use your bathroom? What the hell?
Carol, I would call that evidence.
It was just so strange. No furniture anywhere, and not a mirror in the whole place.
You should really convince your husband to look into the new neighbors. You still haven't met them?
They're never home. And I've tried at different times of the day. No one. I did hear something when I was in there.
What was that?
Sounded like a chain rattling somewhere.
Maybe their next victim is chained in the basement.
Carol, I'm surprised at you.
Ted, they're never home. And how do you explain the lack of mirrors or furniture?
Maybe their things haven't arrived yet.
After over a week?
Well, I'll grant you that.
And what about the rattling chain?
Dog, perhaps?
No scratching, no whining, no barking.
Maybe it's not a very good watchdog.
Why would they have it chained in the basement?
Carol, I have no idea.
Look, someone's pulling in.
Fine. Then let's settle this right now.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to be a good neighbor and go over and introduce myself. Coming?
The writer Cory Doctorow once wrote, "All secrets are deep. All secrets become dark. That's in the nature of secrets." I'll return shortly with Act 3. Condemned murderer Perry Smith said of his victims, the Clutter family, "I didn't have anything against them, and they never did anything wrong to me the way other people have all my life. Maybe they're just the ones who have to pay for it."
Honey, are you sure about this?
Look, right there. A van parked in the driveway. There's a light on in there. Somebody is home.
Maybe they are in the basement.
Then I'll keep knocking until somebody...
Can I help you?
Hi, neighbor. I'm Ted Price, and this is my wife, Carol. We're your new neighbors, and thought we would come over and introduce ourselves.
Yes, we knew the previous owners.
Why don't you come inside?
Why, thank you, Mr.
Smith. Adam Smith.
Very nice to meet you. Finally.
It's a very nice house.
It suits my purpose.
Is your wife home?
Why do you assume that I'm married?
Oh, no great feat of deduction. I noticed your wedding ring.
Oh, that.
Did you like the casserole?
Oh, so that was you?
Carol is a wonderful cook. I'm surprised that I'm not 20 pounds heavier than I am.
Yes, it was much appreciated.
Do you have a dog?
Dog? Oh, that. Yes, we have a dog.
Doesn't bark much.
No, it doesn't. Well, thanks for the introduction and the casserole. If you don't mind, I was a little busy.
Are you a vampire?
Carol!
Now, why would you ask that?
Look, I'm sorry. It's just we never see you during the daytime, and there are no mirrors anywhere.
And how would you know that?
I must apologize for my overzealous spouse. She fancies herself a detective.
I'm sorry. I was just washing my hands and noticed...
It's true. You won't find a mirror anywhere in the house.
Is there a reason for that?
I just don't like what I see when I look in one.
I'm so sorry. Maybe we should...
Carol, are you okay?
Yes, Mrs. Price. Are you okay?
What? Oh, yes, Ted. We really should be heading back to our...
You saw it, didn't you?
What? Me? No, I didn't see anything.
What are you talking... Hey, what's with the gun?
I'm really sorry about this.
I didn't see anything.
Adam, put the gun down. I'm with the police. Whatever is going on...
Leave it to me to find a house right beside a cop.
Look, whatever it was my wife saw...
Ted, look over by the fireplace. It's Natalie.
Natalie?
Is she dead?
Oh no, not yet anyway. I take it you know her. Oh well, guess I really need to be more careful.
Ted! Ted!
Do you mind not screaming? I can't very well take your blood with all that noise!
Then you are a vampire!
Me? No. I'm just your simple, run-of-the-mill serial killer. The blood? That is for my wife. She's the one who is downstairs.
Your wife?
Of course, she may be a vampire, but I love her with all of my heart. I just don't want her eating mine. Why don't we go down and meet her? I'm sure she will enjoy you.
Carol looks in shock at her husband lying dead. She looks over at Adam and feels herself slowly descend into madness. I'll be back shortly with a final word. I posed a question at the beginning of our little play. How well do you know your neighbors? Have you ever met them? Have you seen something that just isn't quite right? Have you? Our cast included Annie Mick, Jonathan Rossignol, Rue Snow, and Robert Jackson. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
We can't go on like this, Natalie.
I know, Bruce. I know. I'm just not sure that I can go through with it.
What, do you think that I'm not having a hard time with this? Look, honey, we have tried and nothing, absolutely nothing has worked. This is a way out. It's a chance to start over again. Can't you see that?
Yes, I see that. But why? Why would his father summon him now?
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. We have all seen the sign at one point in our lives. Caution, beware, enter at your own risk. It is a subtle way to tell people that by making the decision to proceed, they are literally taking their lives into their own hands.
We can't go on like this, Natalie.
I know, Bruce. I know. I'm just not sure that I can go through with it.
What, do you think that I'm not having a hard time with this? Look, honey, we have tried and nothing, absolutely nothing has worked. This is a way out. It's a chance to start over again. Can't you see that?
Yes, I see that. But why? Why would his father summon him now?
Our mystery drama, Enter at Your Own Risk, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. Our stars include Prince Titan, William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Warning. Danger ahead. Beware. Keep out. Signs are all around us, giving us help, trying to ward us off from a perilous situation. And while the intention of the signs may be good, there are still those of us who choose to simply ignore them.
Andy, can you come here a minute?
What, Mom? Were you playing with your paints in the living room?
Yeah, so?
Andy, I've told you time and time again not to bring your paints in here.
Yeah, I know, but the table is big in here.
You have a table in your room and in your art room.
But I don't have a TV in my room, and you and Dad said that I could have one.
And we also said that you would have to do your chores before you received a privilege like TV. Now, go get some paper towels and help me clean this mess up.
No, I'm going outside to play.
Young man, you march your little fanny into that kitchen and get some paper towels and...
No, I'm going outside.
Andy, come back in here. I don't think I can take this anymore. Andy! Andy! Will you please stop that banging?
I'm gonna be a
I hear,
practicing?
Thank God you're home, Bruce.
What's going on, sweets?
Don't you dare. You know exactly what's going on.
I know.
We can't keep going on like this.
Now look, just calm down.
Walk stop, walk stop, walk stop. Dad, when are you taking me to the park?
Hey, come on, buddy. I've had a really hard day.
You promised! To the park, to the park, to the park.
Why? So you can kill another dog? Come on, Andy. Dinner's ready.
What is this?
It's your favorite, honey.
I don't like it.
Andy, I spent all day making this.
It looks gross. I want pancakes.
Andy, sit down and eat your dinner now.
I want pancakes!
Andy, get back here. If you don't come back right now, I will give you something to yell about.
No, you won't.
Andy, is that any way to talk to your father?
He can't do anything. If he does, I would tell on you.
Young man, I have just about had enough.
Go on. I'll tell everybody how mean you are.
Andy, we have never been mean to you. We love you.
Then make me pancakes.
Is, he in bed?
Yes, finally.
Okay. So what did you promise him this time so that he would go to bed?
Bruce, I can't do this anymore. No matter what we do, no matter what we threaten him with, nothing works.
Honey, there is nothing that we can do. I suppose military school is out of the question.
Maybe the Merchant Marines?
I wonder if there's an age limit. Andy, what happened?
It broke!
What broke?
That domo vase was in my way.
My grandmother's antique vase? Something has to be done.
Honey, you home?
Where else would I be?
Andy at school?
Of course. Don't you hear that wonderful silence permeating throughout the house?
Well, I think that we may have an answer to our problems.
You mean our one problem?
His father has summoned him.
What are you talking about? Hello? Yes? Miss Beneford? What has Andy done this time? Oh my God.
What is it?
Just a minute. Yes, Miss Beneford. I understand. Thank you for calling.
Okay, so what catastrophic event has our son caused this time?
He burned down the science department and almost took a child with him.
He what?
According to Miss Beneford, he wasn't paying attention to Mr. Collins and...
Now, there's a big shocker.
Anyway, Andy mixed some chemicals together and they, well, blew up.
Was anyone hurt?
No, thankfully. They dragged this poor boy out, but expect a rather large bill from the school board.
This weekend. It all gets taken care of this weekend. The boy will finally meet his true father, and maybe things will change.
His true father? If Andy is this way, I can only imagine what his real father will be like. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. I am sure that we have all seen children acting in an antisocial manner. You have probably said to yourself, if that were my child...
Oh, Bruce, I don't know.
Natalie, we both knew that sometime his real father would be wanting him. Remember, we agreed.
I can't believe we're even considering this.
That's one reason I can come up with.
Listen.
I don't hear anything.
That's what terrifies me. What could he be doing up there?
Right now, just be thankful for the silence. Now, are we agreed?
Can't we just think about it? I mean, Andy is technically our son.
We adopted him, remember? Now I know why they were so happy to see him leave.
And we never did find out who his real parents were. Until now. At least we know where his dad is.
Well, probably because if we had actually found out, we wouldn't have gone through with the adoption.
Did you find out exactly where his father is?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I actually heard them correctly.
But what sort of place is it? I mean, is it a school or some program?
I don't know. I think they told me it was a petting zoo. Anyway, I looked it up on the internet.
Oh, well, the internet. Why didn't you just say that? It must be a great place.
Okay, but what choice do we have?
You're right. Fine. You take him.
Oh, no. We both have to go.
Why both of us?
Because there's a waiver that we both have to sign.
A waiver? So that he can see his father? What sort of a place makes you sign a waiver?
The kind that doesn't want their science department burned down.
Daddy, Mommy, what's this?
Oh, my God.
Andy, put that down.
But what is it?
Bruce, I thought you put that thing somewhere safe.
Andy, please, son, just put the gun down.
What will happen if I don't?
Bruce?
Andy, if you put the gun down, tomorrow is Saturday. We'll go someplace really, really special.
Oh yeah? How special?
A very special place just for you, Andy. But please, first, let's just put that gun down.
But I like it. It's so shiny.
Andy, as your father, I'm telling you to put that gun down now.
But if I pull the trigger, I'll get a new daddy.
Andy? No!
And maybe a new mommy.
Andy, no!
Are we there yet?
Not much further, big guy.
Where are we going?
I think this is the exit, Bruce. Yes, this is it.
You hear that, buddy? Almost there.
It's about time. A petting zoo.
It looks really fun, Andy.
It's for kids.
Oh, come on, Andy. At least give it a chance.
Howdy, folks. Welcome to the farm. Come on in.
This is stupid.
Well, now, young fellow, how'd you like to feed some of the little ones?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Just grab one of those buckets. Over there, the animals will eat right out of your hand. Nice boy.
Yeah, Mr...
Oh, just call me Murray. Heck, everybody does. That's a real fine boy you got there. How old? 7? 8?
He'll be 10 in March.
Nice age.
Hey, Dad, what does this sign mean?
Oh, which sign, Andy?
That one over there.
Enter at your own risk.
Oh, son, that's a special exhibit.
I want to see it.
Now, Andy, it may not be for little boys.
I'm not a little boy.
Of course you're not. It's just... well, it might be a little too scary for you.
I'm not afraid of anything, better than seeing those dumb old animals.
Now, Andy, be nice.
Oh, it's okay. Do you really want to see what's back there?
Yes.
Well, then, I'll give you a personal tour.
red-headed snake?
Yes, ma'am. Now, over here in this aquarium, we have the only albino alligator in captivity.
Looks fake to me.
Hang on. Just let me take this stick and...
Wow, Daddy, see that? Do it again.
No. We don't want to rile him up too much.
Do it again.
Come on, Andy.
Why don't you check out the twin goat over there? His brother was only half born, and it is attached to his back.
What's back there?
Now that is a really special exhibit. That's why we have the sign again. Enter at your own risk. Definitely not for little boys.
I'm not a little boy.
High-spirited fella, isn't he?
You have no idea.
Oh, I think I do. I got a call down from the office about your boy.
Is it that obvious?
What exactly do you do, Mr. Murray?
Oh, ma'am, it's just Murray. Andy's father has been expecting him.
I remember when I was young and probably doing something that I should not be doing, I would hear my father call my name, and a slight chill would run down my spine. I'll return with our final act. Bruce and Natalie have brought their adopted son to an innocent, or should I say, foreboding, petting farm. It's what lies in the back that is of interest to them all.
Now, just sign this.
Well, come on, Natalie.
I still don't know.
He broke your antique vase. He held a gun on us. How much more do you think you can take?
Fine.
Very good. Oh, and there is a separate charge to see this exhibit.
Of course there is.
I don't care how much it is.
Why do you have to sign anything to see a domo animal?
Believe me, young man, this is unlike anything that you have ever seen.
That's it? That's a big thing?
Oh, God, Bruce. It's hideous. Horns on its head. Those reddish eyes staring at me. Does he have another torso hanging off his chest? It winked at me.
God, it's covered in scales. Murray, what is this?
A very special exhibit. Andy, why don't you get a closer look?
You're not scary.
I don't scare you, little boy.
I'm not a little boy.
Oh, yes, you are. A bratty little boy.
And you're just a grumpy old man in a cheap costume.
Oh, really? Let me open my coat and let you see what I really am.
Bruce! What is that?
That's what the head office called about. He used to be Tony Harker, the owner of this little farm. He decided to try the dark arts of black magic. This is Andy's true father.
That thing? Under his coat? I don't believe it.
It's just an old costume.
Don't you see this arm that is coming from my chest? Or this head next to it? This poor fool learned too late not to mess with the underworld.
Oh, sure, this is boring. I want to go.
Come closer, my son.
What's happening?
Oh, did I not mention it? It's feeding time.
I'm not a little boy.
No, You're not. You are dinner!
No!
I think I'm gonna be sick.
God, this isn't what I thought.
Y'all need to get on up out of here. It's still feeding time.
This is it. This is it. We're never adopting again.
Hiya, folks. Welcome to the farm. Now you can find feeding buckets right over there. The little ones will eat right out of your hand. Oh, that sign? Enter at your own risk? Well, that's a very special exhibit. Of course, if you want to see it, you'll have to sign a waiver. And there's an extra charge. Better hurry, though. It's almost feeding time.
Natalie and Bruce look back at the zoo as they drive away. They begin to wonder if Andy's father had other children that he will be summoning soon. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Our offering tonight was simply a fantasy. Perhaps call it a moment of crisis, when the mind thinks of the most gruesome things. And we have all had them. Someone cuts you off in traffic, and you would like to follow them home, no matter how far. Your coffee isn't quite the way you ordered it, and you would like to throw the hot liquid into their face. Your child talks back to you and you want to... Most of us would not act on such things. But of course, I will leave that up to you. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, William Stafford, and special guest, Prince Titan. Music was provided by Kevin MacLeod, the story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
See the oddities of nature. For only $1, you will see the lovely Belinda, who will amaze you with her oral skills of swallowing swords. See Andros, the world's strongest man, bend solid steel bars. See Morris, the only living werewolf. See Alexis, exotic dancer and fire eater. And our newest attraction, the one and only Monster.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, it's Crimson. If you enjoy these, please hit that like button. That way we know. And share it with all your friends.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare.
Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Each year they travel the country, setting up in small towns for possibly a week and offering the thrills for the entire family. The carnival, rides for all ages, games of skill and chance, and in some cases, there is that one attraction tucked away towards the back where only the brave of heart dare enter.
See the oddities of nature. For only $1, you will see the lovely Melinda, who will amaze you with her oral skills of swallowing swords. See Andros, the world's strongest man, bend solid steel bars. See Morris, the only living werewolf. See Alexis, exotic dancer and fire eater. And our newest attraction, the one and only Monster.
Our mystery drama, Freak Show, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our cast includes Nick Davis, Rue Snow, Crimson McKenzie, and Jonathan Rosignol. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. At one time they were called freaks, humans with an abnormality of some kind. In past times, these people were locked away, forgotten, and in many cases, mistreated. There were a few that were able to make a living in carnivals. Paraded in front of fascinated patrons, they were able to bring a bit of humanity to their inhuman condition.
It has been confirmed by the local authorities that Terry Keene, convicted murderer who was scheduled for execution this week, has escaped. Police are warning local residents to use extreme caution. Terry Keene is 6 feet, 185 pounds, with a prominent scar on his left cheek. He should be considered armed and dangerous.
May I help you?
Are you the owner of this crazy palace?
If you mean the carnival, no. That would be Mr. Matson. I am Robert. I take care of our, oddities.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm Detective Lindsay. Have you seen this man?
Detective, hundreds of people come to my attraction. To me, they are only patrons of the arts.
Would you mind just taking a look at this photo, please?
No, I don't believe that I've had the pleasure.
Believe me, it would not have been a pleasure.
Who is he?
Terry Keene. He was convicted of killing 7 people. Kill is a rather tame word compared to what he did to them.
Oh, yes. I believe that I did read something about him. Is he the one that the newspapers called the Monster?
That's the one. The press has always given killers some kind of nickname. I suppose it sells in some gruesome way.
I can assure Detective Lindsay that I have not seen this man since we arrived last week.
How long are you going to be here?
Tomorrow is our last night. Would you care to see a performance?
I've seen enough oddities for a lifetime.
Here, a couple of passes in case you change your mind.
Do you know all the people that work at the carnival?
Most of them, yes. There are a few of the locals who are hired for the week.
Well, do me a favor, Mr. Robert. Circulate that photo around. I may not be able to speak to everyone here.
Do you actually think that this Keene person will try and come here with all of these people around?
He had no problem killing a girl in the park in the middle of the day. So yes, it is highly possible that he would come here. But don't worry, we've got this place covered.
I've done everything that you have asked.
You know the terms of our contract, Alexis. Believe me, I'm doing the best I can to try and find a replacement for you.
It's just been so long.
In the grand scheme of things, 3 years is not a long time.
You said 6 months. At the most.
Freaks do not just grow on trees, you know.
I'm not a freak.
As long as you're here, you are what I say you are. Now, take heart, Alexis. You are the best attraction that I have. And let's face it, I did give you what I promised.
You promised me a better life.
And have I not kept my promise?
I have no life! You won't let me leave. You won't let me go out, meet people, be a woman.
Tattooed from head to toe, spiky red hair, your face covered in jewelry, not to mention your penchant for eating fire.
You made me this way!
I took you in. I made you part of our family. You signed a contract.
I would have been better off where I was at.
Would you? Let me give you some hope, Alexis. Tomorrow is our last night here. I do happen to know a couple of prospects in the next town.
Are you sure?
You have fulfilled almost all of the terms of your arrangement. If, and it's only an if, these prospects turn out to be, well, let's just say you will have your so-called normal life.
Thank you, Robert.
No need to thank me, my dear. Now, shouldn't you be getting ready for the next show?
Yes, sir. And I will make it the best one yet. Thank you again.
You may come out now. I know that you are in here. Please, come out. Make yourself comfortable. You have nothing to be afraid of. Please, come out. I'm sure that you could use a drink, perhaps? Please, Mr. King, pour yourself a drink. Sit down.
How do you know who I am? And how'd you know I was in here?
For your second question, I saw that my closet door was slightly open. I always make sure that it's closed. As for your first inquiry, I know everything about you.
Robert sits back in his large chair, his hands folded, smiling at the killer, Terry Keene. I can assure you that the media was correct when they dubbed Mr. Keene the monster, for that is exactly what he is. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. The lights and sounds of a carnival brings a sort of magic to a small town. It is a way to lose oneself for a brief period of time. The thrill of the rides, the games, the food, and then there is the sideshow.
Okay, so you know about me. So what?
Tell me, Mr. Keene, how did it feel when you murdered your first victim?
Why do you want to know?
I'm very interested in you, Mr. Keene. I want to know all about you. Your dreams, your hopes.
Haven't you heard? I don't have any dreams or hopes. I was sitting in the death house until a few hours ago.
Well, now, that is what I mean. How did you manage to escape that horrid place?
That's my business.
Of course it is! Forgive my intrusion. Every magician must keep his secrets.
Who's that?
Please, Mr. Keene, put the gun away.
But who is it?
Well, I won't know unless I open the door.
I'm going back in the closet. Whoever it is, get rid of them. Quick. don't forget, I've got a gun on you.
I'm telling you, there is no need for that.
Just remember what I said.
Such a nervous man. Just a moment.
Everything okay?
Yes, Detective. Everything is fine. Did you decide to stay for the show?
Maybe. Listen, I just wanted to warn you that Keen has been seen in the area. We're starting a search of the carnival right now.
I still don't think that he would be foolish enough to come here, but I appreciate your diligence.
What are you going to be doing in a little bit?
Well, the show begins in about 10 minutes. I've still got a few things to do in here.
Mind if I come in and have a look around?
By all means, Detective.
Kind of a small area here.
Oh, this is just my office. My trailer is in the back lot, if you wish to search it. Here are the keys.
Appreciate that. What's that door to?
Simply a closet, Detective. I must warn you, it is rather full at the moment. I hardly ever open it.
Mind if I just take a look?
By all means.
You're right. A lot of junk in there. Well,
as I said, I rarely use it.
If you happen to see our man, let one of the officers know immediately.
Believe me, I most certainly will. Why don't you come to the show? I'm sure that my performers will feel much safer with you in the audience.
You know, I just might do that.
You can come out now, Mr. Keen.
What the hell happened?
Confused, Mr. Keen?
I heard her say that she wanted to look in the closet. I raised my gun, pulled the trigger, and...
What, Mr. Keen?
I couldn't pull the trigger. I don't know what happened. She opened the door, and I swear she looked right at me. I just stood there, pulling.
As I told you before, a good magician never reveals his secrets.
Mr. Robert! Come quick!
What is it?
It's Frankie. I think that he's dead.
Come in, quick.
Hey, what is this, a convention?
Would you mind, my dear, keeping my friend company while I check on our comrade?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Robert.
Terry, this is Alexis. I'm sure that you two will have a lot to talk about.
What did he mean by that?
You're the monster?
So I'm the monster? So what of it? Hey, how did you know?
Cops have been showing your picture all over the place.
I gotta get out of here, somehow.
Yes, you really do need to go.
What do you mean?
You should have never came in here. He's going to...
What? What is he going to do?
It's not fair. I was supposed to be next. He promised.
The hell are you talking about?
I was in the same position that you are. I had killed my husband. Oh, he deserved it with what he had done to me. But the jury sent me away for life. I saw an opportunity to get away and I took it.
So you hooked up with the carnival, huh?
I wish I hadn't. Now, you don't understand. He'll promise you a new life, but it's more like a life in hell.
I think this gun will say different.
Do you think he's afraid of a gun? Oh, Mr. Keen, please get out of here while you still...
Alexis, what were you about to say?
Nothing, Mr. Robert.
I'm sorry, Alexis. I truly am.
Is Frankie? Is he?
I'm afraid that he is. The doctor is with him now.
It's not fair. I can't wait another year.
I'm sorry, my child. You know the rules. Only one replacement per year. Now, go and get the others ready for the show while I speak with Mr. Keen.
It's not fair. It's not fair.
One of your performers croaks, and you're still going on with a show?
Know the old saying, Mr. Keen. Show must go on. However, we both have a small problem.
Oh, yeah? What's that?
You are surrounded by the police. And I've lost my star attraction.
Terry Keene frowns and begins to worry about the slight smile that Robert displays. The sounds of the carnival take on a more ominous tone. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Convicted killer Terry Keene holds a gun on the owner of a sideshow in a carnival. His mind is racing as he searches for a way out of his predicament.
I could always shoot my way out.
I don't think that it would be the wisest choice, Mr. Keene.
Then what do you suggest?
As I told you, I have lost my star attraction.
Tough for you.
But rather advantageous for you. Haha.
What are you getting at?
Before you go off and begin killing innocent people, and before you are killed by an array of bullets from my itchy trigger finger police, won't you hear my proposition?
Okay, so what is this proposition?
You need a way out of here, correct?
Yeah, and I'm just about to take it.
We have one more night here in this town. However, I can convince the owner of the carnival to allow us to travel to our next destination after our final performance tonight.
Like you said, the show must go on. So, why would the owner do that?
Well, we must make a burial arrangement, have a service, inter the body, don't you see?
So where does that leave me?
You will simply replace Frankie as our star attraction.
Nah, I'm not into show business.
Oh, there's nothing to it.
And besides, I ain't no freak.
Neither are my other performers. They are merely artists with a select set of skills that can only be appreciated by the carnival-going public.
You mean like that girl? Alexis?
Yes, just like her. Oh, believe me, Mr. Keene, your act is much simpler than hers.
Who was this Frankie, anyway?
Why, he was the monster.
You must be out of your mind. I don't look anything like... Jeez. The guy looks like he's been put through a meat grinder.
You don't have to look like him. I will make you up. It's the same thing that I did with Frank Donaldson.
Who is that?
He was a rather unfortunate individual who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He was sentenced to death, just as you were.
And you were helping him?
I was giving him a new life. A life that is free of worries or cares. I'm offering you the same thing.
So what do I have to do?
Simply sign a standard contract, one that all my performers sign, and then we shall apply the makeup. Believe me, no one will be able to tell you apart from Frankie.
That's it? What kind of contract?
Rather simple, really. You agree to stay with the show for at least a year. We're able to find a replacement for you. You'll be released from the contract.
Is that what Alexis meant by not being fair?
Alexis is a troubled girl. I believe that Frank and her had some sort of relationship going on.
I bet she's a knockout under all that makeup.
She's a very lovely young woman. Now, do we have a deal?
No tricks. I still have my gun.
Keep it, if it makes you feel safer.
I don't have to sign this thing in blood, do I?
Please. So archaic. Now, sign, and let's get the makeup on. The show is about to begin.
Wow. I don't even recognize myself.
A very nice job, if I do say so myself.
Now, what am I supposed to do in the show?
Very simple. You will be sitting on a chair. Chains are wrapped around your arms. And at the given cue, you simply stand up and growl at the audience.
Like a jump scare?
Exactly. Alexis will help you with the right cues.
You know, this sounds like a lot of fun.
You did a good job tonight.
Thanks. It really was fun, seeing all those people scared out of their wits. I even scared that stupid cop.
You signed the contract, didn't you?
Yeah? So what?
I warned you. I told you to get away.
And where would I have gone? At least I'm not waiting to be killed by the state. Hey, how do you get this makeup off?
Makeup? Makeup?
Yeah, this horror makeup that Robert put on me.
It will never come off, just like mine. Do you think that I really look like this? These tattoos? These piercings? No! He did this!
I don't get it. What are you talking about?
Oh, he owns you now. Don't you get it? You're the monster now.
What?
Until he finds a replacement?
No.
You will always be the monster!
Terry looks into the mirror and sees the horror that has become his face. He struggles again to remove the makeup before resigning himself to being the monster. I'll be back with a final word. I can only quote what Chris Shaw wrote. One man's freak show is another man's portrayal of heroic triumph over medical adversity. Call me prejudiced, but I suspect your typical 20-something watched the show with their jaw on the floor rather than a tear in their eye. Our cast included Mick Davis, Crimson McKenzie, Jonathan Rossignol, and Rue Snow. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Stan, what is going on with Fred?
That's what I've been trying to find out for the last week.
Fred, where are you?
See? He doesn't even materialize anymore. And wait until you hear this. Fred, how about a creaking door?
What is that?
Your guess is as good as mine.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Orson Welles once said, "We are born alone, we live alone, we die alone. Only through our love and friendship can we create the illusion, for the moment, that we are not alone."
Stan, What is going on with Fred?
That's what I've been trying to find out for the last week.
Fred, where are you?
See? He doesn't even materialize anymore. And wait until you hear this. Fred, how about a creaking door?
What is that?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Our mystery drama, Hauntings Love Story, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. Our stars include William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, Annie Mick, Dave Arkhipov, Winslow Swan, and Mark Wheeler. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. "'Tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all," said Alfred Lord Tennyson. But can love transcend this earthly plane of existence?
Dan, I'm home.
Thank God for that.
What's going on?
I'm not really sure.
Okay, what has Fred done this time? Do we need to call control?
That's just it. Fred hasn't done anything for the last week.
What? Something has got to be wrong.
Maybe he's just resting. Remember the burglars that got in here the other night?
How could I forget? They broke in, Fred did something, and the police found them outside laughing their heads off.
One of the detectives said that 2 men said they heard birds singing and romantic music playing. They thought it was such a funny burglar alarm they couldn't help laughing.
Well, something has definitely been up with Fred. Ever since we took that trip to Stanfield.
I thought Fred would like a haunted house tour.
So did I. But remember how quiet he was on the way back?
Never heard a peep out of him.
Have you tried talking to him, you know, like man to man, or rather man to ghost?
I haven't seen him for a week. Don't get me wrong. I like the quiet, but even I am a little worried.
Hey, Fred! Come on out and be sociable. Fred?
See what I mean?
That does not sound like our Fred.
That's the only sound he does make now. Listen to this. Hey, Fred, give Dot a good old-fashioned banshee scream.
Now I know that something is definitely wrong. Fred, get out here.
Yes.
Hey, come on. What's wrong?
No, I don't think that you would understand.
Why don't you try us?
I don't want to bother you two with my problems. Besides, you're so happy together, and I'm always a nuisance.
Now stop that right now. You are as much a part of this family as anyone.
Sure, you can tell us anything.
It's just a little embarrassing, that's all.
Did Nosy Nellie see you doing something?
Oh, no, Stan. I've been very careful.
None of the neighbors have called complaining about any noises lately, so what's the matter?
I have fallen in love.
Well, he can't have her. I've already had to put up with one ghost wanting Millie.
Now, Jack, let's hear them out.
Oh no, Mr. Carson, it's not Millie.
Well, then, that's all right. I remember last Christmas when...
You promised not to bring that up again.
Sorry, hon. So who is Fred in love with?
Who else? It's another ghost.
We took a road trip last week to a haunted house tour. We thought that Fred would like to get away for a bit.
Naturally, there was a graveyard across from the house, and apparently Fred saw something, or rather someone.
In the middle of the day?
That's what I said. Fred told me that he could see all kinds of spirits any time of the day or night.
So, who did he see?
If you don't mind, I'm gonna let Fred explain.
You mean he's here? Well, why didn't you say so?
He didn't want to be a bother.
Fred? Are you here?
Hi, Millie. Hi, Jack.
Now, Fred, what's all this about?
Don't you remember falling in love, Jack?
Like it was yesterday.
Well, I've fallen in love with the most beautiful, angelic creature on the ethereal plane.
Do you have any idea who she is? Or was?
We didn't go near the cemetery, remember? And I was afraid to ask if we could.
So, you don't even have a name?
No, not even a name. And she probably doesn't even know I exist.
Then the problem is solved. Just go back out there.
Falling in love at first sight is a rather rare feeling, but I like to believe that it actually does happen. But for a ghost? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. John Lennon wrote, "All you need is love." Jane Austen wrote, "To love is to burn, to be on fire." And Betty Davis wrote, "Pleasure of love lasts a moment. Pain of love lasts a lifetime."
Are we there yet?
You've been asking that every 5 minutes. No, Fred, not yet.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just a little anxious. Are we there yet?
Will you stop it? We'll be there in just a few minutes.
Then maybe we can put this to rest. Do you remember where you saw her?
Well, I'm not really sure. I think it was over there.
By that angel statue?
We were across the street at the house, so I'm not really sure where.
Dot, do you hear that?
Yes, Stan. I hear that. Fred, is that her?
I think so. Wait! There she is!
Fred, it's daytime. We can't see her.
Wait, don't go!
Fred, what's going on?
She's going into that crypt over there.
Let's go take a look.
Peggy Ann Snow, born October 13th, 1924. Died December 13, 1944. Oh, how sad. She was only 20 years of age.
Well, Fred, why don't you introduce yourself?
Do you think I should?
Of course you should.
I wouldn't know what to say.
Hello, for a start. Just tell her who you are and that you saw her last week.
But don't be creepy about it.
Well, okay. Hello? Are you there? I'm looking for, Peggy. Peggy Ann Snow?
Go on, Fred. Tell her something about yourself.
Oh, okay, Dorothy. Well, I'm Frederick Washington Davis. Fred to my friends. I live, well, not live, since I died a long time ago, so now I stay with my friends. This is Stan and Dorothy Peters.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Hi there.
I told you I wasn't very good at this.
I think that you're wonderful and cute.
Cute? You think I'm cute? Really?
I saw you last week. I was hoping that you would come back.
Stan, why don't we leave them alone for a little bit?
We'll be out in the car, Fred, whenever you're ready.
Isn't it romantic?
It's definitely different.
Our little ghost has a girlfriend.
Dorothy, did you think I was cute when we first met?
Of course not, Stan.
Gee, thanks a lot.
I thought that you were quite handsome. Well, how did it go, Fred?
Oh, not very well.
Don't feel bad. I'm sure there are plenty of ghosts in the sea.
Oh, no, it isn't that. Oh, she's wonderful. We actually have a lot in common.
But you died over 100 years before she was born. What could you possibly have in common?
She fell down a well, too.
Guess you have to start somewhere.
Yeah, there's only one problem.
I'm sure that anything can be solved.
No way!
Oh, but Stan, it's not a big problem.
Fred, I'm just gonna have to side with Stan on this one. There's just no way we can drive up to the cemetery every day so that you can see Peggy.
It's over 2 hours away.
I understand.
Great. Now we have a lovesick ghost to deal with.
Maybe there is something that we can do.
Do you have a suggestion? Wait, don't answer that.
Why not?
Because whatever it is, I'm not going to like it.
You just let me make one phone call to Control.
Dorothy, how good it is to hear from you again.
That's Mrs. Peters. Settle down, Control. Now, how are things there?
Oh, everything is all right here. I'm seeing someone from the accounting department. How is everything there?
Well, we do have a small problem which I'm sure that you will be able to help us with.
All you have to do is ask.
Fred has fallen in love with another ghost.
And you want to move her into your home. I can expedite
Oh, no. They just met. You see, she's in a graveyard about 2 hours away, and
Well, that does present a problem.
What do you mean?
If she is in sanctified ground, then she cannot be transferred. The rules are very specific about that.
That is gonna kill Fred.
That would be a neat trick, as I cannot understand how he could be even more dead.
Oh, you know what I mean.
Do you know the name of the cemetery and the soul in question?
It's Morningside, about 2 hours away from us, and her name is Peggy Ann Snow.
Well, let me see. I think that I may have a solution to this little quandary.
Dorothy smiles as she listens to the solution that Control has come up with. But as he continues, she begins to worry. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Dorothy Peters has just received information from Control about our lovelorn ghost, Fred. She is now in the living room talking with her husband Stan and Fred.
I can see the look on his face even now.
It's not funny, Stan.
But do you think they will do it?
I don't know, Stan. What do you think?
Now, wait a minute. If you think that I'm going to be the one to ask my boss, Jack Carson, to house a ghost, You're out of your mind.
Don't you think that they would?
Well, what did Control tell you, Dorothy?
It seems that Morningside has been bought by some realty company. They're having to move all of the graves to a new location.
And where will that be?
2 streets down from the Carsons?
Well, at least she will be closer.
But that's not the best part. Since they're moving the entire graveyard, she will be pulled from the sanctified ground and for a brief period can be considered a roving spirit.
Which means that she is eligible to be transferred. Oh, Stan, please.
No, I'm not going to ask.
Stanley Peters, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Me?
You have a chance to help out our wonderful ghost who has been so great and ran off burglars and
Destroyed the kitchen, got Millie drunk, and wild parties.
That's beside the point.
I'll ask them, but you are going to be there too. So you see, Mr. Carson, we were wondering if perhaps you and Millie would consider taking Peggy and Snow.
Oh, it is so nice to see 2 people in love.
Millie, they are ghosts.
Which makes it even more wonderful.
We don't even know this Peggy.
Oh, well, she is the most wonderful, gentle, free spirit.
Your opinion doesn't count, Fred. Look, I get the fact that you're in love, but you are a little biased.
Jack, we heard her. I did some research on her and she died when she was only 20 years old. Rather tragic. She never married or even had a boyfriend. Fred really is her first love.
That is the most beautiful thing I have ever heard.
Millie, you're not thinking.
And Fred can come over any time to see her.
Or she could come over to our place.
Jack, do you get the feeling that we are being overruled?
Stan, as soon as we said I do, our vote never counted again.
So, will you take her in?
It will be an honor.
Fred, she's not like a banshee or vampire or anything like that.
Oh, no, Jack, nothing like that. Just your ordinary run-of-the-mill ghost. Like me.
Fred, there is no one like you.
You will be happy to know that Peggy Ann Snow did transfer to the Carsons, and her and Fred see each other as often as possible. I'll be back shortly with a final word. I believe that I can sum up our little play with a quote from J.R.R. Tolkien. I would rather spend one lifetime with you than face all the ages of this world alone. Our cast included William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, Dave Arkhipov, Annie Mick, Mark Wheeler, and Winslow Swan. The play was written and edited by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan, and directed by Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You have to destroy it.
Don't you think that I have tried?
Then try harder.
You don't understand, Paul. It's a miracle. Can't you see that? Martin and I created a miracle.
Claire, what you and Marty created is an abomination.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. Emerson once said, all is riddle, and the key to the riddle is another riddle.
You have to destroy it.
Don't you think that I have tried?
Then try harder.
You don't understand, Paul. It's a miracle. Can't you see that? Martin and I created a miracle.
Claire, what you and Marty created is an abomination.
Our mystery drama, Playing God, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our cast includes Jonathan Rosignol, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Many people hold that miracles happen every day. We may not actually see them, but they do happen. I'm not talking about seas parting, but small, possibly inconsequential miracles.
Please, come in. Sit down. No! Do not turn on the light. I have an aversion to bright lights. The one by the chair is sufficient for you to see. I realize you are probably not used to meeting clients this way. I am in need of an attorney, not because anything criminal, but simply to ask a question. I know. Why didn't I just call you? I have to let you see that I'm sincere. That my question, after I tell you what happened, will be a strictly legal one. And don't worry, I won't hold you to your answer. My name is Paul Layton. I'm a scientist, geneticist to be exact. I knew Martin Perry from college. He was what we like to call a free spirit. Not to say that he wasn't brilliant, just a little lazy.
Paul! Well, how the hell are you?
I'm doing well, Marty. So why am I here?
Oh, right to the chase. You always were that kind of guy.
Aren't you going to invite me in?
Of course, buddy. Please, enter my humble abode.
Humble? Looks more like a mansion.
Yeah, okay. So it's 3 stories tall. 4 if you include the basement. So it has 8 bedrooms and 5 baths. So it's...
Enough already. It is a very nice home.
Thank you, Paul. I really appreciate it.
Can we please just get on with it?
Paul! You really made it!
Hi, Claire. I see you're still with Marty, huh? How'd you make it work?
I'm a great little cook.
Can't you tell? I think I've gained 50 pounds since college.
How about a drink?
Sounds good.
Do you still take...
No, just straight up.
It really is good to see you again.
You too, and Claire. So, what have you been up to?
Oh, just a little research that Claire and I have been doing.
And we both thought of you. Letting you come into our fold, so to speak.
What sort of research?
You're never gonna believe it. Come on, let's go down to the lab.
Well, Paul, what do you think?
How do you find anything down here?
No, not your typical lab, I know.
We find it conducive to the creative process.
But how do you know what you are creating?
Oh, we manage. Besides, this is just the working lab. It is what is through that door that we really want you to see.
Why don't you just tell me what it is?
Paul, how was life created?
Are you looking for an opinion or a textbook answer?
Depending on what your beliefs are, there are several answers. But as a scientist, it has been the question that all of us have searched for.
And you think that you have found that answer?
No, Paul, no. What we have done is simply a miracle. Come on.
Well, what do you think?
I'm not really sure what I'm looking at.
Oh, come on, Paul. What do you see?
All right. I see a rather large aquarium of what appears to be, well, mud.
That is exactly what I said when Martin showed it to me.
She wanted to bathe in it.
All right, you two, you've had your fun, but
Oh, Paul, the fun is just beginning. Look, one of the theories that science holds is that we, as a living organism, crawled out of some sort of primordial ooze.
And that through natural selection and evolution, we became what we are today.
An unproven and somewhat unpopular theory.
What if I could show you proof?
You're kidding me, right?
Claire, why don't you do the honors?
You're not going to believe it!
What the hell is that?
What exactly is Paul seeing? Claire and Martin stand behind him, smiling at their discovery. We shall discover what lies in the basement when I return with Act 2. Francisco Goya once said, "Fantasies abandoned by reason produces impossible monsters."
Well, what do you think? Isn't he beautiful?
What is it?
That sludge in the other room in the aquarium produced what you are seeing.
But that's impossible.
Impossible or not, there it stands.
7 feet tall and 7 arms. A head, I assume, but no eyes or nose. Only an elongated mouth?
As Claire says, beautiful.
It's something out of Lovecraft. What did you do?
Well, Paul, that's our little secret. Suffice it to say, we grew a primordial man.
Jesus, it moved.
Oh, it does much more than move.
You know you have to destroy this, right?
Why? Don't you see, Paul? By some miracle, we have created life, a new species of man.
A perfect man. You want to destroy it? And watch this.
Martin, what are you...
Exactly what you want me to do. Destroy it.
What the hell? You just shot it. What is it doing?
Keep watching.
The skin. It's pushing the bullets out. There's no wound of any kind.
An actual, living, and breathing Superman!
What the hell is it doing now?
Now, just watch, Paul. Just sit back and watch. Vincent, walk forward. Towards me.
Claire, what the hell is Marty?
Don't worry, Paul. Marty knows what he is doing.
That's right. Let me have one of your hands.
It's so docile.
We haven't had a chance to do any tests on brain functions.
Now, go back. No! Don't grab at me! Stop pulling me! No!
Martin!
Claire, do something.
Stop!
Vincent? Stop it!
Oh. Quick, help me get Marty out of here and lock that door.
How is he?
Alive, although how I'm not sure. His back is completely broken.
Oh, God.
Claire, you have to destroy... What did you call it?
Oh, that? It was Marty's idea. We called it Vincent after Vincent Frankenstein. He thought it was a good joke.
This is no joke.
This was the reason we asked you to come. Your field of expertise is the human brain. Since Vincent was born, he has the capacity to understand simple commands, but...
But as time went on, it's become more uncontrollable. I just can't believe you and Marty...
But don't you see the possibilities? Imagine an entire army of Vincents. They can't be killed. We wouldn't have to send young men to die in battle anymore.
Hitler thought the same thing.
I'm not talking about world domination, Paul. I'm talking about an alternative to the modern soldier.
But you can't control it. Look what it did to Martin.
How about a drink?
After that, I need one.
Better.
Yes, thank you. Claire, what are you going to do?
You said we should destroy it. Don't you think that we have tried?
What do you mean?
Perhaps you noticed the other tank.
The one next to the ooze? Yes, I did.
It's filled with acid. We put Vincent into it.
And?
Nothing! It simply climbed out. You saw what bullets did. We even tried to burn it.
No. There has to be a way.
Look over there. That axe.
It looks like you tried to chop a metal pole.
We tried decapitation. It crushed the axe. Don't you see? We have created the ultimate soldier.
I'm not feeling...
It is all a question of control, Paul. If we could figure a way to control it, then we would have the perfect man.
What was in that drink?
Marty figured it all out. Of course, he won't be able to perform the operation, but he can instruct me.
Thomas Deloney once said, God sends meat, and the devil sends the cooks. What sort of operation does Claire intend on doing? Stick around for our concluding act. Longfellow wrote, "A simple child that lightly draws its breath and feels its life in every limb, what should it know of death?"
What happened?
Well, hello, Vincent?
What did you call me?
I would shake one of your hands, but I'm sort of confined to this bed.
Oh, God. What have you done to me?
You have became the perfect Man.
Come on, Paul. Try to walk.
I can't see. What did you do to me?
We needed a controllable brain. Your brain. Magnificent. Now, how do you like your new body, Vincent?
Quit calling me that.
Look, Claire, he's walking.
The perfect man.
What have you done? You maniacs.
That's close enough, Vincent. Vincent? I said stop.
Paul, stop. Don't come any closer.
Indestructible. You said indestructible.
Put me down!
Indestructible.
Paul, put her down.
Martin! Help me!
You need a bath, Claire. You need a bath.
No, Paul! Please! Put me down!
Yes, Claire. I'll put you down in the bath.
Oh, God, Claire. Oh, God, no.
Indestructible.
No.
Martin.
Stay away. Stay away!
So you see, this is my story. And now you know why I want advice from you. Claire? Oh, she's dead. I watched as the skin peeled away from her. I saw her bones disintegrate into the acid. Marty. He's still down there, lying on the gurney, unable to move. I'll deal with him in a little while. First, I want to ask you my question. Did I commit murder? Or is it an act of revenge? Or sort of justifiable homicide? I mean, Claire and Marty had to kill me first to get my brain, right? No. Don't get up. My eyes finally emerged, and I can see now. Perhaps you would like to see me. After you answer my question, you may turn on the light.
Euripides once said, "I know indeed what evil I intend to do, but stronger than all my afterthoughts is my fury, fury that brings upon mortals the greatest evils." I'll be back shortly with a final word. We offer no moral to our tale, simply a story to spark the imagination, which is what we strive to do. Illuminate that part of your own brain that conjures up fantastic worlds and creatures, and you can be sure that we will be here to help you with that magic. Our cast included Jonathan Rossignol, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Isn't Michael playing beautifully?
Yes, my dear. I suppose that my money is being well spent.
Of course it is, Arnold. We haven't had an empty seat in the theater since he started these concerts.
And I suppose that you have been keeping him happy?
I have been making sure that he has everything he needs, if that is what you mean.
Of course, darling. We must make sure that Michael Mason is happy.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Revenge is a rather common thought among people. I believe that we have all planned a delicious revenge against someone who has wronged us, whether the offense was true or not. It could be some momentary thought that dissipates as quickly as it came. In some cases, revenge is carefully thought out, planned, and eventually executed.
Isn't Michael playing beautifully?
Yes, my dear. I suppose that my money is being well spent.
Of course it is, Arnold. We haven't had an empty seat in the theater since he started these concerts.
And I suppose that you have been keeping him happy?
I have been making sure that he has everything he needs, if that is what you mean.
Of course, darling. We must make sure that Michael Mason is happy.
Our mystery drama, The Hands of Mason, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Nick Davis, Raven Adams, Crimson McKenzie, and Carter Sheriff. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Permit me now to introduce you to Michael Mason, a young concert pianist whose career has begun its climb to stardom. He began playing the piano at the age of 5, and by the tender age of 10, was renowned as a prodigy. Now he is 25, handsome, and beginning a series of performances at the concert hall. However, he is now at a rather cheap roadside hotel with someone he considers very special.
That was wonderful.
I love you, Heather.
And I love you. However...
Wait a second. Where are you going?
I have to get back before Arnold gets home.
But I thought you said he wouldn't be home until late tonight.
I did. There is always the chance that he could return early. Besides, you have a concert to get ready for.
How long are we going to keep doing this?
Doing what?
Meeting like this? In some nondescript motel miles from the city?
You know perfectly well why we have to do this, my love.
Well, you could always divorce him.
Yeah, and live on what? You know he made me sign a prenup.
Yes, made you sign it. You could get an attorney to contest that, you know.
Even if I tried, Arnold would hunt us down. We're taking a chance doing what we were doing now.
And I see that you have another bruise.
That was my fault. I fell in the bathroom yesterday.
Looks like a fist to me.
Please, Michael, let's just keep things the way that they are. How are your hands?
Didn't you get enough of them?
I meant for playing.
So did I.
The piano. Playing the piano.
They're fine. Seriously, though, at least think about leaving Arnold.
Michael, it was his money that financed these concerts. I can't leave him. Not yet, anyway.
Will I see you tonight at the theater?
I'm gonna try to get Arnold to come with me.
I love you, Heather. I really do.
And I love you. We just have to be careful for at least a little while longer.
You're late.
I'm sorry, Mr. Richards, but traffic was a bear.
Then you should have left earlier. Never mind. Sit down and tell me what you have.
As you suggested, I began following your wife about a month ago because you were convinced that she was seeing someone.
Yes, get on with it.
You weren't exactly sure who she was seeing. You had a few suspects in mind, 4 to be exact. To save a little time, I've labeled each person parties A, B, C, and D.
All right, can we hurry this along?
Yes, sir. Now, parties A and B, Mrs. Richards knew before, but had no contact with since marrying you. Party D, she has seen a few times, but those meetings appeared to be accidental.
Possibly, but let's not rule him out just yet.
Well, you may change your mind. Party C, the piano player, Mrs. Richards met while she was an actress in the Broadway stage play. He was a part of the orchestra about 3 years ago. According to my sources, they spent a lot of time together.
Yes, I met her after that play closed. We married about 6 months later.
I understand that she told you she didn't know him. Well, that was definitely a lie. I followed her last week to a small motel where she met this young man. Would you like to see the pictures?
That won't be necessary. Yes, Michael Mason.
If you want me to keep on the job, I will.
No, it's time for more decisive action.
I don't understand.
You're not supposed to. For now, you can collect your fee from my secretary and then forget the whole case.
Very good, Mr. Richards. I'll forget the whole thing. I'm very good at that.
Brandon, is it you? Just hit the start button. Very good. Michael Mason is playing tonight at the concert hall. I'm sure Heather will want to go. It should end around 10. Meet me at the rear entrance. I have a special job that will require your services. Oh, and Brandon, make sure you bring the dull bladed axe.
Someone once said that if a man steals your wife, the best revenge is to let him keep her. However, Arnold Richards has something more sinister in mind. Let's find out as we return with Act 2 shortly. Film director Alfred Hitchcock once said that revenge is sweet and non-fattening. However, revenge can also have dire consequences.
I'm so happy that you decided to come tonight, Arnold. Isn't Michael wonderful?
Yes, he plays very well.
I can't thank you enough for financing these concerts. Look, not an empty seat in the house.
Who knew that there were this many fans of classical music?
The arts have always drawn an eclectic crowd, Arnold. As I have tried to explain to you.
I told you, my dear, that your life as an actress is far behind you.
Yes, Arnold. You told me.
Where are you going?
I'm a little tired this evening, Arnold. I'm going home. Are you coming?
I'll be there in a little while. I have something important to do.
I noticed Brandon by the car. Whose head are you going to bash in tonight?
Nothing as dramatic as that. No, I just have to make a few cuts in the budget. Mr. Mason, over here.
Mr. Richards?
A very nice concert, Mr. Mason.
Oh, I didn't even know that you were there.
Yes, Heather insisted.
Well, I'm glad that you and Ms. Richards were able to make it.
She seems very fond of you.
Well, if it wasn't for Heather and, of course, your generosity, well, these concerts would have never have happened.
I understand that your agent is planning a tour for you. Is that right?
It is very much in the planning stages, yes.
I suppose that you would want my wife to help with the planning.
Well, it would be nice, but I think it would be an imposition. I barely know her.
You seem to know her well enough. You called her by her first name.
Did I?
Yes, you did. Have you met my driver, Brandon?
Mr. Richards. I'm sure that you want to get home. It's getting late.
Oh, no. I insist that you meet Brandon.
Hey, what is this?
You and Heather have been discovered. There is something that you should have been told about me. I'm surprised Heather didn't tell you. What is mine to keep. At any cost.
Get off of me! Take your hands off of me! Hey! What are you doing with that axe?
Brandon, would you mind holding Mr. Mason down and stretching out his arms?
What are you going to... Oh, no. No!
The edge of this blade is dull. Very dull. In other words, this is going to be very, very painful.
No!
Good morning, darling. How did you sleep?
Oh, Arnold! Arnold, how could you?
What are you talking about?
You know damn well what I'm talking about.
I'm completely in the dark, darling.
You killed him!
Whom did I kill?
Michael! You killed him! It's in the papers this morning. His body was found outside the theater.
And it specifically named me as the murderer?
Of course not. But I know it was you. But you didn't just kill him. You cut off his hands. His beautiful hands.
Sounds like something that is gang-related. Perhaps our young pianist was in debt to someone.
You know that isn't true. You killed him because you thought that I was seeing him.
But weren't you, darling? Now, don't try to deny it. I hired a private detective, and he brought me some rather interesting pictures.
You didn't have to kill him.
Now, why would I kill him? As you said, the theater was selling out every concert. Without him, I would lose a lot of money. I had no reason to kill him.
You did kill him. You're insane.
Only about certain things, my dear. You know perfectly well that what is mine, I aim to keep.
Then you did kill him. You cut off his hands, and then you left him there to bleed to death, all alone.
I can assure you, my dear, that I had nothing to do with it.
I could kill you. Michael was warm, caring, and loving. He was everything that you're not. Somehow, some way, you will get what's coming to you.
And just where do you think that you are going?
Somewhere. Anywhere. Away from you!
So, you're leaving me.
I should have done it a long time ago. When I found out just how cruel and heartless you could be.
Face the facts, Heather. You married me for my money because you could not make it as an actress.
I hate you! I hate you! Do you hear me? I hate you!
Heather, come back here. Come back here. What's that? I must have left the radio on. No matter. It's a rather nice piece of music, and it sounds so familiar. And so, Heather, you have left me. You will find it very hard to get along in this world penniless. That's funny. It wasn't the radio. Oh, wait. Perhaps I had it on a timer and it finally shut itself off. What is that?
Evil is always devising more corrosive misery through man's restless need to exact his revenge out of hate, said Ralph Steadman. But evil comes in many forms and out of many situations, and sometimes from beyond the grave. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Arnold Richards finds himself alone since his wife, Heather, has left him. Even with murder on his hands, he still plots a revenge against Heather.
A lovely theater. It really is. Too bad we have to burn it down. Isn't that right, Brandon? You know what to do. And such a fine piano. It's a shame it also has to perish in the fire. At least I'll recoup my losses through the insurance. Oh! What was that? Brandon, are you okay? My God! Brandon! Your hands! They've been cut off! No, it can't be. That light almost hit me! I've got to get out of here. Brandon, dead. His hands completely cut off. And the piano. I'm going crazy. Yeah! A hand on the seat next to me. No! Get away! Ah! Another hand! No! Okay. Can't breathe. Stop it! No! Get off of me! The hands! Mason's hands! Help! No! No!
Oh, thank you, Boodle. Give it to me. I love you, but you need to go home. Go on. Yes, I'll put your treat out for later. Okay. Let's see what Mother's gonna gripe about today. Okay. What? Police are baffled at the accident scene that caused the death of Arnold Richards, prominent businessman. Witnesses report that Mr. Richards was driving erratically before crossing the center line and flipping his car several times. His driver, Mr. Brandon Curtis, was found dead at the theater that was recently the scene of another tragic murder. The death of Mr. Michael Mason, concert pianist. The strangest part of the case was that all three victims' hands had been removed and not been recovered.
Arnold Richards is survived by his loving wife, Heather Richards. Loving wife. Heather Richards.
And as our curtain closes, I'm reminded of a line from Shakespeare. Vengeance is in my heart, death in my hand, blood and revenge are hammering in my head. I'll return shortly with a final word. Someone once said that if you seek revenge, dig 2 graves, one for yourself. I believe what Frank Sinatra once said, the best revenge is massive success. Our cast included Mick Davis, Raven Adams, Crimson McKenzie, and Carter Sheriff. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
It is intolerable. I am nothing more than a morning cereal.
But, Master, you are the Prince of Darkness. You are the ruler of the underworld.
And now everyone only laughs at me. Laughs at me. I have been maligned for far too long. It is time for the public to be truly scared.
This is your host,
Artemis Black,
inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. The very first Frankenstein movie was made by the Edison Studio in 1910. Nosferatu, the first Dracula movie, was made in Germany in 1922, and the first werewolf movie, 1913. At the time of their release, audiences screamed with terror. So sad that no one is afraid of monsters anymore.
It is intolerable. I am nothing more than a morning cereal.
But, Master, you are the Prince of Darkness. You are the ruler of the underworld.
And now everyone only laughs at me. Laughs at me. I have been maligned for far too long. It is time for the public to be truly scared.
Our mystery drama, No One is Afraid of Monsters Anymore, was adapted from the short story and written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Mick Davis, Jonathan Rosignol, William Stafford, Annie Mick, and Will Dorman. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Joel Cohen once said that we create monsters, and then we cannot control them. Of course, now we are no longer frightened by the classic monsters that came from the minds of Mary Shelley or Bram Stoker. Or are we?
These bones do ache sometimes. I wonder what people would think if they knew that the Prince of Darkness sleeps in the nude. Igor! Igor! Where are you?
I'm here. Master, I have your libation.
Oh, positive again.
I'm afraid that is all that we have in stock.
How I recall the nights when I could find a virgin within a few minutes.
I'm beginning to think that they are only mythical creatures.
Yes. Now is everyone gathered in the main ballroom?
Yes, Master. All the creatures of the night await your presence.
What a dismal time it is, Igor. But, as the Master of Darkness, I must inform all.
Rumors have been flying around the belfry.
I know. I shall address them all tonight. Could I please have a little quiet? Thank you all for coming to the castle. I understand how hard it is to travel these days. I appreciate the effort from everyone. Igor, I believe your pet is calling for you.
It is feeding time, Master.
Did see it before it blows the entire castle down. Why did I allow you to bring Godzilla home?
I told you, he followed me home. How could I turn him out into the cold?
If he keeps that up, we will not have a place to stay in.
Yes, Master.
Well, what are you standing around for? Go and feed your pet.
Yes, Master. Right away.
Well, spit it out already.
Apologies. I had a bit of shrimp stuck in my throat. Why are we all here, Count?
I have some very sad news for all of us, Legion. It seems that no one is afraid of monsters anymore.
Of course not. Look what they have done to us. We're now simply throwbacks in an ancient time.
Yes, I know. The movie-going audience have become... How shall I put this nicely? Let us just say that it doesn't take much to scare them.
Shake a camera around the woods for 90 minutes and people scream. How is that scary?
And do not forget that each one that is made comes with a built-in sequel after sequel after sequel. No! I will not allow us to simply vanish from the celluloid history books.
Do you have a plan?
When have I ever not had a plan?
There was that one time in Belgrade when the daughter of...
You promised that you would never mention that again.
Sorry. So what is this plan of yours?
Something that I have been working on for the past few months. Something that will be so frightening, so terrifying, that people would be afraid of the dark once again.
Robert, did you get those contracts sent off?
Oh, yes, ma'am. And I have you scheduled for a meeting at Universal next week. Also, your yoga instructor calls. Seems that she is sick with the flu.
So much for holistic medicine.
I stick to vitamins mostly.
I know. You never get sick.
If I got sick, this place would collapse. And you, dear Teresa Smithy, would be a basket case.
I don't know what I would do without you.
Oh, and by the way, this came yesterday.
What the hell is this?
It's a movie script. Unsolicited, by the way.
Please, for all that is holy, you took it home last night and read it?
Oh, that is a no-brainer. I had to. You should have seen the postage on it, and you will never guess where it came from.
Transylvania?
Well, how did you know?
You mean it really did come from there?
I'm not making this up. Would you believe that the return address was Castle Dracula?
Oh, you have got to be kidding.
Anyway, I went ahead and read it.
And what did you think?
I think that if you don't produce this and get it out there, and someone else does, you're going to be kicking yourself for the next 20 years.
That's scary?
See these bags under my eyes? They ain't luggage, sweetie.
Good enough for me. Give our future screenwriter a call and set up a meeting.
There's a slight problem there, boss.
Oh, wait. Let me guess. No phone?
This guy must think very highly of his script. And you. He included a round-trip ticket in first class so you can meet with him in person.
I can't just drop everything and go meet up with every Tom, Dick, and Dracula.
You leave at 8 a.m. I have already arranged for a limo to pick you up at 5 so that you will have plenty of time.
What would I do without you, Robert?
Let's hope we don't have to find out. Besides, if this thing is a hit like I think it will be, I expect a huge bonus.
I find it rather strange how the movie industry works. A film that cost very little money to make will have a tremendous success. And then there are these so-called blockbusters that flop and are never heard from again. Perhaps Teresa has found a gem. Let's find out when I return shortly with Act 2. Teresa Smithy, a Hollywood movie producer who received a script from, of all places, Transylvania. She is currently calling her secretary, Robert, from her hotel room.
So what's it like?
Like any other tourist trap. I swear, if one more person uses that stupid voice to welcome me to Transylvania, ha ha ha, and points me toward the Dracula Museum, I may plant myself face first into the nearest cactus.
Do they even have those in Transylvania?
I don't know.
It can't be all bad, can it?
I arrived at 6 last night, hoping to get a bite to eat. Ha ha. The kitchen was closed. Closed! Can you believe that? And then they handed me a key to my room. An actual metal key, with a lock to put it in. When I told them I had a meeting up there this evening, they said nobody goes up there anymore. Too dangerous. Like a wall could collapse on top of you. There was a note waiting for me. Get this. A carriage will pick you up tonight at 8 for our meeting. Looking forward to a mutually beneficial discussion. Signed, the Count.
Well, whoever this is, they are really going all out for you.
Well, isn't this pleasant? Guess I'll just knock on the... Should have seen that one coming. Hello? I'm Teresa Smithy. Anyone here? Big surprise there. Hello? Hello?
I bid you welcome. Please, come quickly. Go safely and leave a little of the happiness that you bring.
That is by far the best Dracula that I have ever seen in my life. I got to hand it to you. You have even got that huge medallion around your neck. What a performance. I'm sure the tourists eat it up.
Perhaps you would like some wine.
Oh, yes, please.
To a most profitable endeavor.
Oh, this is quite good. Aren't you having any?
I never drink wine. Come, please follow me to the ballroom. Ah, listen to the children of the night.
What music they make. Yes, I've seen the movie. But let's get down to business. You have a great monster for this movie, and I don't think that our special effects department will have any problem building it.
Did you say building it?
Well, there may have to be some changes made in the description as well as a few minor rewrites.
Rewrites?
Hey, just calm down, big guy. Every movie is made 3 times. Once in your head, once on film, and finally in the editing room. That's where the real movie is made.
I did not realize.
You just let me worry about all that. I think you have a great shooting script now. There is the matter of your monster that you describe.
What is wrong with it?
I'm just not sure how well it will play on the screen. You've described some effects that no one has ever done before.
Effects?
Don't worry, kid. It will all... What the hell was that?
It's just Igor's pet. Feeding time again.
Exactly what does it eat?
You have nothing to fear. I told everyone that you are strictly off limits. They will listen to me.
Oh, of course. You are the Prince of Darkness, after all.
You must understand, Miss Smithy. I have poured my very being into this movie. I have left nothing out that was not completely mine. Would you care to see the actual monster?
British author Glenn Duncan once said, "Monsters die out when the collective imagination no longer needs them." Our Count would like to change that. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. It has been a little over a year since Dracula's movie script went into production. Tonight is the big opening premiere, complete with the press, fans, red carpet, and, of course, Dracula and the monster of Victor Frankenstein who calls himself Legion.
What is the matter?
Look at them all. Are any of them running and screaming at the very sight of me? No! All they want is a picture.
Until they find out you cannot be photographed.
The digital world may have changed that.
Personally, I love the attention.
Of course you would not. You were a sympathetic monster. I was evil incarnate.
Why are you so angry all the time? You have an entire village that celebrates you every year. Now, look at all of these people coming to see something that you have created.
So? What do you think? Isn't this great?
Let's just wait and see.
What do you mean, wait and see? The reviews have been great. I'm telling you, we have a definite hit on our hands.
I want to see firsthand the frightened looks of the people hurrying home to lock their doors and windows and to crawl under their beds, fearful that the monster, the fiend, will be able to still get them.
Legion, that is your name, correct?
Yes, it is, Miss Smithy.
What the heck is he talking about?
I have learned to only listen and try not to comprehend.
You fools! Both of you! Do you not know that the monster, my monster, is at this very moment within the walls of this theater?
What the hell did you do to my premiere?
The monster of all monsters, the king of monsters, is lurking, creeping in the darkness, waiting for just the right moment.
You idiot! You hired some actor to jump out at the crowd? That kind of stuff went out in the 60s.
There! The screams to my ears are like music. What is that? What is that? They are not screaming. They are not running.
I did what you told me to do. I screamed, I threatened, I growled. I thought that I had done everything correctly.
What happened?
Oh, at first, they jumped. Then they all laughed at me. And then they applauded.
I'm sorry, Drac. Perhaps our time has come and gone.
I should grab the first person that walks by and tear out their throat.
Hey guys, we are definitely a hit. Hey, what's wrong? You look like you just lost the lottery by one number.
You would not understand.
No, you don't understand. See that small group over there? They were the ones who put the money up for this. They were floored by it. We are talking a 3-picture deal right now.
Wait, did you say 3 pictures?
Best of all, they want you to continue playing the monster, whoever you are.
Me? A movie star?
You will rank right up there with Jason, Michael, Freddy, Jigsaw, all the biggies.
I noticed that I was not listed in that group.
Hey, come on, it's time to celebrate.
Come on, Legion. Perhaps we should go back to the shadows.
Are you kidding? We need you, and Legion. I mean, somebody has to write the scripts, don't they? Now let's talk contracts.
While Dracula was not amused that no one was afraid of him anymore, he was not going to pass up the chance to make a lot of money. He was told about a dark web where, for the right amount, you could actually buy virgin blood. I'll be back shortly with a final word. I believe that the poet Nikita Gill sums it all up best. The monsters were never under my bed, because the monsters were inside my head. I fear no monsters, for no monsters I see, because all this time the monster has been me. Our cast included Mick Davis, Jonathan Rossignol, William Stafford, Annie Mick, and Will Dorman. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Dean, why do you have to be so mean to my child?
No, she has to learn that there are rules in this house.
I know, but...
And when the rules are broken, there are consequences.
Charity was just playing. There's nothing wrong with a child playing with a doll.
Oh, no? Even if that very same doll is saying that it hates us?
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Have you ever had a favorite toy? Perhaps as a child, you had a stuffed animal that you whispered your innermost secrets and desires. The toy, to your mind, was your protector from the evil in the world. You knew that this toy would always be your friend.
Dean, why do you have to be so mean to my child?
No, she has to learn that there are rules in this house.
I know, but...
And when the rules are broken, there are consequences.
Charity was just playing. There's nothing wrong with a child playing with a doll.
Oh, no? Even if that very same doll is saying that it hates us?
Our mystery drama, Dolly Dear, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Isabella Wookie, Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Will Dorman, and Jonathan Rossignol. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Childhood, sweet and sunny childhood, with its careless, thoughtless air, like the verdant, tangled wildwood, wants the training hand of care. A poem by David Bates. Ah, sweet and innocent childhood, where cares and worries do not really seem to matter, when a rather simple toy, or in this case, a doll, can be a best friend.
You are my bestest friend.
Charity, will you come down here, please?
Okay, Mama. No, I won't be very long, Dolly.
I love you.
I love you too, Dolly.
Charity, are you coming down?
Be right there, Mama.
Didn't you hear me the first time?
Yes, Mama. I just had to make sure that Dolly was okay.
Well, is she?
Oh, yes, Mama.
I don't know where you found that doll. You have so many others.
But they are not like Dolly.
Oh. And what is so special about Dolly?
Well, she can talk.
I know. You pull her string and she says, now what is it? 6 or 7 phrases?
No, Mama. She can really talk. We were talking about Dean when you called.
Now, you know, he would rather you call him Father.
Mama?
Yes?
Why did you have to get married again? I mean, after Daddy went to heaven.
I suppose I was lonely. You know, Dean has been very good to us.
Yeah.
Now, what is so wrong with Dean?
I don't know. He just has so many rules. I can't do all of them.
He just wants what's best for us.
Dolly hates him.
Charity! Now that's a cruel thing to say.
That's what she told me.
Well, maybe Dolly and I need to have a long talk. Now go upstairs and get ready for dinner before Dean gets home.
I guess Mama loves him. He does seem to make her happy.
Would you like to play?
Not right now, Dolly. I have to get washed up for dinner. We can play later.
You're my bestest best friend in the whole world. I love you.
I love you too.
I hate Dean. He is very, very mean.
But Mama loves him.
I have seen. He is very obscene.
Well, now, this looks very good, Martha.
Thank you, dear heart. I hope you like it.
Oh, I'm sure that I will. Well, now, there is my little cherry blossom. How was school today?
It was all right, I guess.
And what did you learn today?
Oh, you know, the usual. Mama, can I ask you something?
It's may I ask you something.
I'm sorry, may I ask you something?
There's always time for good grammar.
Of course, Charity. What is it?
What does obscene mean?
Why, Charity, where did you hear that word?
Probably some older children on the bus, I would expect.
Well, it means something that is disgusting or offensive. Why? Where did you hear it?
Do you think that Dean is obscene?
What did you say?
No, I didn't say it. It was Dolly. She said that Dean was obscene and mean.
Now look, young lady, that's enough.
No, I don't think that it is enough. Who is this Dolly?
Oh, it's one of her dolls that she's been playing with.
Then perhaps Dolly needs to be taught a lesson.
Oh no, please don't hurt her. She didn't mean it.
Dean? What are you gonna do?
Do? I'm going to do what my father did to me when I was bad. Dolly is going to the bad closet. So, you think that I am obscene, do you? Well, let's see what you think of me after a night in the closet.
Dean is mean. Dean's obscene. Dean should be hung in the apple tree.
I remember growing up and seeing those dolls on television. The ones with the string that you pulled and the funny little sayings. But I never recall hearing about one that threatened somebody. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Dean has just heard his stepdaughter's doll say something that was, disturbing. He is now talking with his wife about the incident.
Dean! You must be joking.
Martha, I swear, that blasted doll threatened me.
It's just a toy. Maybe you heard it wrong.
I know what I heard. And what about Charity? Asking about the meaning of that word.
Well, maybe she heard it on television or perhaps the radio.
Yes, and perhaps I'm losing my marbles.
Now don't talk like that.
Was she very upset that I took her doll away?
Not as upset as I thought she would be.
Well, where did she ever get such a thing?
She said she found it in the backyard one day. I thought perhaps a friend had given it to her, or maybe you even bought it for her.
Oh, no, I didn't buy it. It's just a little unnerving watching her play with it. I've seen her talking to it, having very long conversations.
I had an invisible friend when I was young, but, you grow out of it.
I just hope that Charity grows out of it, and fast.
Charity! Charity!
Dolly, is that you? How did you get out of the closet?
Do you really love me?
You know that I do. Now come to bed.
I will. But first, I have something important to ask you.
Like what?
Do you love Dean?
Mama does, so I guess I do.
Are you sure that you love Dean?
I guess.
If something were to happen to Dean, would it make you sad?
It would make Mama sad.
But what about you?
Not really.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Why? Is something going to happen to Dean?
Oh, darn it!
Oh, what is it?
I left my reading glasses downstairs.
Do you really need them tonight?
I just wanted to finish up this chapter before I go to sleep.
All right.
No, it's okay.
No, I'll go get them. Besides, I'm going to grab me something to drink. Now, where is that light switch? Oh, that's funny. The bulb must have burned out. Hey, who's that? Charity? Is that you in the dark? No. Now, how did you get out of the closet, Dolly dear? Now, I'll just take you downstairs.
I don't like you. I wish you were dead.
What the... Ow! Did you bite me?
I wish you were dead. Cut off your head. Watch it roll. Kill your soul.
Hey, stop squirming around. Look out! The stairs! Ah!
Dean? Are you okay? Dean? Dean? Dean! No!
I'm sorry for your loss, ma'am.
What happened to him?
As far as we can tell, he tripped on the carpet on the top stair. Took a tumble, and, well, if it's any consolation, he died instantly.
I shouldn't have said anything about my stupid glasses. That's why he was going downstairs. But why didn't he turn on the light?
I don't know, ma'am. I really don't know.
Mama is really sad, Dolly.
You are my bestest best friend. I love you.
You shouldn't have hurt Dean.
Dean was mean. Dean was mean.
But Mama loved him.
Do you love your mama?
Dolly, what are you saying?
What is Dolly saying?
The last time that question was asked, Dean had a rather unfortunate accident. Or was it? Perhaps we will find out when I return with Act 3. It has been almost a week since the tragedy. Martha is trying to keep things as normal as possible for her daughter, Charity.
Charity, we are going to have a long talk about picking up your toys.
I am your bestest best friend. I love you.
Well, now where did you come from? Ugh, you really are a creepy little thing. Those black eyes with the lids that close. Ugh, gives me the shivers.
You should be nicer to me.
What did you say?
I think that you heard me.
What the? Oh my God.
Mama, I'm home.
Did you have a good day at school, hon?
Yes, I'm going up to my room to play with Dolly.
Dear, about Dolly.
I want to tell her about what Brad said about her in school today.
What did Brad say, sweetheart?
He called her names like stupid and dumb. I bet Dolly won't like that.
Yes, well, about Dolly. I'm afraid that she isn't up in your room.
Where is she, Mama?
Well, you see, dear, I was cleaning your room today and I accidentally dropped her.
Mama, what did you do?
She landed on her head and she broke. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. I tried to fix her, but she was damaged beyond repair.
Oh, Mama, how could you?
It was an accident. Don't worry, honey. We'll get you a new one.
But I don't want a new doll. I want Dolly. She was my friend, my bestest friend.
You are my bestest best friend in the whole world. I love you.
Dolly!
But I got rid of...
Oh, Dolly, I love you too.
But I threw that thing out. I know I did.
And we played some more, and then that old stinker Kevin Wallace came and started kicking dirt.
I don't like your mother. She tried to get rid of me.
Oh, Dolly, it was just an accident.
I don't like her at all. She hates me, so I hate her.
Dolly, what are you gonna do?
Mommy needs to have an accident.
Mommy! Mommy!
What is it, Charity?
It's Dolly. She said...
What did Dolly say?
She wants to hurt you, Mama. She wants to hurt you really bad.
Oh, I'm sure that she was just playing.
No, I wasn't.
No!
Oh my God! Put that knife down!
Dolly hates you. Dolly wants to make you bleed. Dolly wants to make you die.
No, this is not happening. Get away from me!
Stabby, stabby, make you cry. You will bleed and die. Die! Die!
Leave my mama alone!
No!
No! Stop it! You little brat! Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! I'm
your bestest best friend.
No, I hate you! I hate you! I hate you!
Everything is going to be okay. The knife wounds weren't that deep, thank goodness.
How was Charity?
Sleeping peacefully, which is what you need to be doing as well. I'll check on you in the morning, and Perhaps both you and your daughter can go home.
You do believe me, don't you? About the doll?
You've been under quite a bit of stress, what with losing your husband. We can talk about it in the morning. Now get some sleep.
Yoo-hoo!
What?
You are my best friend.
No! Stay away!
In the whole wide world.
Martha stares in horror as she watches the small doll with the large knife inching towards her. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Ah, childhood, a time for make-believe, a time for the imagination to grow stronger, a time for the monsters to come out and play. Our cast included Isabella Woogie, Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Will Dorman, and Jonathan Rossignol. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Are you gonna be on that thing all night?
Only a couple of more emails to send out, and then I'm done.
Yeah, you said that an hour ago. Leave it to me to marry a techie.
Yes, but you love me anyway.
One of these days, that computer is going to jump up and bite you.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your own terrifying imagination.
Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. The philosopher Sophocles once said that nothing vast enters the lives of mortals without a curse.
Are you gonna be on that thing all night?
No, I've just got a couple of more emails to send out, and then I'll be done.
Yeah, you said that an hour ago. Leave it to me to marry a techie.
Yeah, but you love me anyway.
One of these days, that computer is going to jump up and bite you.
Our mystery drama, Control-Alt-Delete, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Dave Arkhipov, and Carter Sheriff. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Computers. They are now in every part of our lives. From the large servers to the smallest phones, computers can help us navigate, calculate, and even keep us all connected. So ask yourself, is this really a bad thing?
Honey, I brought Chinese. Hope that's okay.
Oh, that's fine, Carol. Just finishing up. There. Perfect.
And what is the great Wizard of Oz working on tonight?
Oh, you know, the usual.
Zombie horde or vampires?
Werewolves this time. Yeah, zombies and vampires have become overplayed.
Did you get all the bugs worked out?
Don't I always?
You know, I don't think Chuckles is paying you enough.
His name is Charles Bailey. And he happens to be one of the richest programmers in, well, probably the world.
Then why doesn't he make you a partner? Or at least a vice president?
Carol, we've talked about that. I'm happy doing what I am doing. Oh, I couldn't stand being in a boardroom, smiling all day, shaking hands.
No, Tristan, you would rather shake hands with a keyboard. But I love you anyway.
I love you too. Now, why don't we go tackle that pizza?
Chinese. I told you I bought Chinese.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm only kidding. I heard you.
Hun, you coming to bed soon?
Yeah, in a sec.
What are you looking for?
Strange.
What is?
You remember that picture of us in the Cayman Islands?
With that almost bikini I was wearing? What about it?
You know, I can't find it.
Maybe you deleted it by accident. Did you check the trash bin?
Yeah, 4 times. It's not in here.
You probably just moved it to another folder. Just do a search.
I have done a search. It's not anywhere. It's like it just vanished.
I'm sure I still have it on my phone. I'll send it to you and then you can put it back on the computer.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Now, come on. You have a big day tomorrow and you need your sleep.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Is the new game still working?
So far, so good.
Those nasty old werewolves don't know who they're messing with.
Come on in, Tristan. Have a seat. Would you like something to drink?
No, thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Tristan, how long have we known each other?
Well, you hired me about 5 years ago, and...
Tristan, it's me, Chuck. Now, how long have we known each other?
Okay, a little over 7 years.
7 years, 3 months, and 2 days since I met one of the best programmers I had ever seen.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Will you please stop with the Mr. Bailey crap and just call me Chuck?
Okay, Chuck.
That's better. Now, the reason I called you in here was to talk to you about that little promotion.
Chuck, I really appreciate it. I'm just not that guy.
Oh, come on. Of course you are. Now just hear me out. I'm offering you a substantial raise. Your own office, company expense account.
No, look, I'm very grateful. I really am. I'm just happy with where I'm at.
Just think about it, okay?
Carol?
Yes?
Can you come here a sec?
What is it?
Look.
Okay, so what am I looking at?
What, you don't see it?
See what?
That.
All I see is an empty folder. What am I supposed to see?
All of our pictures, that's what.
But there's nothing there.
I know that. Look, you didn't happen to accidentally delete them all, did you?
Tristan, I don't even go near that thing.
Well, something happened to them. I mean, all of our wedding pictures, vacation, family, all of them are just gone.
Computers can be traced back as far as 4,000 years ago with the invention of the abacus. Recent findings point to the Sumerian knowledge of trigonometry. The only way to get a wrong answer is human error. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. You have probably done it yourself. You highlight a file, press a button, and find out that you have just erased the entire file.
Good night's sleep?
No, not really.
What's going on?
Carol, look, if you did, and I mean if, you deleted our photos.
I told you I don't go near that stupid thing. Why would I want to delete photos of our life?
I don't know. Maybe I did it while working.
Come on, it's not the end of the world. I'll just go into my account and send them
Carol?
to you.
What's wrong?
I know I saved them.
What do you mean?
Well, look for yourself. You see?
Yeah, I do see.
So Carol went to her uploaded photos and...
There she was, in her bikini, in the Caymans, but I wasn't in any of them.
Well, it sounds like someone hacked her account and photoshopped you out.
Look, I know how Photoshop works. This was just too good.
There are other programs out there much better than Photoshop. I've used them. See that picture on the wall of me with the president? I did that. I've never even been close to the White House.
Yeah, it's just a little unnerving, that's all.
Unnerving enough to get this.
What's this?
Your bonus for the new game. Over 1 million pre-sales already.
Oh, now, wait a second. I just finished it last night.
Of course you did. And I've had a marketing team working on it all night.
Okay, now that's a little scary.
Scary, maybe. Profitable, hell yes. Now go out and buy a new car. Stop worrying. Take that lovely wife of yours out on the town and take some beautiful new pictures.
Oh, well, that was a wonderful meal.
Better than my cooking?
The only difference between this meal and one of yours is that I don't have to do the dishes.
It was pretty good.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, yes?
I'm afraid that there is a problem with your debit card.
Really? Well, here, try this one.
Very good, sir.
Everything all right?
Yeah, probably just a bank error. I'll see about it in the morning.
I'm sorry, sir, but this one doesn't seem to work either.
Well, that's funny. Hang on, let me check the account.
In the meantime, here, just use mine.
Very good, madam.
Okay, now that's weird.
What is it?
Well, the app for the bank says that I don't have an account.
Now that's crazy. Let me check.
Well, what does yours say?
Tristan, I swear, honey, I have nothing to do with this.
What are you talking about?
Look. You see?
It's only your name on the account now.
Why don't you believe me?
Carol, look, if you want to leave me, just say so. You don't have to lie about it.
Why would I want to leave you?
Carol.
We have a great life together.
Carol.
What?
Our wedding picture. The one on the wall.
What about it?
I'm not in it anymore. It's just you standing in a white wedding dress next to the cake, but I'm not there.
The American author Joseph Campbell once said, "Computers are like Old Testament gods, lots of rules and no mercy." something seems to be deleting Tristan, and he is now afraid. You don't be afraid and return with me for Act 3. We are now more connected than at any other time in history. Through social media, we can keep up with family, friends, and even strangers. But ask yourself, is this really a good thing?
Can I help you?
Oh, come on, Chuck, not today.
Who are you?
Now look, I'm not in the mood for games.
Young man, I don't know who you are, but you had better get the hell out of my office now.
I'm Tristan, your golden boy who just gave you the biggest game in the history of computers.
Oh, I see. Now you are saying that you came up with Werewolf Holocaust. I must have had 30 people today try to sue us for stealing their game. Correction, my game.
Damn it, Charles, you know good and well that I came up with that scenario. I'm the one that worked out all the bugs. You even gave me a huge bonus.
Security? This is Mr. Bailey. I have a small problem in my office.
Charles, what are you doing?
I suggest that you leave now. If you wait for security, they may not be quite as gentle.
Can't find it. I just can't find it.
What are you looking for?
Huh? Oh, Carol. I didn't hear you come in.
I didn't mean to startle you, hon. So, what are you looking for?
Look, Carol, I know this is going to sound crazy. I'm looking for... Would you believe my birth certificate and social security number?
Is that all? Honey, I have a copy in the safe in the bedroom. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Okay. So, maybe it is just a computer glitch. Maybe I got a virus. It's okay. I can find that. But what about Charles? I mean, he's not a computer glitch.
Tristan, look at them.
Did you find them?
All the information is gone. It's a birth certificate, but there's nothing in it. All the lines are blank.
This is insane. Wait a second.
Who are you calling?
Well, Dad, of course. It's only a little after 8. He's probably watching a movie. Hello, Dad? What do you mean, who is this? It's your son. Tristan, it's me, Tristan. Hello? Hello?
What did he say?
He said he didn't have a son.
Tristan?
I'm being
Oh my God!
deleted.
What's going on?
I'm
You
being
are disappearing.
erased. As if I never existed.
No! Tristan! Tristan, come back!
Goodbye. Carol.
Nice of you to invite me over, Carol. You know, that new program you brought me is really fantastic.
So glad that we could make a deal, Mr. Bailey. It only took a couple of months to figure out the coding. After that, it was simply putting it into a program.
Deletion. I really like that title.
And guaranteed to permanently delete anything.
There have been many stories written about computers replacing humans. In this digital age with some industries, that has already happened. But I dread the thought that a human could use a computer to completely wipe away a person. I'll be back shortly with a final word. If you are constantly on social media, or perhaps just playing a game, I offer you a challenge. Turn your device off and talk to someone, anyone, person to person, human being to human being. Our cast included Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, Dave Arkhipov, and Carter Sheriff. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
John Marriott, you have been sentenced by a jury of your peers to death. Do you have any last words or requests?
I didn't mean to kill her, but she laughed at me. Laughed at me.
Any word from the governor?
The phone line is clear, sir.
But I don't want to die.
Executioner, do your duty.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination.
Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Mark Twain once said that the fear of death follows from the fear of life. A man who lives fully is prepared to die at any time.
John Marriott, you have been sentenced by a jury of your peers to death. Do you have any last words or requests?
I didn't mean to kill her, but she laughed at me. Laughed at me.
Any word from the governor?
The phone line is clear, sir.
But I don't want to die.
Executioner, do your duty.
Our mystery drama, Stay of Execution, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Jonathan Rossignol, Mick Davis, Dave Arkhipov, and Crimson McKenzie. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. His name is John Marriott. For the crime of capital murder, he has been sentenced to death. At exactly 6 p.m., Mr. Marriott will be led down a very long hallway and strapped into the last chair that someone will ever sit in.
Come on, Mr. Marriott. You really should eat something.
Why? Why should I even bother?
Well, it's your last meal, isn't it? You didn't order anything, but they brought you a fine spread. I mean, look at this steak.
I don't want it!
Okay, no problem.
When? When will they come for me?
Around 5:45. That way they can get you prepared.
I don't want to die.
Now, don't be like that. Everyone dies. You just have the privilege of knowing exactly when.
It's not fair! I didn't mean to kill her!
Look, Mr. Marriott, I'm just the guard. You don't have to...
I walked in on her. Alma Rawlings. We'd been together for just a few months when I walked in on her. There she was, naked, in bed, with another man. And then she started laughing. Laughing!
Come on, Mr. Marriott. You don't have to...
All I could see was her mouth, wide open, laughing. I grabbed her by the throat, and she kept on laughing. I squeezed. Tighter. And then she wasn't laughing anymore.
Mr. Marriott, how about another game of cards?
Sure, Mr. Cole. I got no family to visit me. Just you. Deal them out.
Mr. Marriott, it's time.
No. I don't want to die.
John Marriott, you have been sentenced by a jury of your peers to death. Do you have any last words or requests?
Yeah, I got some last words. She deserved to die.
Let's go. Any word from the governor?
Phone line is clear, sir.
Executioner, do your duty.
I don't want to die. 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 Ha! What happened? What?
What the hell happened?
I don't know.
Well, throw the switch again. Okay, get him out of there. Doc, would you check on him? Will you mind telling me what happened in there, Mr. Cole?
Everything was tested. It should have gone off without a hitch. I don't get it.
The doctor said he fainted, and that he's all right.
So what do we do now?
We'll try it again. Get him ready.
Well. Hello, Warden Miller.
John Marriott, you have been sentenced by a jury of your peers.
Yeah. Let's get on with it.
You don't seem overly concerned, John.
Because you can't do it.
What are you talking about?
You can't kill me. No matter how hard you try, you can't do it.
Get him ready.
Don't understand it. I just don't understand it.
Did you check every wire, every connection?
We had 3 certified electricians to check the equipment, and everything was normal.
Then what happened?
I told you, Warden. You can't kill me.
Why, John?
I was sitting here in that electric chair. I felt them put the hood over my head. I heard the switch being pulled, and then I heard a voice right in my ear.
What did it say?
It's not your time yet.
A slight chill runs down the spine of the warden and the guard. They look at the condemned man who sits placidly, smiling. I'll return shortly with Act 2.
Tecumseh once said, "When your time comes to die, sing your death song, and die like a hero going home."
I want to thank you, Mr. Cole, for buying me the drinks.
Least I could do.
I suppose Warden Miller was a little peeved when he was told to let me go.
Mad as hell, Mr. Marriott. Now, your attorney argued your case before the Supreme Court. They felt that you'd been through quite an ordeal and that you'd had enough.
Here's to a new lease on life.
So, what are your plans?
Plans? Oh, come now, Mr. Cole. That's not really what you want to know.
You're right.
So go on. Ask me what everyone else wants to know.
How? How did you survive the electric chair? Not once, but twice.
There was some reporter that asked me that very question when they let me out. I told him it would cost $5,000 to get the answer. I'll give it to you for free. It was the devil himself that told me.
Go on. You're kidding.
No, really. He told me exactly how I was going to die, and it wasn't going to be in any chair.
So, you know when you're going to die.
No, not when, how. And that's a lot of good information to have.
Well, tell me.
The old boy told me that when I would die, that I would die on the wing of a plane.
Now, that's kind of weird.
I figure that if I never, ever fly, I'm gonna live forever. Oh, what do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor early in the morning?
John Marriott.
Hello?
John Marriott.
Oh, it's you. Fancy meeting you in a dark alley, Warden Miller. Trying to fry me again?
John Marriott, you have been sentenced by a jury of your peers to death. Your execution is now.
What? Right here? In the street? Don't I even get a last meal?
Do you have any last words?
Oh, well, only one. Shoot.
By the power vested in me by the state, I hereby carry out your execution.
I told you, you can't kill me. Go on, try it again.
No, it's impossible.
Here, give me the gun. Now, let's see. Fully loaded. That bottle over there. What do you think? Here you go, Warden Miller. Try it again.
What the hell are you?
The man who cannot be executed by you or anyone.
Marriott continues to laugh as Warden Miller runs away, the echoes of the laughter following him, haunting him. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Some people are so afraid to die that they never begin to live, said Henry Van Dyke. And isn't that truly the point? To simply live each day as if it were your last on Earth.
Frank, we may need to make this quick. It looks like a pretty bad storm heading this way. Mr. Marriott! Mr. Marriott, over here!
You must be the lovely Jennifer Marlowe.
Yes, Mr. Marriott. And this is my cameraman, Frank.
I must say, you're much prettier in person than on television.
Your charms will do no good on me. I only took this assignment because we're short on reporters.
Oh, yes. You usually do these so-called fluff pieces. Do you consider me a bit of fluff?
Hardly.
This is going to be a fun interview.
Look, you were convicted of killing someone. You were sentenced to die, and by some miracle, you survived.
Absolutely correct, Jennifer.
Miss Marlowe?
I apologize for being so familiar.
If you don't mind, Mr. Marriott, I would like to get this over with as quickly as possible.
Fine. Whatever you would like. But first, my money?
Just as you requested, $5,000.
Now, we can begin.
Frank, you good? Okay, in 3, 2, 1. This is Jennifer Marlowe speaking with what the press have called the man who will not die, John Marriott. Mr. Marriott, do you have any explanation as to why the execution failed not once, but twice?
Oh, I suppose that some would say that it was divine intervention.
Are you a religious person?
Oh, hardly.
And you freely admitted to killing your victim.
If she were here right now, laughing at me the way that she did, I would gladly do it again.
What are your feelings toward people who would say that the state should try again, but using a different method?
It won't matter what they try. I cannot be executed.
Okay, so what are your plans now that you're out of prison?
Well, thanks to the generosity of your wonderful station, I'm gonna live. First, a little trip to the coast. And perhaps I'll write a book.
Okay, cut it, Frank.
Is there something wrong?
Yes, that stupid airplane. It's going to ruin the whole audio. Look, we'll have to do it again.
What airplane?
I think it's somewhere over there.
Oh, way over there. Well, that's okay.
Fear of flying, Mr. Marriott?
You could say that.
All right, let's try it one more time. Frank, you ready? Okay, in 3, 2...
What's that idiot doing?
Something's wrong. Frank, get your camera on it now.
No. No. Won't get me. I can't be killed.
Mr. Marriott, where are you going?
That airplane. No. Won't get me. Won't get
Mr.
me.
Marriott, come back. Frank, he's running right towards it. It's landing in the park. Get your camera on it now. Pan left. Stay on the plane. Right now, that's the bigger story.
No!
Oh my God. Frank? Frank, please tell me you got that. This is Jennifer Marlowe reporting live in City Park, where a single-engine plane made an emergency landing. According to the pilot, he was taking friends on a test flight in an old aircraft that he had previously restored. The pilot informed me that at 40 years of flying old Bessie, as he called it, through every weather condition, not once has it been struck by lightning. However, a rogue bolt of lightning forced the plane to make an emergency landing at exactly 6 p.m. tonight. Neither the pilot or his passengers, Willard Martin, warden of the state prison, and Thomas Cole, a guard who also works at the prison, were harmed. There was one fatality, however. Mr. John Marriott, known as the man who could not be executed, was struck and killed by the wing of the plane as it was landing. This is Jennifer Marlowe, reporting live from City Park, KRB News.
Of all the wonders that I yet have heard, it seems to me most strange that men should fear, seeing that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come, said William Shakespeare, and like a thief, it will come most unexpectedly. I'll be back shortly with a final word.
I conclude our little drama with a quote from David Sarnoff. We cannot banish dangers, but we can banish fears. We must not demean life by standing in awe of death. And as our curtain closes, I remind you that we are never promised tomorrow. Live life for today. Our cast included Jonathan Rossignol, Mick Davis, Dave Arkhipov, and Crimson McKenzie. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now a preview of our next tale.
But it can't be that simple.
It really is, Professor Stewart. You simply had 2 of the numbers transposed.
It will take years before this could work. The computer matrix alone would be more than our current systems could handle.
Sadly, it may never be used.
What do you mean?
I believe you know exactly what I mean.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. In the last half-century, the human race has made more technological advances than in any other time in history. From the miniaturization of computers to scientific discoveries, we have made leaps and bounds towards what many consider a brighter future.
But it can't be that simple.
It really is, Professor Stewart. You simply had 2 of the numbers transposed.
It will take years before this could work. The computer matrix alone would be more than our current systems could handle.
Sadly, it may never be used.
What do you mean?
I believe you know exactly what I mean.
Our mystery drama, Second Chance, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, John Rossignol, and Mick Davis. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Have you ever been outside on a cool, clear evening and looked up at the stars? Did you ever wonder what lies beyond our small part of the universe? The question of intelligent life somewhere other than our own small and insignificant little planet has been pondered for generations. Is there an answer?
And as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, if we continue down this road we call the human race, great strides can be made that will ultimately be for the better. Or it can be taken away. Please think about this lecture in the next few days and ponder upon the part you will play in the future.
Professor Stewart?
Yes?
I'm Robert Hansen.
I'm sorry. Have we met before? You must forgive an old man and his memory.
Well, I certainly know you. I was in your class about 5 years ago.
Young man, many people have taken my class.
I wrote my thesis on the vibrational frequencies created by the human race. You said, and I quote, that it was a brilliant piece but needed to be researched a little more.
Well, it certainly sounds like something that I would say. What are you doing with yourself now? Did you go on to become a famous research scientist?
Hardly. No, I work within the government as a consultant.
Oh, what a shame. Yes, Mr. Hampson, I do recall you as a rather headstrong sort of person. I believe you once called my class Oz, and that I was the man behind the curtain.
Oh, that you would remember.
Do not be embarrassed, my young friend. The memory may not be as sharp as I would like it to be, but it does kick in occasionally.
Well, I was invited to a conference next month, and I have to run a sort of class. I was wondering if you could give me any pointers, any advice.
Yes, I can. Don't do it. Run for the hills and never look back.
But, sir, I'm committed to it now. I can't just...
Oh, forgive me again, Mr. Hanson. Simply a little joke. What exactly are you asking of me?
I just remembered how fun your course was. I really wanted to know your secret.
Secret? Well, there is no great secret to opening the minds of the youth.
Sir, I've tried doing these things in the past, and I simply come off as well, a boring student who's trying to impress.
I'm sure it is not as bad as you let on.
When you hear snores, it is that bad.
Would you really like to know my secret?
Yes, please.
The imagination.
I don't understand.
Mr. Hanson, you said that you enjoyed my classes.
Very much so. You seem to make the subject come alive.
No, sir. You see, it was all you. Oh, don't you see? I tried to spark the imagination in each of my students. Without that, we are all simply computers. You put data in and you spit data out. My phone can do the same thing. But with imagination, you can do anything.
I'm beginning to see what you're talking about.
Sadly, in the last several years, we have been told not to use that wonderful gift. It will be a sad day indeed when the imagination is completely taken away from us. Such a beautiful night. I am incredibly lucky to live so far away from the city. And the stars are so lovely.
We interrupt our regular program to bring you an important news bulletin. The peace talks in Paris have completely broken down. The American ambassador was quoted as saying that if the Russians did not pull back its troops within 24 hours, the consequences would be severe. Meanwhile, the Russian spokesperson said that the ambassador was adamant in his demands for the Americans to pull their forces back. All hopes for a peaceful end have now faded as...
Ah, the fools! Do they not know we all live on this planet?
Oh, well. Hey, what is that? Oh, dear God!
Where am I?
It is going to be okay. You are safe. I'm driving you to the hospital.
You're Professor Abraham Stewart.
Well, yes, I am.
This is not the way that I wanted to meet you.
Are you from the Air Force Base? I saw your plane crash and was afraid there would be nothing left.
What is the condition of the craft?
Well, I fear that our government has just lost another $1 trillion, or whatever the cost of that thing was.
No matter. It is of little consequence that it was destroyed. Please, can we now go to your domicile?
I believe that you need medical attention.
No, Professor. I am here to help you. And possibly everyone else.
Professor Stewart looks over at his passenger and wonders. He notices the wounds that he had seen before are no longer there. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Jill Bolt Taylor once wrote, "I am always in quest of being open to what the universe will bring me." For Professor Stewart, it has brought him an unexpected visitor.
You have a very nice home, Professor.
It suits me. I have the opportunity to observe the skies without light pollution from the city.
I see you're still working on that equation.
And how do you know about my theory?
Please do not be alarmed.
Well, can I at least offer you something to drink?
I'm afraid there is little time.
Oh, yes, of course. How stupid of me. You would like to make a phone call back to the base.
If I were able to make a phone call, it would be much farther than the base.
I do not understand. Where are you from?
In normal circumstances, I would not have come to you this way. But now I have no choice. I am from a galaxy that is millions of light years away.
Oh, I see. And I suppose that the wreckage is what is left of your spaceship?
That is correct.
And just what is your name?
In my language, it would be impossible for you to speak. You may simply call me the Keeper.
Did Mr. Anson put you up to this?
I do not understand.
Oh, play a little joke on the old man standing behind the curtain, eh? Well, tell him that I almost fell for it.
Change the factor of x to 13 and y to 27.
What did you say?
That is the problem that you are having with the equation. You simply have two of the numbers reversed.
That would make it?
Do you see it now, Professor?
My God. There it is. But this equation, it would take years to figure out the matrix.
Time. Such a fragile thing. And while it goes on, we never have enough of it. But we are always wanting more.
So is this supposed to prove that you are from some distant planet?
We have been coming to your small world for millions of years. At first to simply observe. Over time, we decided that it would be advantageous of us to help you along.
To push us, so to speak.
More like small nudges into the right direction.
Oh, and how are we doing so far?
There has been a faction of our society that wanted to advance your kind beyond what you were ready for.
As in the last 50 years?
We nudged before, and have on occasion, helped in ways that you would not understand. Chernobyl, for instance.
Ah, yes. I remember reading about the strange object observed over the nuclear plant.
We stopped what would have been a much greater disaster, which would have had consequences well beyond the scope of what citizens, wildlife, even in the depths of the oceans, are dealing with now.
So, is this the beginning of your invasion?
Our purpose is not to invade. We know that in the distant future, mankind will be making its way across the vastness of space. We were hoping that it would be in a friendly manner.
But your kind has already done that. Why can't you just come down and introduce yourselves?
We have. We made pacts with many of your leaders, which has only led your species to the atrocities of war, famine, and deceit, all on behalf of those same leaders. By giving to them, they took from you. Our efforts have only culminated in a better way to kill and destroy for their own profit. It is something that we will not allow to continue.
Aha! So you have come to destroy us.
No, Professor. You will annihilate yourselves.
Abdul Kalam once said that we are not alone, that the whole universe is friendly to us and conspires only to give the best to those who dream and work. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. T.S. Eliot once wrote, "This is the way the world ends, not with a bang, but a whimper."
What exactly are you trying to say?
We had such great hopes for your tiny planet, Professor. Our species was looking forward to a mutually beneficial meeting one day.
But you are saying that day may never come. Why?
I'm afraid I may have arrived too late.
Oh, but why is it too late? What is going on?
Your formula would have been used to thrust humans to the outer reaches of space in the next millennium. Unfortunately, there are too many short-sighted humans on this planet thinking only of...
No, they couldn't have. The fools!
Special announcement. I repeat, this is a special announcement from the emergency broadcast system. All residents should take shelter immediately. All residents should take shelter immediately. The basement of your residence is the best. Best. Oh, Christ. It's happening. The bombs are coming. We are all going to...
It will only be about 30 minutes before the first bombs arrive.
27 minutes and 13 seconds, to be exact.
Isn't there anything? No. There is nothing that can be done now. Our world is doomed.
Does this surprise you?
No, it does not. Would you like a drink? I've been saving a rather rare brandy.
Why are you crying?
I'm thinking of all of the newly born and the unborn. No, it is so stupid. What could they have been thinking? No! That's not the problem. They never think. You are correct, Keeper. We do not deserve this planet we have called home.
Professor, if you were given the opportunity to have a second chance, what do you think the human race would do?
Oh, well, it's all academic. You see, Keeper, our world has been plagued for centuries with tyrants and rulers who only think about themselves. A second chance? For what purpose? To have another group of leaders grow into greed and war again?
Are you truly that pessimistic, Professor?
No, I suppose not. If by some divine intervention the inevitable did not happen, I would hope that the world would learn its lesson.
Do you believe this planet would ever learn?
As I said, it's all academic now. I suppose that you have a way of escaping the destruction.
Unfortunately, with the crash, my ship was destroyed.
What exactly did happen with your ship?
Perhaps a simple miscalculation in the guidance system, or something to do with frequency disturbances.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh.
What is it that you find so amusing?
That even with such an advanced civilization, mistakes can be made.
I suppose, to use your words, an advanced civilization is not infallible.
Thank you, Keeper. I'm glad to know that in the last few minutes of my life, there is always something to laugh at. What happened?
Turn your radio on, Professor.
Don't believe it. Can we get someone, anyone, who can tell us what happened? All right. But no one is going to believe this. We are getting reports from, well, everywhere. According to what we have learned, both the Russian and U.S. forces launched multiple nuclear missiles. Just a minute ago, every last missile has been disabled. No one has been able to supply a reasonable explanation for...
I don't believe it. Keeper, what happened?
I shall be leaving you now, Professor Stewart. Make good use of that formula.
No, wait! Where are you going?
I do have to leave, but we will be keeping our eyes on you.
Helping us out when necessary?
Something like that, yes.
Is that what happened with the missiles?
Oh, and one more bit of advice. Your kind was given this planet with only one simple rule to live by. Something we believe you have forgotten.
What rule?
Do unto others what you would have them do unto you.
A rather few simple words with such a powerful meaning. And yet, have we forgotten the power that they hold? You don't forget to return with me for a few final words.
I suppose the only way to end our play is with the words of Dave Wilson. Sometimes life gives you a second chance. It is what you do with that second chance that counts. Our cast included Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, Mick Davis, and Jonathan Rosignol. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so late.
Oh, it's okay. It's perfectly fine, you stupid little dumb piece of...
Please don't do this. I couldn't help the traffic.
Oh, don't let him hurt me anymore. Please, just hold me.
Come here. Shh, shh, shh. Hush now. It's okay. It's okay. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream? A question asked by Edgar Allan Poe that has so many possibilities for an answer.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so late.
Oh, it's okay. It's perfectly fine, you stupid little dumb piece of...
Please don't do this. I couldn't help the traffic.
Oh, don't let him hurt me anymore. Please, just hold me.
Come here. Shh, shh, shh. Hush now. It's okay. It's okay. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you.
Our mystery drama, The Nightmare Maker, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Crimson McKenzie, and also stars Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The author Richelle Goodrich wrote, "There are many who do not wish to sleep for fear of nightmares. Sadly, there are many who do not wish to wake for the same fear." With that being said, permit me to introduce Brandy Stewart, a very pretty girl who married what can only be considered, and I quote from people who know him, a useless turd of a man, if you can call him that. Stephen is the kind of a person that blames others for his own failings, and the one he blames the most is his wife, Brandy.
No, Carol. Everything's fine. Yes, fine. I know what I told you, and I remember what you said. Look, I can't talk about it right now. I'm running late. You know how he is. Yes, even if it's just a couple minutes. I already had to take pictures just to show him where I was. I'll think about it, Carol. Look, I'll call you later if I can. I'm pulling into the driveway now. Gotta go. Okay. You can do this, Brandy. Just take a deep breath. There. That's better. Okay. Let's go face the storm.
Well, well, well. Look who it is, finally.
Stephen, I tried. I really tried.
And only 7 minutes late.
I told you the traffic was...
And now the excuses begin.
Stephen, please. I'm not trying to
You
make...
asked me to go to the store. You told me you would only be gone 15 minutes.
Please, Stephen.
I gave you 15 minutes. And here you are, 7 minutes late.
I sent you the pictures. I was stuck behind a school bus.
Give me your phone.
What? My phone? Why do you want...
me your phone.
But what will that...
Give me your damn phone or I'm gonna kick you right in the head.
Fine. Ow! Ow! I said... Okay. Here! Here!
Well, that was a rousing success.
I said that I was sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just makes it all better, doesn't it?
I really wish you wouldn't smoke in the house.
Really? In my own home?
It's just that the smoke is really bad for my...
And there you go. It's always about you.
No, of course not. I was just...
Oh, well then I'll just put it out.
Ow! Stop it! You didn't have to throw it at me. You're gonna burn the house down.
Aw. What's the matter? Don't you like to smoke?
Ow! Stop it! That hurts.
You're lucky I'm just throwing them at you. Oh, I could do a whole lot worse. No. 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 Where are you? Where am I? No. No! No!
Stephen. Stephen, wake up.
No! 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 No!
Stephen!
What? What?
Are you okay?
What's going on?
You were just having a bad dream or something. Are you okay?
It was horrible. Oh, God. It was so...
Aww.
It was so...
There, babe. It's okay. It was just a bad dream. Don't worry. I'm here.
I have had nightmares. In fact, quite a few of them. Waking up from such a dream causes disorientation and a sense of fear that is not easily forgotten. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
Which is the true nightmare? Asked author Justin Alcala. The horrific dream that you have in your sleep, or the dissatisfied reality that awaits you when you wake?
Carol, I just don't know what to do. Yes, I know what you said, but it's just not that easy. Oh, God. Look, I'll call you when I'm able to. Yeah. Well, Steven said he may have to work late. Yes, I will. And thank you. I don't know what I would do without you.
Oh, what am I doing here? So strange park? Dark? Hooded figure sitting over there. Who is that? Who are you? It's been the same dream. Every night.
Maybe you've been working too hard.
Oh, but it seems so real.
But it is just a dream.
Don't tell me that it's just a dream. I've been having it every night for a week now. Oh, are you trying to poison me? Put something in my food?
No. Steven, maybe you should see someone, a doctor or...
Oh, are you trying to tell me that I'm crazy?
Of course not. I would never.
I'm not crazy. I see him. Just sitting there. He's all in black. He's got a hood hiding his face. I want to run, but I only move closer to him. Every time I get closer to him, I think I'll see who it is. But then, I'm not going to have you saying that I'm insane. No. Stay away from me. Stay away. No, for God's sake, stop!
Steven! Wake up! What the hell?
He's gonna get me! His jaw. Unhinged. Sharp teeth.
What is?
He's biting me!
What is?
That thing! Sitting on the park bench over there!
Steven, you're awake. There is no park bench. There's no creature, hon.
Could have sworn. No, I saw him. He stood up this time. He grabbed at me.
Steven, you're home in our bed. Nothing is coming for...
What is it?
Let me turn the light on.
What are you looking at?
Oh my God. The side of your face, your neck.
What?
You're bleeding.
No, it can't be.
Oh, it looks like puncture marks.
What did you do to me?
Ow! Steven, I would never.
You bit me? How dare you?
I swear, I would never do anything to hurt you.
No, not you. That thing did this. What the hell are you?
Did you like the movie?
What?
The movie. Did you like it?
I wasn't watching it.
Well, you picked it out, remember? Oh, honey, why don't you just go to bed?
Bed? Did you really just say bed?
Well, you haven't been sleeping very well, and it's been over a week now. I just thought...
Yeah, well, that's your problem.
You always just think.
I'm sorry.
You're always sorry. We all know that you're sorry. That thing. It's waiting for me. Don't you get it?
What thing?
The thing in the hood. The one that keeps making me go to that park bench.
But it's just a dream.
Is it? I wonder. Far enough. I'm far enough away from that stupid park bench. You can't get me now! Stop it! Oh, God! Stop it! Stop it!
Steven!
Stop it!
Wake up! Steven!
He clawed me. Brandy, he hurt me. He's trying to rip me apart.
Oh, dear God. Your chest. Your neck. What have you done to yourself?
Oh, don't let him hurt me anymore. Please, just hold me.
Come here. Shh, shh, shh. Hush now. It's okay. It's okay. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you.
John Lennon once asked, "Who's to say that dreams and nightmares aren't as real as the here and now?" Stephen's nightmares seem to be invading his reality. But then, what is reality? I'll be back with our final act shortly. H.P. Lovecraft wrote, "It is absolutely necessary that some of Earth's dark, dead corners be let alone, lest sleeping abnormalities and blasphemously surviving nightmares squirm out of their black layers to newer and wider conquests."
No, Carol, I just got home. No. If anything, it's getting worse. He's irritable, irrational. He's seeing things that aren't there. I'm not sure how much more I can take. Look, I gotta go. I'll call you later. Okay, bye. Steven? Are you here? Steven? Where are you?
I'm over here.
What are you doing sitting in the dark?
I accidentally fell asleep. He was waiting for me.
Honey, it's just bad dreams. Dreams can't hurt you.
Oh, no? No? Did I bite myself? Did I chew my own face off? Did I claw my skin off?
I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation.
Then explain this!
Oh my... What did you do?
No! Stupid little... For once, it wasn't you. It was him. He did this to me.
I can see the bones in your face. You ripped your neck open? What have you done? What have you done? We need to get you to the hospital.
No hospital.
Babe, those aren't just bad scratches. You're bleeding. You're bleeding.
He had really sharp teeth. He had really long, sharp
Steven, you're scaring me. Please stop it. Let's get you some help. You're scaring me.
I'm scaring you? You haven't met him. Who are you? What do you want from me? How much more do you want? What do you want? Who the hell are you? I have to know! Are you afraid to show me? Pull back your hood. Let me see. Oh my God. Not you. Brandy? It was you?
I told you.
No.
I would always take care of you.
No.
Baby.
Hi. It's me. Carol, it's done. I can't thank you and the congregation enough. Let everyone know that I'm gonna be just fine. Yes. Love you too.
Stephen Stewart, a little turd of a man who would blame his own shortcomings on everyone else, but mostly his wife, Brandy. She now smiles, admiring the frightened look of terror on his face, now frozen forever in death. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream? Simply a question that Poe once asked. Have we provided an answer for you? Or does the question have many answers? Maybe your own nightmares hold the truth. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. The story was written and directed by Crimson McKenzie. This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.